Hello, everybody. Saturday night. Welcome to the pub. Let's see who we have over here. RW, good to see you. First one. And Last Dance, of course. Just Stevo, what's going on, man? Hey, Stevo, I'm really sorry, man. My heart goes out to you. And my condolences. Do what you have to do. And be well. Rest in peace, sir. Happy to see you back, Stevo. Yeah, got that right, RW. Mr. E, still dealing with the same sort of a situation. Sorry for you too, Mr. E. And hello, Anna. Good to see you. Grun guess. We'll just say that. Based Welshman. All right, what's going on, dog? Good to see you. Yeah, all right. Got a jam-packed show lined up for you guys tonight. Well, I don't, but there's so much subject matter out there that the world has a jam-packed show for us. So we'll be picking and choosing from all kinds of different things that are going on right now. And yeah, anyone wants to cover anything in particular, of course, we can cover that too. It's a time, I think, where good things can happen with the current administration, and maybe some bad things too. And I can't tell you which direction it's going to go. All I can do is hope that the majority of the things are good. Cutting waste is good. Cutting everything, not necessarily, so we're going to get into a little bit of that tonight. Some of the appointments and people who've been voted in, we'll get into for sure. Tulsi Gabbard, Pete Hegseth, Bobby Kennedy Jr. What else? Whoever else comes to mind. The woman there, whatever her name is. I think the blonde chick. I can't remember her name. I don't know much about her. But you can educate me. Maybe Last Dance if you know anything about her. That's the one. 006 Van Bond E. I don't know who that is, RW. But you can tell me about that too. Yeah, mainstream media has definitely been losing it a bit. Okay. Interesting. Maybe I did see a video about her, RW, that was shared not long ago. Pretty wild stuff, man, for sure. I don't know what's going on with my voice here all of a sudden. I got a fine bottle of bourbon waiting upstairs for what? I don't know. A little time, I guess. Elijah Craig. Should be good. Pretty excited for it. Small batch. 90-something proof. Just picked it up today. Haven't tried it yet. Haven't had bourbon in months. So pretty excited for it. I'm going to go ahead and get this thing fired up if you all are ready. Last Dance. I see the bottle. And I see a thumb. There you go, Mr. E. Well said. Well said, sir. How you doing, man?
All right. Good evening. Happy Saturday.
Same to you. Same to you.
And I remind
Everything
you
good with you? You're feeling healthy and well. I know the sick is going around the country like fucking
So far, I'm
Hey,
doing fine. My girlfriend seems to have it,
yeah, yeah. I've
and
got the tail end of a cold, but it went through me in about 8 days, so not too bad. I know had a lot worse for sure. So it's kind of nice to just have a normal cold once in a while that you get stuffy and then it starts to go away and doesn't last for months and drag on, and which seems to be the way things are these days.
yeah, I know.
It sucks, man. What
I'll
do you
remind you
think
to
it is?
pin the link before
In the
it gets
link,
too
yeah.
far.
And the link. There she is. I have to go to YouTube to do that.
Yes.
I think wife can actually do this.
Then tell her to pin the link.
I don't think she is present yet.
Okay.
She's probably having dinner. I made a pretty nice dinner tonight. So are you liking everything that's been going on here with the
Not everything.
not everything. What's your biggest dislike?
I'm pretty pissed about this Eric Adams nonsense.
Mm. Yeah,
And
it's if you judge everything on optics alone, then this is some really friggin' bad optics. I mean, but I think it's a lot deeper than that.
well,
Or it's,
I don't even understand how much value Trump could possibly be getting out of this deal.
yeah, is it really solely to reopen the ICE office at Rikers Island? Is that the main part of it?
I doubt it. We don't need the mayor of New York's approval to open a building the federal government owns in New York City.
Yeah, I
I
don't
don't
know the
know.
logistics of that. Is it a separate building? Is it in the state building? Is it?
I don't know.
I don't know either. I mean, but yeah, it's bizarre, and I really don't understand it with Tom Homan going on Fox News with Eric Adams and threatening him that we're going to be up his butt if he doesn't come through with this immigration thing, basically putting it all out there that we killed this prosecution because we want something from him. He didn't exactly say that, but in less words, he did.
Well, I mean, that's the funny thing is it's not a secret deal.
Right.
It's just an unacceptable deal.
Mm. It's bizarre. Do you think the crimes that were committed do warrant prosecution?
Uh, I I thought it was a close call.
Mm.
I don't know. Obviously, I'm not as familiar with them, but it sounded like pretty minor stuff that I don't know. If everything is true that they said, then it is a corrupt deal where the Turkish embassy got fast tracked because Turkey or somebody at the behest of Turkey, took care of Adams. Um, I don't know. It
How so?
didn't. I
Was
don't.
it like direct cash or trips or
I think it was trips. It was some travel
yeah? That's what I
sort
heard.
of
Some travel.
considerations.
Yeah.
I'm trying to piece
ARW.
what you guys are talking about. So I thought Eric Adams was just in the poop because he's on Trump's team now, but apparently he's taking bribes. Is that what's going on?
No, he was indicted for some corrupt deal involving the Turkish consulate. being given, the permits to open, without going through all the inspections. Allegedly in exchange for cash or considerations, travel considerations, directed by the Turks towards Mayor Adams.
I hope it was enough cash
I'm
to
not
cover
sure
his
how
legal
strong
fees.
of what's that?
I hope it was enough cash to cover his legal fees.
I don't know if he got any cash.
Numbers was in the $1 to $200,000 range of whatever value, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a chump change. It wasn't a couple grand. It was, sizable money. Eastwind Farms bringing up high-ranking police and city employees that have been served with search warrants and arrests. I don't know much about that aspect of it.
I haven't
to
heard
be
that either.
honest.
I don't know anything about that.
I mean,
by who? Served with search warrants by who?
There you go.
Yeah, you have to get us a link. Oh, I guess or just talk about it.
I can try and search for it using his text, but you guys been paying attention to Virginia's flooding at the moment?
Negative.
No.
Yeah, the water's breached the banks in 2 places, and it's not barreling through like it was with the topography in North Carolina, but it's just bulldozing through.
Really? Do you know where?
Yeah, if you check the Discord, I have some video links there. I'll grab them in a second.
Yeah, there's a lot going on for sure. I actually posted a news blurb about this whole thing on the Discord earlier today. About a 13-minute story. I think that might be a little long to show here.
The Smirconic?
I mean, it's a somewhat tidy summary of what happened. I don't know if you watched it or not.
I did.
Did you think it was fairly accurate?
Yeah, I mean, it's one-sided.
Yeah, I mean, he certainly spins it one way, but he's definitely not lying or putting out false information. I think what he's putting out is, as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
What did you think?
I mean, I tend to agree with what he's saying. To me, it's sort of, it breaks the basic premise and promise of the justice system, and that the justice system is kind of independent of politicians. I mean, this was one of Trump's biggest complaints, is that it was weaponized against him, and I think there was validity to that, especially with the New York prosecution by Alvin Bragg. But this is another instance of it being, the justice system being manipulated for political ends by politicians. And I just think it's just not acceptable.
The judges are still doing some strange things on this side of the new cabinet too.
I mean, that woman, Danielle Sassoon or Sassoon?
Something like that, yeah.
The one who was appointed by Trump. I mean, she resigned first.
Yeah.
That says a lot. Like, they weren't, Trump kind of made a quick remark about this whole thing, saying, oh, they were all Biden appointees anyways. They were all going to be gone by Tuesday, because that's just how it works.
Not her.
What's that?
Not Danielle Sassoon.
Right, exactly. Not her. And she was kind of the main one. And then after her, other people shortly thereafter, who probably may have been replaced otherwise. But even still, the guy there, Scottons or whatever his name was. He was a fairly conservative guy. He served under Scalia and not Scalia, Roberts and Kavanaugh as a clerk, I think, or whatever.
Yeah, as a clerk.
He resigned. I don't think they're doing this as a show. I think they're doing this to maintain their ethics legally, I guess, is what it comes down to. Do you think one way? I mean, if you could say if they were very liberal and they were totally anti-Trump, you could maybe paint this picture as that sort of a move. But to me, they're not.
No, I mean, I don't. If I were in their position, I don't know that I could do this. I think I would. I don't know that I would resign, but I would certainly object very strongly to this manipulation of the justice system. Don't forget, it's not just that the charges are being dismissed. They're being dismissed without prejudice, so they can be refiled again at any time, which sort of leaves a knife at Adams' throat that kind of forces him to do Trump's bidding.
Right.
Because if he doesn't, those charges can be reinstated and he's back in the frying pan just like that. So it really is a perversion of the justice system and a perversion of the prosecution. It's not a secret deal. So maybe me calling it corruption is not the right word, although it feels like a corruption of principles, if not, money involved. But
it's just greasy palms.
It's just not the way. It's not the way the justice system, which we were supposed to have keep it as sort of a pedestal there. That's not the way the justice system is supposed to work.
Right. I mean, essentially, they had a meeting with Adams, and Sassone and some of her people were taking notes. And this guy, what's his name, Bove, got very angry about them taking notes.
Well, he didn't want notes to be taken on. That doesn't bother me so much as it bothered the other people.
Well, I mean, what it comes down to is is it classified? Why can't they take notes at a meeting,
Maybe he didn't want it to, maybe he wanted it to be off the record, basically.
Well, what it comes down to in my mind is that when they go back, if there's ever questions about it now, without having notes, the recapping or recounting of each person's individual story or experience at the meeting is going to be wildly varied if there's no access to like notes and minutes of the meeting,
It is it helps to have notes, but there was more than one person at that meeting and they can corroborate what went on. So, and I don't even think what's been reported is being disputed. So that's why I said it's not a secret deal. It's kind of it's a bizarre public quid pro quo that seems unethical and a violation of the basic principles involved in a independent judicial system, and especially an independent prosecution.
You take it that step further with Homan telling Adams on live TV, if you screw this up, we're coming right back after you for this thing,
It's a reminder.
It's fucking crazy, man.
I would be
just fucking prosecute him and then do the ICE things at the same time. I don't really understand why they can't do both. And like you said, why they need him.
I don't understand it either.
I mean,
what would be funny to me is if when the judge hears the motion to dismiss the charges, if Adams counters with a motion to dismiss them with prejudice because of the corrupt pressure, that's being placed on him by the prosecution.
It'd be a hell of a move.
It would make sense that ICE doesn't want to push into a sanctuary city because it would lock up the courts with court cases against them.
The mayor can't do much about the court cases. The mayor doesn't control the judiciary in New York City.
Right. So it'd be a cluster if they went in there and tried to do anything. It's kind of a stalemate then, right?
Well, having the mayor on your side won't help at all. So I don't know what they think they're buying.
And
maybe somebody else will.
Go ahead.
I mean, maybe someone will analyze what this is buying Trump, but it doesn't seem like much of anything to me.
I would think that it's a matter of time, because if ICE pulls a bunch of criminals out of other states and cities and they start to prosper, the people of New York City, I would think, would cry out at a certain point in time because they're still in hell.
Well, it's not like the federal government needs permission from anybody in New York City to carry out ICE raids or anything of the sort.
Continue. I'm sorry.
Yeah, all the sanctuary business means is that the places will not assist the federal government in their
at the
ICE
state
raids
level,
at the state or local level, but they won't hinder them either. That would be breaking the law, and so they're not going to block ICE. They're not going to hinder ICE. They're not going to let the illegal immigrants, get in a police car and drive them on the other side of the city. No, they're not going to do any of that. They're just not going to help them. So when ICE asks for, local police assistance, they may not get any help at all.
And another layer of this too, when a person who's deemed as an illegal, whether or not they're an overstay or an illegal crossing or whatever, they can be in New York when they're caught, and they can even have immigration lawyers in New York. But oftentimes, ICE, before anything really happens in New York, has that person in Texas. They don't have to wait for anything. They don't have to wait for an immigration lawyer in New York to come up with any ruling. They don't have to give them any time. They'll just move them to Texas, and more often than not, the areas they're bringing them to in Texas, the judges down there are going to be a lot less favorable than the ones in New York. So it's highly unlikely they're going to keep you in the area where you were detained for very long. That just happened here in Massachusetts. Right. This kid who's got a job, he sounded like an all right guy. He was an overstay Brazilian guy. He got caught in a raid, and he's got an immigration lawyer here. And now she's trying to file a habeas corpus to get him back here to Massachusetts just to go through the legal process here. But ICE was like, oh, no, he's already in Texas. He's in a different, area now. So that's that. And not much of a chance they're going to bring him all the way back here.
No, there's no such thing as extradition at the federal level. Extradition maybe from one state to another state, but that's for state charges, not for federal charges. They're just taken into custody, and the federal government can take them anywhere in the country they want.
If they're not a citizen, what rights would they even have in the first place towards that?
They still have Fourth Amendment rights and Fifth Amendment rights, including the right to be seen by a judge and so forth.
Okay.
Topple.
Yeah. Of course, based. Yeah, I mean, it's an all or none, you know, like this guy I mentioned, he's got a job here in Massachusetts. He's a Brazilian who overstayed a legal entry, probably maybe a 6-month work visa he had. He's overstayed it. Yeah, sorry to say, if you fuck up like that, you got to go.
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
The laws
I
are
don't have
written in such a way
right.
that they can't say, you're a cool dude, you know, like you're a super nice guy and shit. You're chill, speak great English. We'll overlook it. Go
Dang.
ahead.
Yeah, I don't have a ton of sympathy for that guy. I have a little sympathy, but yeah, I'll bet he knew he was illegal and he overstayed his visa and wasn't complying with the terms of his visa.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't have sympathy for him. I wish he could have done it otherwise to not get caught. Like, no, not. Let me change that. I wish he didn't do something illegal in the first place. And if he had to go after the 6 months was up, which is generally how it is, then you got to go. And I think you have to go for, I don't know, a pretty long period of time before you can get another one. It's not like the old days where they gave long-term, you know, permanent resident alien green cards. I don't think they give those out anymore. Or
I don't know, but I know if you're deported because you violated a condition of your visa, it can be very hard to get back in again. It's held against you.
10
years?
10 years.
Okay.
And if you get caught again after that, I don't think you're done. That's it. Yep. So yeah, this guy's done. 10 years, you know. But that's life, man. Maybe the job he has, could it be fulfilled by it? Like, do you think it's going to happen that there'll be a major glut in workers now if a lot of these guys go? I know, like, painters are looking for good painters, and construction is already looking for guys. If 50% of the industry is deported, or 25%, or even 10%, it's gonna be harmful.
I'm not too concerned. Even if that were to be true, it's so much easier to allow people in than it is to get people that are here illegally out. If we suddenly decided we needed 100,000 more people with a certain kind of skill set, I mean,
0.
We could get them in, and you know, we could say, "Come on in," and there'd be 100,000 people knocking at every door in a heartbeat.
Yeah, pretty sure.
Get
them from Canada. Get them down from Canada.
Yeah, well, I don't care. Get them all from Mexico, if that's where
there's got to be a way. The skills. How do you vet them for skills?
Do you have skills? No. All right, you can come on in and pick vegetables.
Well, it depends. Yeah. I mean, what level of, you know, there's unskilled labor, which is, you know, which there's a tremendous need for. There is moderately skilled labor, and, you know, and on all the way on up to, you know, university professors and rocket scientists. So
sure.
Don't forget that there's visa programs also already running. Like in Australia, the only way that you could get certain visas renewed is if you did agricultural harvesting work. So I don't know if America does anything like that and has visas come in with people that come in and work and earn money, and then they go home and they can get a renewal if they do so many hours agriculturally. But I don't see why we wouldn't.
I mean, if there's this much illegal immigration, then that just says there's tremendous demand to come into the United States. So it should be easy to get the amount of legal immigration you want, and which is the right way to do it. I mean, it's unacceptable to have illegal immigration jumping ahead of people who have gone through the legal route.
When you start to think about it, like, you look at the ones coming in, the pathetic ones that have a couple kids and like maybe one parent often it's just a mom. Do you look at her and say, well, we don't want you because your kids are going to be a draw on the system, and you probably or maybe have zero or very limited skills? I mean, like, how do you do that? How do you go through this process of letting people back in? I mean, would it be better to, rather than immediately say everybody who's overstayed their visa or who's here illegally immediately has to go? Or do you have some sort of a program that allows the ones who screwed up, like, to, whether it be pay fines or be under some sort of surveillance, pay extra taxes, I don't know, but remain if they are contributing members of society with decent jobs, doing well? Do you look at them and say, well, you know, he's not on the dole, he's paying taxes, he's making 60 grand a year, whatever. He's still successful at some relative level. He hasn't broken the law while he's been here. He's just an overstay. Do you come up with some kind of a program to allow him to remain, but with some sort of penalties? Almost like what do they call it? Probation.
Well, I mean, that would be not terrible, but I would say no. I would say let's start out afresh, strictly enforcing the immigration system. And when we run out of workers, then great, we will let people in that we want in. And, you know, I don't care about individual sob stories, I'm sorry to say, because no system that deals in large numbers can process complex individual sob stories. So,
right.
It sounds harsh, but, you know, this is a volume business, basically. And everybody's got to go. And when it's time to bring people in, processing plants.
Well, you don't need chickens, so you don't care anyways. Now I get it.
No, and I also don't believe that. I mean, this is not kind of economic reality.
Mm.
I mean,
no pennies are being printed, Aphid, so no one's going to work for them anymore.
You ever driven through Delaware, Chicken Mile or whatever they call it, where all the chicken plants are?
Yes.
Going towards the Eastern Shore, I'm sure he has. Good God.
The smell, dude. And that's from the road. And the buildings are set pretty far back from the road. God, I can't imagine what they're like inside the buildings.
Oh, dude. It's I don't see how they must have no sense of smell. It must burn out.
Yeah, it's possible.
I saw the changes in a big river on the Eastern Shore. I think it was called the Pocomoke River. Went camping at the far southern end of the Pocomoke River at a place called Shad Landing State Park. And that was maybe 1980, I don't know,
before Fisteria.
The old days.
And the water was clear and, you know, it was full of fish. And then 30 years later, I went to see it again and it was a different river.
Chicken shit.
I thought it was always black from the tannin. I didn't know it was clear ever.
I wouldn't say it was crystal clear, but you could see the fish in the water.
Right. Fisteria rocked that creek, man, or that river.
Yeah.
What is it? Fisteria?
Yeah, it was like some flesh-eating bacteria that I believe bloomed because of farm runoff. But I don't remember correctly. I just know that it killed a large volume of fish.
Is that the type of thing that if a human gets wet, they could get it?
I don't think humans are affected by it. I think the mucus on the fish's scale membrane is what was needed to get infected.
But what happened is the rivers get contaminated with animal waste, basically poop.
Yeah.
And it's a huge dump of nitrogen into the river and algae. You know, it just changes the river completely. changes the character of the river, and
Right.
so
In nitrogen, you're essentially feeding a ton of fertilizer to it. So
Right,
anything that does photosynthesis, i.e., I think algae does, right?
yeah,
Yep.
algae is basically a plant, more or less.
Is going to bloom. The same thing happens, they say, in Florida, although I don't know about that as much with Florida, but yeah, nitrogen runoff.
Didn't Pokemoke bounce back somewhat though? I mean,
there were, things go back and forth. There were, once the problem was realized, efforts were made to
right.
make these farms a little more environmentally friendly as to how they do it. But the poop's got to go somewhere. There's no way you're having a billion chickens pooping and the poop's gonna, magically disappear. So
Right.
a lot
Right,
of it still gets in the
We should
waterways.
sell it to Canada, I think.
Yes,
I mean,
exactly.
theoretically, there's acres of farming down there. With the right balance, you would take the shit and then put it back in the fields. Maybe you'd have to, sanitize it first, but chicken shit is great fertilizer.
The Eastern Shore, you've been through there. It's very flat.
I have.
And,
it's full of potato fields.
Yeah. So during heavy rains, stuff moves.
Just wash out.
And it just washes out. Yeah. So
I got you. Yeah, I hear you, man. It's a cool area. You notice, when you're getting somewhat close when you smell the chicken shit. It's like, all right, we're getting there. Woohoo! Yep. Oh, craziness. All right, where are my dogs? Anyone else coming in here? Aphid?
They're currently fighting in the chat. They're busy, yo.
I like that. Good chat.
I don't like that.
Lee. We had Lee. We had, I think Welshman might be dozing off backstage somewhere. But
this is Mr. E is correct. That is even there's no, people say nobody will take these jobs. Well, it's all supply and demand. Maybe nobody will take the jobs at the same rate that the illegals will take it at, but people need jobs, and there's a rate at which they will take it, and maybe wages will have to go up, which will make costs
I have
higher.
a question there. There's these articles coming out where the average government worker makes double what the average private worker makes. And if that's true, and all these people are getting laid off from these jobs, can't they use that money to subsidize pay for the harvesters so that they're paid more without the cost of food going up? And we're not.
Hell no. You're talking about the government subsidizing private industry?
I'm talking about the money that we were wasting on useless jobs in the government can go towards agricultural in a way that that allows people to be paid more without making the price of food go up.
Well, they do subsidize farmers. So, I suppose since you're talking about agriculture, you're talking about the processing side of meat, basically.
Or vegetables or meat. It's a reallocation of money that we're currently wasting put towards something that's helpful for society.
What would be helpful for society?
Kind of like almost borderline like communist, right? Having the state pay the workers.
How that's communism?
It's not directly, but having state money pay workers. But I'm not saying it is.
It still gives the workers opportunity to work for their money, and it's not just giving it to them because it's giving it to them. It's incentive in my mind. Because if no one wants to work because the wages are too low for those jobs, what's wrong with inflating the wage so that we can get the work done?
Here's what I say. We have run a deficit for the last 5 years of more than $1 trillion. The debt is now greater than the annual GDP. It's at a debt to GDP ratio is at a historic and unprecedented high. If we're saving money some way in the government. I don't want to reallocate it to move it somewhere else. I want the government to stop spending it.
That's fair. Just bringing
That's
up
what
the
I want
cost.
to see happen. Not just move it from one pot to another pot.
I guess in my mind, it's not as much waste if it's benefiting society in some way. It's a cost, but I don't consider it a waste exactly because we do need food. So
Yeah, and we're going to have food.
Life. Yeah, totally. This does seem fun. Yeah, a lot of back and forth in the chat. And
I think of this as this administration as the last chance to get on a sane budget course.
yeah,
And if we
that's
know the
Jack Box's
Democrats,
background.
the Democrats can't cut spending. The only thing they can do is increase taxes, and they will just keep increasing spending. So the need for tax increases will never change. Republicans haven't been very successful in cutting spending either. One of those 5 years where the deficit was more than $1 trillion was 2020, Trump's year, last year in office. So it's not like, it's not like the Republicans aren't also guilty of it.
I mean, the government gives a lot of money to Elon for a lot of the space program.
Yeah, they don't give it to him. He gives them launches.
I think that's
Right,
a funny
they don't-
talking point though, because it was a Biden administration that gave him all that money.
Right.
They don't build a space shuttle anymore for billions and billions of dollars because he could do a launch for about 250 million.
Right.
Per, which is a ton of money, but it can save a lot of money and upkeep of the dumbass space shuttle. On a quick side note, remember when the space shuttle used to land on the back of a 747?
No, it flew around on the back of a 740.
It didn't land on
it.
It flew around on it.
If it did land on it, that would be some badass shit.
It was it was transported on the back of a 747.
So how did that work? Did it land on it in the middle of up in the air?
It would take it up to altitude, so it didn't have to use its own fuel to get to that height and then release it.
No. I don't know if that ever did that.
No?
The space shuttle? No. As far as I know, the space shuttle only ever took off from a launch pad, and it only ever landed on a runway.
So was it for training purposes, for zero gravity, or like what? I don't get it. Just transporting the unit itself?
I don't know. Well, because the space shuttle sometimes landed at Edwards Air Force Base, and how's it going to get from Edwards Air Force Base to Cape Canaveral?
Would they actually?
Florida.
That's crazy. How the hell do they even take off with that bitch on their belly, or was it on the roof?
It's on the roof.
Okay.
Yeah.
My memories are terrible.
I got to see this. Got to see it once, and I remember I had no warning, even though I could have. This was before the internet, and I was working in my office, and I looked out the window, and there was a 747 with the space shuttle on the back, and I said, "Hey, look, it's the space shuttle," and everybody ran to the windows because nobody else knew what was happening, and it was pretty cool to see.
I don't want to get into exactly the logistics of it, eat up a ton of, but yeah, how did it get there?
I assumed that a 747 landed at Edwards Air Force Base at some point after the shuttle landed and was processed, and a crane lifted the shuttle up, put it on top of the 740s, a specially modified 747, and clamps were made to clamp it to the 747, and had the power and to take off. It's a
Green.
That was it.
the 747 took off like a normal airplane. It's just that the space shuttle was clamped on top rather than being inside or underneath it.
And that was only done by DEI hires. So it's a miracle.
It was before DEI.
Oh.
Yeah, so it only took off with the thing on its back.
Correct.
It never landed with it on there.
No.
It could land under its own power, but it couldn't take off under its own power.
Correct.
So, and that was to just relocate it to its where it belonged, or for training, or I don't understand the whole purpose of that.
Well, that's how the shuttle was moved. No matter where it was moved to, it was moved by putting it on the back of a 747.
Okay.
Now, I think almost all of those movements were from, maybe all of them, almost all of them, were from Edwards Air Force Base to Cape Canaveral, because the shuttle often landed at Edwards Air Force Base.
Why would they not house it at Cape
Look at that
Canaveral?
shit.
I don't.
Fucking
They
bizarre.
did. The shuttle also sometimes landed at a runway at Cape Canaveral, in which case it would not need to be shipped by, an airplane. They could just tow it back to the launch pad.
Right, because essentially even the space shuttle could be a glider, so it could glide to land, but it
Yes.
didn't have the capability to, I guess, take off at that time.
No.
For all
it
those
didn't.
billions of dollars, couldn't they design that
To design what?
self takeoff for that?
Well, they did, but it had to be pointed straight up in the air with giant
And have a
rocket
big ass
boosters
rocket attached to it.
Yeah.
And we all know what happened with that. Not good. So
Not
it's actually is not a bad idea. But anyways, I digress. That just popped into my head. I'll never forget that imagery. I can't believe you actually got to see that Last Dance.
I got to see it.
It's
You
probably
were
way more
blown
impressive
away.
in real life because of the sheer size of it.
Yeah.
I don't know how
It
far
looked-
away you were from it, but
It's bizarre looking. It looks like a parasite attached itself to a 747 and was sucking the juices out of it.
and it only looked like it had one point of attachment, one point of what do they call that? Security? No,
Attachment is what you would call it.
the one attachment point.
Yeah.
No, there's
but
3 from what I can see.
it had to be 3.
Okay,
One under each wing and one under the nose.
okay. I only saw look like it was attached at the butt.
I'll show you again. It is the small triangle up at the front, which is supporting the nose. And then you've got this thing here under this wing.
Yeah, that's
I
what I
assume-
saw originally. I didn't see the one at the nose though. My eyesight's getting pretty trashy.
It's just a little
It's-
triangle.
You could see the start of it, but that's about it. It kind
I
of
mean,
blends
no-
in.
Knowing the size of a 747, boy, the space shuttle is pretty damn big.
It is pretty
Yeah.
big, yeah.
And what's that bulbous butt on it? Is it just for it? Does it actually have propulsion?
Yes,
Or
it has rocket engines.
Okay.
Trippy. And the
Is this-
747 could hold 500 people, I think, or more.
Do we not use this technology anymore? That shuttle technology?
We do not. We retired it.
It's
That's
now
why
like a very
Elon
small
makes his
personal shuttle that-
250 million per blast with his thing, because we don't make a space shuttle anymore.
What is
we-
the delivery mechanism? It's a small shuttle, right? A Dragon capsule, they call it, or whatever. They rocket some small payload up.
Their payloads are satellites.
Oh, Lee. I miss Lee.
Yeah.
Shit.
Oh, was he shafted?
Yeah.
Ha ha. I mean, sorry, buddy.
Come back, Lee.
Sorry,
Yes.
dude. I got sidetracked by space shuttle piggyback thing.
That's very important conversation about science.
The Last Dance, if you ever see him down there, you can always just bring him in.
I wasn't.
Space
I was
shop.
talking, so I wasn't paying much attention. It was
Nobody's fault. I'll be back momentarily. If he comes back, let him in.
Of course.
There you go, Farms. That's
37,000 feet.
That's geeky sex talk.
Yeah.
Just makes me think of Rockstar. Join the Mile High Club at 37,000 feet.
Is that a movie?
It's Nickelback.
Oh, no wonder.
Hello.
I'm missing most of the chat. What's going on in there?
Just the usual great stuff.
Okay. I just see lots of Topple typing, which is awesome because that must take him so much time. It's also good to see the Fox in the chat. I'm not super familiar with Fox. I think I've seen him once or twice. What do you think of I had this in the background.
Ew, what is that?
That's the debt clock. What do you think of Nicole Shanahan? Any thoughts on her?
Remind me who she is?
The lady that when RFK ran on a presidential ticket, it was his running mate.
Oh, okay. She's like a socialist or something.
She's being brought in now as his like number one right hand for the Make America Healthy Again, whatever you want to call it.
Here's what I say about RFK and his whole spiel. I don't have a lot of confidence in him, and but I think it's fine to let's see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
So
You're
see
keeping
what
it
happens.
so there's potential in your mind that it can go well.
Yes, there's potential that some things can go very well.
I just did a small dig into her background because I didn't know anything about her. And when I found out that she was married for a short period of time to the co-founder of Google, and she's worth $1 billion from it, it's like she's not a small fish. She's definitely a baller. And I just feel like anytime I see someone with a lot of money, I feel like they're part of a club. So
Aphid lip junkies are never trustworthy.
yeah, I think that's why the pillow guy got disappeared.
I think Elon is the new pillow guy.
What do you mean?
He's kind of the new conspiracy nut in chief of the MAGA camp.
Conspiracy in chief. I like that. That's an awesome title. I don't know. I was listening to a thing last night that was talking about Trump's parents, Trump's father, and his uncle, and what they did for different people and how they earned their money and stuff. And the uncle was in charge of going through all the paperwork when Nikola Tesla died because they were worried about national security. Mm-hmm. And so he had to go through basically the technology that shortly after had, CERN particle acceleration technology surfaced. But I just thought it was interesting that he was attached to Nikola Tesla, and the number one man of Trump now is Tesla. And it's just it's just interesting to me. Like it doesn't have to matter. It's just a coincidence, whatever, but it's just
small world
Easter egg.
Here's my prediction. I predict that if Elon continues doing what he's doing, his car company will suffer severely.
1 second. I'm just sending a message for Sabu. There you go, Aphid. Sorry, I missed your comment, Dance, about the car industry.
No, I just think Tesla is going to suffer from Elon's political, politicizing his daily life so much that people, he's going to get zero people who are left of center buying his cars, and that's going to hurt.
Well, what's interesting
immensely.
It's a conflict of interest against himself because he's pushing petrol and he's pushing, against climate change, and his vehicle, the Tesla vehicle, is what all those people are putting as the top shelf option for climate change and green energy. So
That was
yeah, I don't know if it's going to hurt him, because at the end of the day, he still sells a good vehicle. If he can bring the price down, I mean, I don't see it. Even if
He will.
the left wing mob won't purchase it, I think other people will.
No, I don't think they will. I don't think right wingers like electric vehicles at all for the same reason, you and I don't, because that's it's a difficult trade-off to make.
I don't mind it if it's like on the ranch and I'm using it to putz around or whatever, and I can just plug it in, but I don't want it as a commuter vehicle.
Yeah, well, then you could just get a golf cart,
Right.
electric golf cart.
Right.
You don't need a Tesla.
If the Tesla golf cart blew the other ones away, what are those ones from the golf courses? Damn. Easy Go? Something like that.
Yeah.
it wasn't for Eifert, it was for Fox.
Yeah, I would guess that 75 to 80% of his customers are left of center, as well as his future customers.
Is
And,
left of center, is the goalpost changed for center?
a little, but not that much.
Really? Because we're going extreme again. Biden's administration went extreme, and now I feel like the conservative side's going to go extreme. So that's got to affect center.
I think the center is just fickle, but it's still the center. That's the problem. Is the center?
They haven't made up their mind, so it can't affect the center.
The center. I don't think the center may vote Democrat one year and Republican the next, but they don't. For the most part, they don't permanently leave the center.
So you were saying you think that I could hear you on wife's iPad.
That's loud, baby.
That it's going to affect Tesla sales.
I think it will.
Stan says yes. I say no.
I think it will very much harm it in the next 4 years.
Well, in the outset of a Tesla and in the sort of journeyman phase of the company, a lot of upper class liberals were buying Teslas.
Yes.
They were expensive and
they're electric.
And they're electric.
And they're, the main selling point is one of environmentalism.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, why would you want an electric car? Some things are nicer about it, but you got to charge the damn thing instead of put gasoline in it, which works much better.
And the vehicles, from my understanding, last longer. You have to replace certain moving parts, but the vehicle will last you 20, 40, 60 years. I don't know what the lifespan of electric vehicles is.
Yeah, I don't know either.
But the battery's like 20 grand. But there's one thing that Elon has created that I don't think will ever shrink and will perpetually grow, and has a monthly membership, Starlink.
That's what I'm using right now, man.
Starlink is a continual flow of income for him, and nobody who needs Starlink or wants Starlink is going to give it up, because the logistics of that company and setting it up are astronomical. Literally,
they don't really have any.
They're in the
they
stars.
don't really have any. Yeah, they don't have any competition. So
no.
And don't forget that.
I mean, there are satellite internet providers, but I think all of them are geosynchronous satellites that just don't provide the same quality of connection. They're much farther away.
It's also worth noting that T-Mobile and Apple are both now using his communication satellites or Starlink system as their communication as well. They're offering that for satellite phones.
Airlines are going to start to use Starlink.
So yeah, he's not losing. He's not going to be poor anytime soon.
But I do agree with you, Last Dance, in the premise that Tesla, the auto company, is going to have problems unless he changes some things about it. I think one thing he's missing completely is a high-end 2-seat roadster, a rich guy sport car. to compete against the ultra, hypercars.
Mhm.
And I think
They're really good.
I think the Cybertruck, although it catches my eye whenever I see it, is a kind of a miss. I don't think the guys who are getting F-150 Lightnings, the new Lightnings, not the old cool ones that were like 500 horsepower gas, the new ones are electric, the F-150s, but they look like a friggin' F-150. They don't look like this angular bizarre thing with the pointy fucking top and like the weird giant windshield,
Have you seen Kanye's one he bought that was custom?
No.
It was like $1.2 million. Hey, Welshie. It's goofy looking. It's like the old 1980s solar panel bike vehicle that looked like a cockroach almost.
What do
I
you
don't know if you
mean?
know
What
what I'm
is
talking
this? It's a Cybertruck?
A custom Cybertruck.
Huh.
Well, the biggest thing is that Teslas are very expensive. Even the low end are very expensive.
40 something.
I heard that I don't know how true this story because it's quite funny if it's true, but AOC was flipping out because she thought that Trump had ordered a load of Cybertrucks, specialist ones, armored ones,
Uh-huh.
and she was flipping out. Yeah, I'm sure I seen a video of it. Turns out that Biden had ordered them, but I thought Biden hated Elon, so
Hey,
that's why I wanted to
Jerry.
check the story. So I think, from what I'm reading, is that the Democrats bought these like armored Cybertrucks, very expensive ones, and AOC thought it was Trump.
Yeah, but the thing is, they're
find
not
it hard to believe.
they're not Teslas. They're armored electric vehicles. I don't even think they're Cybertrucks.
I don't know why the military would be buying electric vehicles.
Yeah, what are they going to pull generators around out in the middle of a battlefield to charge their electric vehicles? Possibly. They pulled
Did they
gas
also
trucks
buy?
around.
Did they buy the longest extension cords ever made? Is that they also buy that? Or come on,
bulletproof extension cords? Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
I'm sure if you Google Chechen fighter Cybertruck, you'll find a Tesla Cybertruck with a big like fucking machine gun on the back of it. And what Elon did, he fucking he bricked the Tesla. He bricked his Tesla. You know what bricking is? When they brick a phone.
Yeah, it's basically dead.
Yeah. So Tesla bricked his Cybertruck remotely.
Yeah, I don't like that.
It
looked it looked a crazy vehicle with a big machine gun on the back. I gotta say it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think that's an overstep, but I suppose if the enemy of the United States went and bought a bunch of Cybertrucks and mounted, whatever version of a 50 caliber on the back, and then the president said, "Can you brick all of those?" and he did, I'd say, "Great." He disabled the enemy, so that is good. But
the thing is, though, is that.
Good evening, Mr. Aphid Lip.
Bring him on.
Hey.
They're using it. They're using Starlink for war, so it's like trying to work that one out a bit.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. They use they use it they gave it for free to Ukraine, right?
Yeah,
for a while, yeah.
And the Democrats were screaming. The Russians had got it as well, but Elon said he said they're fighting in the same area. What do I fucking do? What can I do? They're literally fighting like within miles of each other. I can't turn sights, can't turn it off in that tight, space.
Interesting. A hire firm who hire out electric mini diggers ran out of power after 2 hours. Well, that's not good.
Hey, well, she checked the back chat.
And how you doing, Aphid?
Good. How you guys doing?
Pretty good,
All
man. You
right.
sound better.
Yeah, he's good to come on. He's good.
Roy?
Yeah, he's good to go on. I mean, unless Crankle's doing like a crazy one, but I was with Roy just now on another live.
Yeah, we generally like to see them for just a moment, but
Yeah, so
Up
if you
to-
want to, Roy, listen. If you want to, Roy, show your face. He won't put your face on telly, but he wants to see your face just to make sure that you're not a repeating face, if you know what I mean.
He left.
Wow, you're on telly.
Yeah, I was pretty excited about somebody being on a telly.
We're on your telly, bro.
Got you on the telly
Yeah,
back here.
I mean, I could see an electric, as he calls it, digger, excavator. You must have to have some batteries on that thing to power it. You know, pulling
I mean,
up all them dirt and rocks. God Almighty!
All the counterweight that they have on them naturally, just they could make those batteries. But at the same time, I don't see how long that could run for. I just don't see
Exactly, dude. You see how quickly you can burn through diesel in them? It's unreal.
it. I mean, not really. I mean, the smaller units, I'll run all day long
Hmm.
on a tank.
The tanks
Okay.
are big, aren't they? The tanks are big, so it's like when you fill a tank up, it's a lot of money, but it seems to last a while, doesn't it? You forget about it.
Yeah.
With a battery, it's just battery envy, isn't it? Or not battery envy. What's it called? Battery paranoia or whatever.
I don't know.
Anxiety, battery anxiety, I think they call it. Where you're always thinking about the battery, aren't you?
Yeah, you're
It is
literally looking at your heads-up display, watching where local charges are open that you can stop at. So
I'm
But
throwing
it
a
is a
rotten
funny
tomato
thing,
at
though.
a cup of tea for that joke.
What is it?
Cup of tea made a terrible, terrible joke.
Oh, that's
Oh, it is terrible, but it's kind of like something a kindergartner may say, sort of. I mean, I like it.
we don't know how old T is. So
He's a peer of some of us here at some point. I mean, we kind of cover a large range of ages. So,
Yes, we do. Thank you.
I heard his voice like 7-8
You are.
years ago.
Yeah.
Not much of a range then.
He
is
sounded
Topple the
like he
youngest,
was-
or am I younger than Topple?
I
don't
think
know.
you're younger than Topple.
Yeah, I think you are.
85. Yeah.
Hey, look who it is.
Hey,
Is
no,
Anna
buddy.
older than me?
not as we know it. All right.
Good to see you, man. Welcome. I kind of wish I didn't make this whiskey sour and just made a whiskey. I'm pissed. Idiot. Oh,
You don't.
whatever.
It tastes like crap or something, or what?
I don't taste the whiskey enough.
Oh,
Well, just drink it fast. And
yeah. Go get another one. Problem solved.
I take it slow on here because I want to, be around for a while. So,
I think the
lads,
all right,
Sorry,
Roy,
I'd
we're
like-
going to give it a shot.
I'd like your opinion on Doge and how you think it's been going. Or how, yeah, directly Doge.
Welshie, is that me or not? Welshie, can you just confirm
Yeah.
to the audience that is Roy, for fuck's sake?
Yeah.
Got all my
fuck's
Yankee
sake.
friends. Come on, sick of it.
What up, Roy?
How you doing, Roy?
What up? I've been here before, by the way. I don't know if you remember me, man. It was a while ago. Welshie invited me on here a few months ago, I guess.
You don't have
Welshie's
to-
big in the game. Welshie's big in the game, man. He fucking takes on these lefties, left, right, and center, and I love it to bits, man.
I thought he usually goes after the old Nans.
Nah, man. Welchie's a gangster, mate. He's a hardcore fucking right-wing motherfucking neo-Nazi motherfucker. No, he's not really. But yeah,
Well,
he's on the right side. He's on the right side of justice. Let's just say that.
He only
Huh.
goose steps when McGrandy's on the channel.
Yeah, boy.
It's true, that's true.
Sounded Australian right there. That yeah, boy. That's,
So to the Americans on the panel, how do you think the Doge has been going for the last month?
I mean, I'll
How
answer
do you
first.
think the public? How do you think the public are acting around you? You know, when you speak to your family and
I'm a hermit, so I can't answer the second part. But for the first part, I've been paying attention to a lot of noise that Doge has been making and a lot of red flags that they've called up, but I haven't seen. I don't understand with the transparency of what's actually being cut. So I don't know yet. It's kind of like a limbo.
I agree
Well,
with that
no,
100%. That's exactly what I would say.
The
listen,
USAID
Welshie.
thing, the USAID
Sorry.
thing, there certainly seem to be some legitimate cuts to be made there. In fact, as we discussed last week, Last Dance, you kind of said cut it all, and then if there is something that's a legitimate aid, orphans, AIDS patients, whatever, trying to keep Ebola down or whatever, something that might actually benefit the world and directly or indirectly the United States, maybe take that up after the fact. But USAID in and of itself seemed to be funneling money out in so many different directions that were unmonitored that it seemed to have gone haywire. It was haywire. Shut it down, re-examine the whole thing, and take up certain individual particular things if needed. That's logical.
Can I just have a quick word with Welshie? Do you mind 1 second? Welshie, I spoke to Rupert Lowe on Saturday at the farmers' protest.
Yeah.
And I said to him about FCDS, which is basically the equivalent to USAID in America. And he was quite aware of it. And I had a whistleblower. He came to me, and I'm not going to deal with that. Yeah, I couldn't do it. Right. So listen, I said to Rupert Lowe, I shook his hand and I said, look, are you looking into FCDS? He looked at me, he winked at me, he goes, I'll give you my word. And then the next day or next, he posted, he went, well, fuck me. He goes, look at this, he done a little bit of research himself, and he showed up all these like magic numbers of money going to LGBTQ in Scandinavia or like the Congo or whatever. And he went, this is ridiculous. What we need is DOGE in the UK. We need a Dodge UK. And do you know what? I put my hands down and I went, as being an activist and being a journalist or whatever, in all the years I've done all this, that was the moment that I thought I actually shook hands with him, and he did exactly what I'd asked him to do. He looked into it and he reported on it the next day. And now
Rupert Lowe should be the leader, but obviously
I said that to him as well. Off camera, I said to him, I said, listen, you know what? If you step down, right? If Farage steps down, I said, I promise you, you will get 10% of the 40% of the apathetic voters that didn't vote, right? You'll wake up 10% of them. You'll steal half of the UKIP vote, and you will steal it. You'll get 300 seats at the next election. And he looked at me and he's like shaking his head. And now I'm his friend. He's like, he's added me and everything on X. I'm like blown away by it. I'm a nobody. I am a nobody. Right? I'm the same as Welshie. Me and Welshie do exactly the same thing. We go out there, we document, and we show people, what is really going on. And to have that interaction and to get that response so quickly, and now he's added me. I'm like, it's like what? It's like made my day. I swear down. And I do believe, and I've got a lot of confidence. Right? I'm not a defeatist in the slightest. But what I was told today by my legal advisor is that Conservative and Reform are going to create a coalition. The Labour are going to scrape by with about 100 to 150 votes, and there's 650 votes in Parliament. So it's going to be a split now between Reform and Conservative. And by his logistics, and he's never been wrong, he predicted Donald Trump twice, by the way, this guy. He said, Roy, put £100 on a coalition government, right? There's nothing we can do for 4 years, but he said, put £100 on a coalition government and Reform to take the lead. He said, you're going to get paid. And I looked at the odds, and there's
I don't want a coalition.
No, you don't want a Conservative. I know. Listen, the reason why, right? I don't want. Listen, I'm the number one exposer of Farage. I've been calling him out for years. All right, I fell out with Tommy Robinson about it. Tommy Robinson, you don't know what you're talking about. Paul Forbes said, "Oh, you don't know what you're talking about." I said, "Shut up, man. You're a fucking watch. You're a Rolex fence, man. Don't even talk to me." I discarded him a long time ago, and I called him out. Me and Danny Roscoe called them both out, and then it turns out that me and Danny Roscoe were 100% right, and Tommy Robinson freaked me out by answering me on X, and then my ex went crazy. You know, when someone famous like that talks to you, you just become, everyone wants to know who you are. It's like bing, 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 crazy. But Tommy said, he goes, "I should have listened to you guys 3 years ago." And he knows about where Farage is. Farage wants to be the Tony Blair of the New Labour. He wants to reinvent the Conservative Party. He's actually said that. If you really look into Farage and you dig deep, you can see he's a wannabe conservative. But it didn't go the way he wanted it to go. But now he sees an opportunity. And the reason he saw that opportunity is because what Tommy Robinson done and the amount of people he created on June the 1st and July 27th. Am I right?
Roy, got a question for you.
Shoot.
What do you think about the bombshell of the possible 2 shooters of JFK that was released recently?
Well, I told you so. I knew about this years ago. And here's the funny thing.
RW for real.
You know, shot him, you know who shot him? He was sitting in the car.
No, that's not true. I've watched the video a billion times in it.
Well, it's either him or what, the guy in the gutter? The guy in the gutter in the or the guy on the overpass.
No,
it comes from that direction.
Shooter, the main shooter was definitely Lee Harvey Oswald.
You think
now,
so?
Whether or not there was a second shooter, that could be disputed, but 200
well, they say
feet,
there is.
200 feet from that height with that rifle, with that scope, it ain't that hard. It ain't that hard.
Yeah.
It's less than 75 yards with glass.
Did you see Jesse Ventura when he tried to do it with the same rifle?
I don't.
And he said there's no way it could be more than one shot. He said there was no way that he could. It was an SLR, right? It was an SLR rifle, and he said there's no way that he could have. It was a self-loader.
It was an Italian surplus. It was Carsano, Mannlicher Carsano. Yeah, it was a bolt action.
Yeah, self-loading. Yeah, bolt action. Yeah.
6.5 millimeter.
And he tried it, and he couldn't do it in that same time. Like, you know, put it in, boom, pull it out, put another one in, bash. It didn't make sense. And I kind of bought into that, and I thought, you know what, that makes sense. So the second shooter, like his head, the way it went backwards. You know, forwards and backwards. That told me it was from the front.
Jesse Ventura would be well served to say that it was impossible to make that shot because he actually hosted a show that completely featured conspiracy theories.
And they shut it down.
He was a Navy SEAL. I know he could make that shot when he was a SEAL. Maybe when he was older and he wasn't well practiced, he might not have been able to, or he might have been completely
really. Come on, man. Come on. Listen, him and Alex Jones. Did you remember the one where Alex Jones said about the pandemic and the planned fucking virus and all that shit? That was in '97, I think it was. Do you remember that? And everyone's calling Alex Jones the Nostradamus. Well, he'd never claimed to be a Nostradamus. He just read the papers and read the books and realized that this has been in the planning for a long, long time. And that's all. 9/11, you know where he got the idea from when he said, "Oh, they're going to fly planes into the Twin Towers." You know what? He got that from a book that Donald Trump wrote in 1995. And Donald Trump got it from, I can't remember the guy who wrote the other book. I can't remember his name, but Donald Trump got it from another guy that wrote another book in 1987. It's bizarre, you know. Donald Trump is a smart guy. You know, everyone said he was a crazy lunatic, and I thought he was right at the beginning in 2015.
Alex Jones did predict the Twin Towers. He did.
Yeah, no, because he did. He didn't predict it. He didn't predict it. Well, he read Donald Trump's book where Donald Trump talks about it specifically, and Donald Trump got it out of another book that somebody else wrote. Not plagiarized.
right. So basically, he made it public, the statement, whether he said it solely or whether he read it and then thought
Yeah,
it and then
fair
relayed
play.
it.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
he
He said it. Yeah.
so everyone that the footage is there. About 6 months before, he said that, he predicted that, and
I watched it live when he said it live. When he said it live, I watched it. I've been in Alex Jones for a long time. Everyone slagged me off about it. You know,
I know he's wrong
Jimbo.
sometimes. I know he's wrong sometimes.
Jimbo said to me,
but,
"What? You're not into fucking Alex Jones, are you?" I went, "Yeah." I goes, "It's not about Alex Jones, Jim." I said, "It's about the people that he has on his show that have inspired me over the years. You know, some
Well,
of the greatest minds he's had on there."
In 1993, a truck bomb was driven into the World Trade Center and blown up.
1992, I think that was, my friend. 1992. Was it 93? Come on, can we have a fact checker? Let's get a fact checker on here. But anyway, yeah,
And,
they parked it under. It was parked under the building. Yeah, I remember that.
when the first plane flew into the Twin Towers, Howard Stern started exclaiming, "We all know who this is. I know who it is." And
Yeah, not only him, he's a fucking worm. That guy, I fucking hate him.
Wakanda.
that notwithstanding, a lot of people felt they knew who it was because of the first time around. You know, it happened, and it was a target. And the fact that one of the greatest intelligence failures, I would say, in modern world history is the United States missing this thing.
They
Absolutely.
didn't miss the trick. Come on, man. You think they missed it? Give me a break.
I mean,
It's
whatever
an
they
inside
did,
job, bro.
it was a complete failure of the people that died and the
Oh,
American
100%.
people in general.
Absolutely. But as far as the CIA were concerned and the FBI, it was like, look over there, there's a fucking squirrel having a shit in a tree and chewing a nut. And everyone went, oh, look, there's a squirrel sitting in the tree chewing a nut and having a shit. Meanwhile, the fucking Twin Towers are getting whacked.
Case closed.
Do you know, listen, have you seen there's a latest expose about the molten lava that was burning for 3 months after the buildings came down, and there is on the spot footage of a fireman saying it's like flowing like lava. It's like there's an earthquake happening, and there's flowing lava, and like, what the fuck happened there? How could it get to that point where it bent them steel columns like toothpicks? You know, like 18-inch girders. And you're like, what the fuck happened there? And they're not damaged in any way. They're just bent. And you think, how did that happen? And there's obviously the thermite that was found in the microscopic samples that they took. There was loads of nanothermite, by the way, man-made.
Nanothermite, huh?
Nanothermite, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, this subject matter we've gone over before. It's, to tell you the truth,
what is your honest, blatant, what's your, how do you think, what do you think happened? You think like these guys hijacked these planes and flew them in?
yes.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Crazy.
Yes, I do. Yeah.
What a loon.
And I'm sad to say that
I love your honesty, man. I love your honesty.
Got on the planes.
So you're the one, Smokesteve.
So that passport that they found at the bottom of Tower 2, right? That was not scorched or burnt or anything, even though it was in his pocket when the plane hit the building, and it flew out and it just landed at the pavement. Was that legit? You reckon?
I have no idea, man. I mean, if you're
the bandana on Flight 92, remember the bandana? The bandana, they found a perfectly like unburnt bandana on a passport, and the plane was. You could tell it was shot. The plane was hit.
Roy,
hundreds of yards before.
Roy, you're not giving good points. Just because a passport doesn't mean anything, and just because a bandana doesn't really mean anything. But the reality is, right? I mean, I don't know about the Twin Towers. This is my opinion. Right?
Yeah.
But I don't know. Someone who's never landed a plane can hit the Pentagon, which is 5 stories. I find that quite difficult to do.
I couldn't do it on Microsoft. No, it was
Sky
impossible.
King, Sky King
so-
did loop-de-loops.
Oh yeah, I know, but he wasn't planning to survive, was he?
But he did it.
He managed it, and he was like 10 foot from the water. But it wasn't something he was. He didn't plan to hit that pin in the ground, that little building, which is not a big building, the Pentagon.
No.
You think that was an airplane that hit the Pentagon? You are nuts, man. That was a missile.
The Pentagon is an enormous building.
It's
one of the biggest buildings around.
But it's fairly, for height-wise, it's what, 75 feet? I don't know, 80 feet?
5 stories.
Yeah.
5 times 14 if we're going by architectural story. So that would make it, 70 feet?
Yeah.
I don't believe that someone who's never landed a plane can hit that building. I really just don't believe that.
Of course not. That was a listen. There was at the time I was watching it. I studied it. I was on it like a carb on it. Believe me. And there was a couple.
We've all studied it, right? We've all studied it.
Yeah, I know. There was a couple.
Conversation here, and I know he's completely skeptical about this whole way of thinking, but I know you do know, Last Dance, a lot about aviation, and I'm sure you know something, a fair bit about piloting an airplane.
All from Steve the pilot.
Do you think that was a difficult thing that was done with
to fly an airliner into the Pentagon? Impossible.
Hold on,
flying in at nearly ground level at that speed into the Pentagon?
No chance.
No, it's not hard at all.
Okay.
That is, his goal was to crash into the Pentagon. You're after the fact suggesting that he aimed for exactly the place he hit.
No.
But the evidence says otherwise, because there was no wing damage on the building. It was just a hole, which a missile would do.
It's all so ridiculously debunked. There was a phenomenal amount of damage to the building, including wing damage.
But the inside of the building, do you remember the inside of the building? You're telling me an aluminium fuselage is going to go through 3 concrete, like 20-inch thick walls? No,
absolutely.
No, I don't believe it would. It doesn't make sense to me.
This conversation is exhausting.
Each to their own.
It's 200,000.
It was 10 plus years ago.
It's 200,000 pounds of mass moving at 400 miles an hour. So it's going to go through several walls before it stopped.
I thought the biggest argument was the lack of debris from the plane.
Yeah. So if you put on the internet now 9/11 Pentagon aftermath, you give me an option of aftermath. I don't really see wings on the outside of the building. I'm just checking again. They're obviously full of fuel as well. So I'm just going through the photos. It's pretty fucking sparse. And once again, even though a plane crashes, you get engines, you get seats, you get luggage, you get chairs.
No, you don't. Not when it crashes at that speed. Everything is going to go forward. The engines are not going to be in one piece when it.
They would have made an impact. They would have made an impact on the wall. Them engines are heavy, right? So it would have been the fuselage going through that initial part. Okay, fair enough. But on the left and right side, there would have been impacts from the engines.
Yeah, but your belief that it makes
they found handheld objects of plane, like they could hold. No engines.
What?
No huge seats and stuff like that. It's not there.
What are you talking about?
I'm saying there's a lack of evidence.
Your expectation that this is like a cartoon, like when the Roadrunner
No.
Listen,
I tried to say earlier.
Shut up for a second.
Go on.
Your expectation that there will be a cutout of an airplane because it's like a cartoon is insane. The airplane breaks apart as it hits it and explodes. It's just 200,000 pounds of mass exploding, going all different ways, but mainly going forward at 400 miles an hour.
Okay, so build Tower 2 had a cartoon impression of an airplane going through it. You know, when the plane hit the first plane that hit, it had a cartoon impression of a winged plane going through these steel girders. You know, we're talking about throwing a can of Coke.
It's an entirely different construction. The building where the Tower 2 hit was mostly windows and very thin exterior.
No. The Twin Towers were the exterior was solid steel. It was an exoskeleton.
It's mostly windows.
It was made to penetrate a 747 or 767, I think, the biggest airplane at the time. It was built to resist one of those, and had that hit it,
it was not built to resist a 767.
Come on, can you fact check that for me, Wilshie? It was built to.
They're not going to trust Welsh to fact check that for you.
No,
what do you think? A 767 would bounce off the building and make a big boing?
It wouldn't bounce off. It would hit it and it would just collapse on impact.
Okay, good.
I think physics is your enemy here.
Okay, I'm just going to do this. Plane crashes.
This subject matter is
what we see.
In the words,
remember they fired the F-16 into a brick wall, into a concrete wall. Do you remember that?
So played.
You're still going to see engines or bits of engines, like lumps of engines. You're going to see bits like halves of chairs. You're going to see suitcases. You're going to see shit.
I have a derail topic.
They don't just evaporate into thin air completely, everything.
They may have, they may not have. Honestly, I'm going to do a
topic change.
Drastic change of subject here.
Thank you.
Let's try to return back to the subject matter at hand, which was the United States government.
Doge. Yeah.
Doge. Yes.
And the reduction of wild spending. The last statement I recall was, RW, you said there was all these cuts, and I think last answer you agreed with them, but there wasn't a lot of transparency with what is being
not exactly.
Go ahead, please. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
So they're showing a lot of things that they're finding, but I'm not sure what the transparency is of what has been cut. I know that they're calling out against many things to be cut, but since I don't know what has been cut, I feel there's a limbo of what the fallout of that is going to be.
I haven't read into their Twitter page so much, but like they've done a tweet 2 hours ago, 6 hours ago, 21 hours ago, 23 hours ago. They're doing about 4 tweets a day.
That's not a lot.
Well, I tell you what, I don't think I've heard of any other government agency dropping in 4 tweets a day.
Pete Hegseth's probably a lot more, but I think he's obviously he's a media guy. Prior
if it's
to
his own
his
personal thing, though, it's different. This is a department, isn't it?
True.
But yeah, I mean, I'm not American, so I'm not getting the feeling. But what are your friends and family feeling? Are they reasonably happy, but want to see results, proper results?
It's pretty predictable. It's pretty predictable about who feels what way.
Right, exactly.
For the lean of left and right, yeah.
But
Doge has increased their investigators by from 20 to 80, and they're growing as well. They reckon they're going to put 200 people on it by next week, so they can get more shit done and more using AI, whatever. It's a lot easier for them, I guess, today. But they started with 20 people. They saved $180 billion, and then they doubled it, and then within a week they trebled it. And they reckon they want about 250 of them, like young guys, high, IQ tech guys, to take on everything, the DOD, the DOJ, everything. They're going for everything. They're going for they're going for the Fed as well. They're going to put Ron Paul in charge of ending the Fed, which he's run his campaign on all his life. you know, and the
I don't
Fed. That
how they
was
could
Ron Paul.
I don't see how they could end the Fed. They set
No, they're
the
going to audit it. They're going to audit it, which will end it, basically.
The
You see what I'm
Fed is
saying?
a private company.
Right.
I don't.
But it's
But
not any. Well,
who's going to pick that up though? If the Fed goes down, our whole system's pivotal.
well, this is what's got to be done. But it's look, Trump always said, he said these things have got to be done very, very slowly. We got to let everyone know how corrupt the Democrats are by giving them 4 years of fucking insanity, and they've proved
but
it, right?
I think that this wild, reckless abandonment of cutting is just as bad as wild, reckless spending. I mean, you've got to go at this with a measured, metered approach, using logic to root out the waste and maintain the good parts. The entire width and breadth of the federal government isn't bad, even though you might think so. Like some parts of it
100%.
actually do good things.
Yeah, there are good things that have come out of USAID, right? But to me, that's
Not
just a
USAID,
smoke screen.
US
That's just
government.
well, I'm saying USAID is a slush fund. That's the money laundering organization. We've got the same over here. It's called the FSDS, and we have got the same problem. And these are backhanders. This is how they get the paybacks. They set up a company in Nicaragua saying they want to teach kids how to, be gay or whatever, and they give them another 100,000 to write storybooks and convert, teaching children LGBTQ, but in a childish way. And this has been happening for the last over 20 years. We've been fighting against this for a long, long time. Look, this money goes to these people. And I think, right, they've investigated some of these companies, and they go there, it's a shed, or it's a post box. It's not even a company, it's all fake. So someone's collecting that mal and cashing them checks, and it's getting paid back.
That's the part of USAID that we all want to be canceled and fucking not have our money done.
Well, we don't all want it. I guarantee you that the Democrats don't want to cancel that.
Well, that's
they don't.
Collectively,
they don't even want it looked at. They don't even want it looked at. What does that tell you? That tells you that they are bought and paid for. How do you listen? I think it was Henry Truman that said, "No politician, right, can go into politics and come out a multimillionaire. If they do, they're a fraud." And look at Nancy Pelosi. Look how much money she's worth. Look at Pocahontas. She's worth like 20 million or whatever. Ocasio-Cortez. She's worth 12 million. She's only been in there 5 minutes. She used to be a bartender, for fuck's sake. You're telling me there's not a conspiracy here? Of course there is. It's ridiculous. And Doge is gonna sort it out. And there are a few good things that they're doing. Wonderful. Let them keep doing that. That's fine. We're all good with that. But all the other little bits and bobs, all these backhanders, that's got to stop. It's happening in the UK. Elon Musk is on it on the UK. He's already investigating it. Keir Starmer doesn't even know what's going on. He hasn't got a clue. But it's happening.
Do you guys think that there's any conflict of interest for Elon Musk, being that he holds a lot of government contracts with his companies?
If he doesn't get audited in his period of time in office in the same venue that he's auditing others, then I agree with that statement. But otherwise,
me too. But I believe he's 100% legit. He's got nothing to hide. He's going to say audit me. He's going to say audit me. Most of the money that he uses to do these rocket stuff and all that, that's from the government, by the way. That is all taxpayer money, by the way. He's working it. He's doing it, very cleverly, and he's directing them funds. I mean, what he's doing more in 1 year than NASA done in 30 years, in my opinion. Because he's more efficient at what he's doing. You see what I mean? And yes, we got to rule him as well. He's got to be.
All right. Last Dance, what was your opinion on that?
It's only a conflict of interest for the line items that are directly conflicting with, that are directly funding his his companies. It's not for everything else. It's not a conflict of interest. These are mostly lame talking points that can't stand up to 5 seconds of scrutiny. I mean, Elon Musk can't decide how to fund SpaceX or Tesla. That's true. That would be a conflict of interest. But for everything else,
can Trump influence that?
Trump influence what?
The funding of SpaceX.
Yeah, he can.
Okay,
but that's
so there's a very simple connection between these two.
Well,
they're sort of awkwardly in love with each other.
Yeah, that'll end. That will, in time, that will end.
Right. You think they're going to have a little implosion there, but you're probably right. But it muddies the water, their connection and his I hear you saying they're weak talking points, but it's not to be ignored.
If
I have seen. Sorry, go on, RW.
If he starts to get a bunch of contracts for Tesla vehicles and for the government contracts and stuff, that's definitely fishy as hell.
Well, supposedly that did happen with Tesla trucks.
Last Dance, and I think sorry, you didn't point it out. Who was it that pointed it out?
Beast.
Those trucks are not Teslas.
Oh, really?
This was like a liberal talking point.
Oh, really?
Might have been Base Walshman who pointed this out.
Well, no, what I said was AOC announced that she was like, Elon's got a contract for armored cyber trucks for the government. They're not very expensive ones, not the normal ones. And it turns out the Biden admin had booked it's like a certain amount of them.
Oh.
So they were already booked by him. They just got delivered. They just got delivered now.
I could see that. But there will be a lot of eyes on this situation that we're talking about right now, you would think, because anytime he slips up, or, it could be perceived that way, just like the truck situation, it's going to be brought up.
Yeah. And SpaceX now, Musk is saying he's going to bring the stranded astronauts home, these poor people who are stuck on the space station. He ain't going to do it for free. And if it's a rush job, maybe he'll charge $500 million for it.
I don't know. I
better make sure they come home safe.
I mean, do I think he's going to do it for free? No, but
hell no.
But I think that he knows how that makes him look just as much as the money that goes into his bank account does.
The amount of technicians and engineers it takes to take off that fucking thing that he shoots up in the air, whatever that rocket is that comes down and lands back on it. Can you imagine the money per second that must take, man? Golly, it's unbelievable.
I think that's called Starship.
Is that not going to be connected to this?
I think it is, but I don't know that Starship is ready.
What's he going to do? Shoot a little like boingy boing up there, just a little thingy, and just
shoot a Starlink satellite and tell them to grab on.
Well,
grab on. Wile E. Coyote shit again.
Hopefully, it's not a rush decision and mistakes are made.
Right, exactly.
That would be horrible.
Right.
I don't think they already have the technology in place. They just have to allow him to do the mission.
Yeah, and they probably calculate the percentage of catastrophic failure, right? There has to be something that goes into that.
He would have a lower catastrophic failure rate than Boeing has already that had the contract.
Yes, that's true. Boeing is a disaster, of course.
There's no other option besides Russia that I'm aware of.
Right. Yeah, I don't think Boeing is out.
There's too much of a risk.
But Boeing is like Ratner's jewelry. And I don't know if you know what Ratner's is in America, but Ratner's is like a gold shop that was like it barely sold gold. It was like sprayed gold and shit like that. And the guy won a national conference, so we could sell them fucking plastic, and they'd still fucking buy it. And then this company went fucking be like Boeing.
Good fart noise. Over here we'd call that
that was good. That was pretty good.
we call
Yeah.
that the Kmart jewelry department. I don't know. You boys remember Kmart,
Yeah.
right? That shit was
Yeah, I
garbage.
used to work there.
You
Blue
worked
light
there?
special.
Oh, Kmart.
Yeah, I got fired from there.
Oh, that's
I kind of miss our Kmart, to be honest with you.
I talked back against the security cop, and so they fired me.
So
They had-
Kmart is a
They
bit
had
like
good deals.
it's like
Not
a
for the
small
employees.
like 7-Eleven. It's like a 7-Eleven, is it Kmart? And then a
No.
jewelry
No,
store.
it's huge.
The original
Yeah.
Walmart.
like Walmart,
Yeah,
but if you can
like
imagine,
Walmart.
way worse
But it was a
quality
bit-
than even
Yeah,
Walmart.
so it was a supermarket that sold like a jewelry department, like an odd thing on the side.
Jewelry in the middle, they had everything. I remember, like, you'd buy a pair of jeans there, and like as a kid, you jump and stretch. First day out, rip fucking crotch right up the middle. You're like, yeah,
They had
Kmart
a little
jeans.
restaurant inside. I don't know if your guys if they were like that everywhere, but
I
ours.
don't know
Yeah.
about food.
towards the front, right? At the front of the place.
Yeah, well, there was one was towards the front, one was in the back,
Okay.
and there was a big
Also,
wheel,
like-
and you could spin the wheel, and you'd get like I don't know 50% off or something.
Today's
Yeah.
colon cancer. Have a good day, sir.
Or at the very least, diarrhea. That was
Oh,
guaranteed.
That was guaranteed for free. Yeah.
Just like the Woolworths lunch counter, you get those sour cheeseburgers that just didn't quite taste right.
Oh, God.
Yes.
I don't know if you heard this, chaps, but in Germany this week we had another car ramming of peace. Did you hear about that?
I did.
What? A couple days ago.
Yeah, 2 days ago, 27 injured and 1 killed.
Two
I
have
didn't get
died.
too much on that now.
Who died now? Is it?
A mother and her daughter passed away today, I think.
I think
Unbelievable.
that's the. I
Insight?
think that's the pram I see. Is it in front of me? Is a pram that's all smashed up in front of me? Got a photo.
It was the same as New Orleans. There was a cop at the back of the parade, and the fucker drove around the cop and ran over people. Just like New Orleans, there was a cop blocking the street. The guy just drove around the cop. The presence of a police officer in this day and age is not enough to stop somebody hell bent on killing people. You got to put up chains. You got to put up whatever. Yeah, I don't know what it is.
I mean, because Cardiff is like like a capital city, they get like pride and all that, and the police really kick in for that. They stick these like 1,000-liter tanks and stuff all on the entry points, and they and it's like really on top. But they sort of do that sort of thing in quite a lot of things in Cardiff. They'll stick like a huge, like it's like a pallet. It's like a water tank pallet. So basically, if you hit that, it might bounce a bit, but it's pretty solid.
Huh.
But yeah, that's what they need to do, don't they? Use things that are again unmovable, really.
Yeah,
There's
well,
no
they,
information on that. Sorry.
rather than deal with the actual problem, they just put up these preventative measures,
Of
right?
course. I'm sorry. Yeah, that is the wrong. Because I've said many times, like with these Christmas markets, they only can protect, the 50 pence piece. That circle where the Christmas market is. They can't protect the streets and the roads on the outside. So basically, you might get protected for that like tight eighth of a mile circle or whatever, but you're not protected when you walk out of that eighth of a mile. You could be waiting at a bus stop with 30 other Christmas goers waiting to go home because you didn't want to drive because you had a couple of bevies or some slow gin, because it's Christmas. You're all on a bus stop, like all lined up, like ping pong. You know what I mean?
Jesus.
So, like you said,
It's scary because they just want to kill you.
They call it ping pong over there.
Yeah, so it's late for me.
I just thought you had a better game than we did or something.
220. I mean, yeah.
I mean, this is a
Like
shame
bowling
because
balls. Bowling
the
ball
peop-
pins. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
the people that died had no say in the policies. But we knew this was going to happen. Everybody did. Once you start letting in third world immigrants from Islamic countries,
Yeah.
there's always going to be a handful of nutcases, and they all do the same things.
Yeah, en masse, completely unvetted, mind you. Not vetted with credentials, and even then you may have issues, but we're talking just waves
I
of
can
people.
I can pull this crazy stat up now. It's either 83 or 86% of people arriving at Dublin Airport do not arrive with identification. They claim asylum. So between them leaving a European airport, right, where they had to have ID to get on the fucking plane, they arrive. 86% of them arrive that claim asylum without it. So, I mean, where's their ID going, and where are they hiding it or throwing it away? I'll get the stat up now. It's unreal.
Yeah, that is unreal.
You wouldn't believe it unless I actually show you it to you. That's how crazy it is. Because they've got on a plane in Europe.
I have a
They
question.
get flown from Europe to the UK?
Well, to islands. That's how a lot of the people arrive to Ireland.
Why does Ireland accept them?
Well, they do.
Why don't they say you're not getting off the fucking plane, yo? Put up the, I don't know. What do they have besides the IRA? They must have an army, an actual army. Get those guys up there and tell them you're not getting off the fucking plane. Go back where you came from. We'll pay for the gas.
It's the same in the UK with the boats. They do the same thing in the UK, but you can see them throwing their passports over the boats as they arrive, and you can see the white cliffs. So they know they're airhead, and they throw it all off. Then a lot of them.
Yeah,
you do it.
That happens here in the U.S. when there's certain spots through the fence where mountains of passports just build up. A lot of them from Chinese nationals here. You guys all shit on mainstream media. I know I do too. A lot of it is corrupt. But
let's take a dump.
60 Minutes had a pretty good story about immigration at the southern border and showed these piles of passports as they were coming through. And a lot of them were Chinese, these people. And they're going from where?
Because
from China to South America, and then they're coming up the whole way, or at least they're landing in Mexico. Maybe they have more money so they can pay a little more to get through.
Yeah, they have more money. It's true.
They have more money. That's probably part of it. They're not going through that thing, whatever it's called. What, the Darien Gap? Is that what it's called?
Darien Gap, yeah.
Darien.
No, they're not. They're not going through. Well, maybe some do, but that's for poor people.
Right.
You gotta. I think you gotta walk through the Darien Gap. Maybe you take a horse. I don't know. There's no roads through there. It's basically a wilderness with primitive tribes here and there.
Thanks. And like you're saying, the ones with money land in TJ or some point north there.
Mar-a-Lago.
Right.
The Darien Gap separates South America from Central America. So just get anywhere in Central America and you're good. But don't try to go the slow way from South America all the way through.
Yeah, if you want to see how horrifying the Darien Gap is, Bolden Bankrupt YouTube channel done it with another YouTuber. He done it, and it was 5 days. It was, I think, he definitely said it was the worst experience of his life. So it can take up to 2 weeks. He passed dead people on the way there. The biggest enemy out there is not the conditions; it's the locals, the tribes.
Right.
They rob, rape, and murder.
Well, right, because I was just going to say there's no. It's not like there's police that go out there to help you out. There's no road. I mean, it's just wilderness. The tribes are a law unto themselves.
Mexico is so fucked up, man. They cannot control their own country. Can you imagine if we had here just a train of people walking through, I don't know, let's pick out something like the Grand Canyon, and we just let it happen and didn't give two shits?
This is not near Mexico. This is far away from Mexico.
What country is it in?
It's between Colombia, which is the start of South America, and Panama, which is the end of Central America. There's
Is
this.
it a no man's land?
It's a no man's land. I'm not
wow.
sure. It might be considered part of Panama, but it's not.
Yeah, I think it is Panama.
There's nobody. There's no government there.
Yeah, there's no control there, is there?
There's no control. Nobody tries to control it.
Wow.
It's just like like a forest, a rainforest or something like that.
Lawlessness. I mean,
Steve,
in a way, you like that. Like, ooh, cool, a wild rainforest.
Yeah.
But of course, humans go and say, well, we can just truck through it to get to America, and because it's unpoliced or whatever, because
Yeah, you're not. If the tribes catch you, they're going to take everything you have that they want, and if they feel like it, they might just kill you or do something else,
or rape you,
or cut off your hand to barbecue it. There's nothing you can do to stop them.
A chap. So I mentioned earlier on it was either 83 or 86%. I was wrong.
85.
It's 85. I put the link in the back chat. 85% of asylum seekers arriving at Dublin Airport without identifying documents.
With fake or none. So
No.
4,712 in 2023 arrived. 4,007 of them had no or false identity documents. They arrive in Belfast and then they're forwarded to Dublin. But my question that's not represented in this article you shared is, how are they getting on the plane and even getting to Ireland?
That's right.
This is my point. They leave with documents. They leave the European country with documents, and then between going through passport control and coming at the other end, when they land and going through passport control, they lose their documents. That's my whole point.
In the same article, there's no statement on any deportation of any of them.
No, Ireland is voluntary. So even when the court says you got to go, they don't
You can
enforce
tell
it.
them no, thank you.
Well, they don't enforce it
because Ireland is no longer
True.
a part of it's its own independent country with the UK. This would be an international flight, right?
Well, it might be classed as an international flight. Yeah, it might be, but no, it's part of Europe. So no.
They're letting people into their own country without passports.
No, this is not Northern Ireland. This is the Republic of Ireland.
Yeah, so it's part of Europe.
But even still, these people they're coming from, because the UK is no longer part of Europe, right? Wouldn't that be an international flight?
Well, they're not part of the EU.
Ireland's different to Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland is part of the UK. Right. Ireland is part of the EU.
Right. But what I'm getting is, like, if this was the same in the US, would this be the same as a foreigner landing here without a passport?
Well, where are they coming from? Based, is it Northern Ireland or the Republic of Ireland?
Well, he said some of them are coming from Belfast, and other than that, it would be European countries, because they're accepting, many people from European countries.
They're coming from Belfast because Belfast has something going on there
that's the UK.
It's the UK.
It's for asylum stuff. I lost it in the article at the moment.
So they get to Ireland first, they lose their shit, and then they
Northern Ireland.
No, when they get to Dublin, they have no identification. But when they originally got on the plane, from whatever destination they left from, they had identification to get on the plane. So no one's allowing these people on the plane without identification. But by the time they get to destination, they haven't got identification.
But if they're coming from Belfast, they would have lost their documentation there. And if Belfast is then forwarding them to Dublin, that's known that there's no documentation at that point.
Well, we can have a look at that. But don't forget,
the
Northern Ireland and Ireland are not, they're different countries now.
This could be corrected with like a simple set of rules, like no ID, we're not letting you in. I mean, what the fuck,
Right.
I mean, we have a real ID here in the United States. You can't even fly from state to state without it. Well, you're supposed to have it at least. Now it's been pushed back again, but you still have to have a ID to buy a plane ticket. Do you guys all have a real ID?
I think so.
Yeah.
The one with the star on it?
We don't have a state ID.
No, it's
Do you know what that is, Last Dance? The real ID, they were calling it?
Yeah, it's
a higher
it's
form
a,
of
it's
documentation.
a federal standard for identification that states are supposed to follow.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that our country is huge with multiple states, but you would think something like this in the UK, or even just any goddamn ID, letting people enter without anything. I mean, BW.
Letting them
This
in from that airport, yeah. How
crazy.
do they leave the airport? If
They
they get to
claim asylum.
Belfast and they're going through customs and they're like, "Oh, we don't have identification," like how customs like, "All right, well, we tried. Have a good day, sir."
That sounds like what they do.
Oh,
What the
God.
fuck is happening here? Why even have customs? Why even have anybody? Just let them all fucking in. Who cares?
Dude, I've been reamed by customs for having like a drum or something. So for not to have documents and get past those bastards, I was in the wrong fucking line.
You should have thrown your passport away. Well, here in the U.S., you won't
You
get
want to
away
talk
with
about a useless job? It's these custom agents who don't even check for IDs. I mean, what the hell are they even being paid for? I mean,
Saturday
This
Night
is-
Live needs to do some skits, man. They need to bring back some skits.
yeah, I gotta go bring back some urine to the driveway. I'll be back.
Yes.
Look who it is. Biscuit Vapes, Topple's back. Biscuit Vapes. Let's get some of these guys on here. Motivate. Let's
Well,
bring it up to
you know,
even number 6.
You can do it.
Lads, I was just trying to find out whether they actually enforce failed asylums in Ireland, the deportation. And it's funny because in the British one, so it says here, yes, failed asylum seekers can be deported. The Minister of Justice decides whether to grant deportation order or permission to remain in Ireland. How does this process work? The Minister of Justice makes a decision whether to recommend for the deportation. If an asylum claim is rejected, the applicant can choose to return to their country or choose their country of origin voluntarily or be deported. So I'm just going to look into it a bit further, but you can see how they're wording it
yeah.
already.
It sounds like the last possible thing is getting deported, which probably
Okay, so let me give you an
No.
example. There was a school in Ireland where a chap, an adventurer, was a failed asylum seeker. He'd been in the country for 22 years at that stage, by the way, I think. And he was failed. He should have left the country like 12 years previous. And he played hokey pokey with some children outside the school about 18 months ago. Do you remember that in Ireland?
vaguely, yeah.
Yeah, so 4 or 5 children, the school teacher and some passerby. And that chap shouldn't have even been in Ireland then. So he was failed, I
Man,
believe,
it's really
by 12,
snowing out there.
by 12 years. Shouldn't have even been there.
Cool.
Dandruff.
Oh, damn. That's not good. You get some head and shoulders on that
Try
bad
head
boy.
and shoulders, yeah.
Shoo. He didn't hear any of that because his headset's not on. But
Right.
cool,
It's
man.
coming down.
I've just found it. The voluntary returns from the Irish government. It's fucking unbelievable.
What are you guys on to here? Where's the people who are supposed to come on?
They won't
I
come
used
on.
my Jedi tricks, but I think their computers are broken or something because it should have worked.
Roy left, did he?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he voluntarily left. Poor guy. Greg Topple, who
can't-
needs the 7 wonders of the world when we have the deep south?
Roy came in hot.
Talking to people down there will make you wonder.
Thanks,
Oh,
Topple.
it's an odd comparison, Topple.
We're not the ones shooting people at Super Bowl parties.
Whatever. Topple, it may be a little hair of the dog. Join us on here. Have no voice.
Okay.
That's all right. Come
Use
on and
sign
do sign.
language.
There you go.
So this is straight from the Irish government. Is voluntary return the same as being deported? No, they are not the same. The clear benefit of opt-in for voluntary return is that it enables the person to return to the state at a further date. Let's have another go. Even though you're not good this time, and you're so that bad, we're going to deport you. But if you leave Now we've said you're going to, but voluntarily in a couple of years you can come back and have another pop. It's like this is crazy, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
A little bit of a side thought for anybody that's been following Raw's alerts. He's been dropping some weird turds lately, man. Like
He's on vacation, so he's high and drunk.
okay, like it went from news to like almost like not to be posts.
Yeah,
and, like stuff that's not source based or anything. It's weird.
he's always posted a couple bizarros. He's never been 100%.
I still give him respect because he usually has his sources. I've been trying to find some other people to follow, and they will not post a source. And it's like, how am I supposed to even pretend to believe that any of this is true?
Yeah.
Well, our BNO news, you follow them, right?
BNO, yeah,
I do.
they
But
post much less.
I look at Roz and BNO as breakers, news breakers, not more than anything else. Anything other than immediate breaking information, I wouldn't go to them for. But for that stuff, they're fast.
Are
Roz
you worried
always
about that? Go ahead.
Roz always puts a right-wing spin on it. BNO is pretty, just the headlines.
Yeah, when Trump won, Roz was praising that,
Right.
which did make me second guess his kind of journalistic aspect of his channel. It's a little disappointing, but what are you going to do? His news comes fast, and it always beats Fox and CNN by, sometimes 10 or 12 minutes. Like CNN's tweets are so unbelievably slow when it comes to that sort of stuff.
They only have one guy working there anymore.
I don't know. Maybe they're trying to verify things, but
Have they got the White House correspondent doing their tweets now? The one they sacked and put on the midnight show.
Acosta?
Caitlin?
Acosta,
Jim
Jim
Acosta?
Acosta. Is he doing their tweets or something?
I don't know.
No, he's just being a douchebag like he always was, but not getting paid by CNN. I think he started a Substack.
What is a Substack? I saw you ask about one today. Is it a journal entry website?
It's just a place that will provide hosting and payment processing for writers and people that publish things.
There's a writing thing. Okay.
Yeah.
So a couple of years ago, Jim Acosta and Mark Dice had a coming together at the White House.
That's kinky.
And it was quite an interesting interaction. They interacted on like 3 separate occasions. It was obviously rather fruity and a little bit cheeky and tongue-in-cheek, but I think Jim Acosta took the piss out of him for his, like things like Substack and stuff. Isn't it funny how times moved on? The legacy man's been kicked out of his ass, given the midnight shift, basically told to fuck off or take that. And now he's doing this similar sort of stuff, we'll show YouTube next, and we'll show we already YouTube. You won't get any traction, as we know. But
for the longest time, people on the left tried to tar Substack as like some sort of a neo-Nazi, Rumble, some sort of neo-Nazi place. But that wouldn't work. And anyway, when lots of left-wing people went to Substack to try and basically go independent and make a living from subscribers on their own. So that's all it is, basically.
Yeah, that guy Matt Taibbi does pretty well on there.
He does very well. Glenn Greenwald went to Substack first, and kind of put Substack on the map, and then he went to Rumble.
I tried to follow Glenn for a while, but I couldn't get into it.
Yes, he is.
He's
a gay Jewish man who refuses to live in the United States.
Where does he live?
Lives in Brazil.
No kidding. I didn't realize.
Wait, who are you talking about?
Glenn Greenwald.
I didn't realize he was gay. I didn't get into his style of broadcasting.
At the beginning when he said, "I'm gay."
Right.
Like, I'm a flamer, bro. Hard on. Let's go.
His husband died last year.
Oh, that sucks.
Well, some bacterial disease, which I'm sure I know how that got there.
Well, take it easy.
Wow.
Man.
Can you explain?
Yeah.
David's
well,
quite sure.
you have the birds.
Who would have thought?
And then you have the other
turd
birds.
could cause problems.
There's
I
that old
shouldn't- I shouldn't
Latin
say that.
expression, nil nil si do bonum, but don't use any jokes about the bonum part. Do not speak ill of the dead. I think that's it, right?
No, if it's cool, whether they're dead, good to go.
Yeah, all right.
I-
Speak ill of them. I don't give a crap.
RW, have you been watching any of that Andrew Wilson stuff on the invasions and all that? Have you been watching any of that?
Is that the stuff you sent me? Because I think I'm supposed to say yes if that's the stuff you sent me.
Well,
Matt
no,
Taven.
you're supposed to say yes or no, whether you watched it or not.
I don't. His name's not really ringing a bell, so you'd have to kind of sum it up.
Last Dance. You know this guy?
He's the
Yeah.
Christian. He's the Christian chap. That does the debating, but he's like really quite very strong talking. Doesn't
Which
take
nation
anything.
is he talking about immigration? Yours or mine?
Well, he's an American, and he does lots of debate shows. Lots of debate shows.
What's his name again?
Andrew Wilson.
Wilson.
I find him really. I find him.
No, yeah,
Really?
no. His face isn't even familiar to me. He looks almost like the guy, the actor from Dude, Where's My Car?
Well, he
Ashton
debates. Lot,
Kutcher?
No, the other
Lots
shorter
of-
guy.
yeah, he debates lots of degens,
Stifler?
degenerates.
Yeah,
Quite
but Stiff's
interesting
more with
stuff,
a
though,
mountains man look to him.
in the background, listening to it, like, you know.
I haven't been. I haven't really paid attention to him. So you're basically saying he's going after like the woke mob or something like that?
Oh yeah, that's one of his normal ones.
I just can't. I can't stand. I can't listen to the conversation. Like I can understand that they're getting destroyed in the debate, but my mind after the whole Biden experience, I just can't hear it anymore. I can't hear people like. I just can't. My brain. It starts to hurt my brain, and I just look at something else.
All right, Topple's bringing up a real nice conversation piece here. Jon Stewart, interesting pronunciation and spelling, interviewed Jen Psaki, and he spelled her name right, which is the harder one.
It's because he thinks she's hot.
He is claiming Joe Rogan is a right or right-wing influencer.
Of course.
Money's in it. Why not?
I'll go ahead and say I think he is. Am I not listening to him enough to say that maybe I'm wrong? But seems
I
like
think-
he is.
I mean, I think that's where his mind is now, but I wouldn't take it for granted.
Yeah, his mind wasn't there 4 years ago, was it? He was a
Exactly.
Bernie boy. He was a Bernie boy,
Right, exactly. And
and he got disillusioned by the Democrats because what happened to Bernie for him. I remember that at the time because I've watched Joe for years, and slowly but surely, he's moved across because he didn't see an option on the other side, did he? A viable option.
no, I mean, I'm not a big fan of Joe Rogan. I don't have anything against him either. I think he does a good show, but I don't know. He just kind of gives everybody their 3 hours, whether they're cranks or serious, I guess. But that's fine. That's fine.
You want variety, don't you?
Well, I agree. That's all it is time, and he's got it, and that's what he does. So, more power to him for giving everybody a voice instead of.
What he's very good at as well is listening. He's very good at letting the guest talk and interjecting, not always, because I mean, as a person for conversation and sat at the table, he's very good at his job. It makes it look very easy. So.
But the other thing is his show is long, so
yeah,
there's no need to hit the talking points and get out, and you can explore things kind of naturally as they occur, and you can cover a lot of ground.
Yeah,
I don't think I've ever watched the full show of his.
That's where his success comes from. And frankly, it's not even watching. it's listening, and a lot of guys, a lot of working guys, and a lot of people who are listening to him are
Dog.
people that can have a radio on or a headpiece on, an earphone on,
Yeah.
while they're working. Carpenter, whatever, fucking
I
guys
hear you
working
there.
on the job site. They
That
could
covered
do
like half your shift.
Yeah, like the old days when all you
driving a
had that
car.
did that was Stern. Now maybe a lot of guys don't want to pay for Sirius, but you can pick up Joe's shit for free if you know where to go.
Right.
And
As he's trying to sell like vitamins like 15 times during the segment, or
it doesn't matter. It's just decent talk radio that makes you think. It's not groundbreaking. One of his interesting guests was that guy Neil deGrasse Tyson,
ugh.
Ugh.
who was he's looked at as you guys just made that noise. But the guy is an astrophysicist.
Yeah, what's wrong
Yeah,
with
but
him?
Yeah, I didn't make any noise.
Yeah,
Well, he
chill.
doesn't understand there's only two sexes. So I mean,
Well, that
should
doesn't
be
matter. When he's on there talking about
newer
astrophysics, planets, and things that he's really,
It puts everything,
really
it puts
well
everything
educated
in.
in.
Steve, that puts everything in doubt for me because I can understand there's only two sexes, right? But he doesn't.
I guess I can make a separation there.
It's
Because
astronaut.
I do know a
He
bit
says
about
there's- he says there's no
interplanetary,
difference?
space.
He said what's he said said about him?
He said they
He's-
all taste the same.
He's liberal, aphid, so he basically.
Yeah, but I mean, what's he said? What did he said? There's no. I mean, there's no genetical proof that there's a difference, or what's he?
Genetical?
I don't know.
I mean,
My voice is kind of gone, so some of the syllables might be missing.
I mean,
It's okay. We know
I'm
what you
sure-
mean.
I'm sure we could play the clip. The clips all over social media. We could play the clip and see exactly what he says.
No, that's fine, but
Don't
don't
make
get
us do
into
it.
the minutia.
He gets challenged and he makes a cunt of himself repeatedly over 5 minutes, defending his position. And you're just like, what the fuck's this cunt talking about? You can't work out that.
My whole point with him was only to say that I thought his episode was interesting when he got into things like black holes and no joke intended there, not like black holes, but like the thing out in space. And like he had a survivalist, a hunter by the name of Steven Ranella, who hosts a show called Meat Eater, and he's talking about hunting and hunting techniques and wildlife. Like the difference between these two guys is so vast. One of them was educated in a university and highly versed in astrophysics, planetary physics. The other one is earned his knowledge in the mud, the muck, and the mire as a hunting guide and as a hunter. But yet, for the 3 hours that they're both on there, either one of those conversations I found to be riveting. Not bringing into the fact that Neil deGrasse Tyson has liberal viewpoints, and I'm sure Steven Ranella is probably a bit more on the conservative side. That wasn't what the conversation was about. It was about their specific area of expertise, and that's why I found those ones entertaining. A lot of them I'm not really that into, but these people that have a hyper aware level of expertise in certain subjects, I do find interesting, man. Just for that show. What is Biscuit saying here?
He's explaining to Aphid Lip what Neil deGrasse Tyson said about gender, transgender.
Read it out for me because I can't see it.
It's on the screen. I'll read it for you, buddy. Tyson said the biological differences between males and females in sports are a solvable problem, quote unquote, for transgender inclusion. He said, including biological males from women's
Excluding.
He said excluding biological males from women's teams, carte blanche, was an older view of the world.
He's wrong.
Absolutely, he's wrong.
And
There you go.
yeah,
And
that subject was not covered on Joe Rogan, as far as I remember.
I think it was John Stewart or Bill Meyer or whatever. It was one of them.
I think it was John
That's
Stewart.
that's more of a opinion than a scientific fact that he's trying to prove, though.
It should be a scientific fact.
That's true.
Scientific fact.
No, I don't read it that way.
Okay, so females in all sporting events will either jump less, not long, shorter, and run slower. And that's because males have got bigger bones, got testosterone, and many other reasons why that is. And it's basically they're male. So no, you can't get people who want to dress in other clothes and be a different sex. It's not fair, and it's not old-fashioned.
Yeah,
it's just reality.
Well, I'm just saying I don't agree with him, but I'm just saying I don't see how that discredits his knowledge of science.
Well, it puts everything else into doubt because he's just talking shit.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. You're just going to toss him overboard. I'm not ready to toss him overboard. I find
Right.
his,
That's what I'm.
it's
That's
I
what I'm
find
saying.
him very interesting.
Yeah, but his credibility gets just automatically. It does, because if you can't answer simple questions like this, or more important,
I thought the way he answered it was not that he said science says
Yeah.
there's no difference.
Science.
He says it's a solvable problem.
Right.
I don't think it is, but he believes it's a solvable
so
problem.
what would that be solved with?
And it's an old. Basically, it's an old way. It's an
I don't
old
know
way
how
of
he would
thinking. It's an old way of thinking to think that it's not a solvable problem, basically.
I don't know how he would solve it, and if he did say how he would solve it, I probably would disagree with his solution.
Right.
But
Right. But that's like saying that's like if he said, green is a better color than blue. It still doesn't mean that he doesn't know what he's talking about.
I disagree, though.
It's just his opinion.
I'm glad
It's
we
not
brought up this tool.
So this Lucy Letby case, if you don't mind me changing the subject.
I want to talk about transgenital man. All right, fine, whatever.
It reminds it was a case where I think infants died under her care, or that she was associated with.
Yeah, so she was a nurse,
and she was convicted
hospital
of their deaths.
Yeah,
and her case reminds me of several unrelated cases or phenomenon here in the U.S. where convictions were made, and then over time people realized that they were baseless. The earliest one I can remember is, but probably before you guys remember, is the McMartin preschool scandal, where there was a preschool for obviously very young children called, I think, the McMartin preschool, and the McMartin family were heavily involved. And somehow or another, accusations began to surface that these children were horrifically sexually abused, and the accusations got more and more lurid, and as time went on, and they increased in number, and prosecutions started, and I don't know if convictions were obtained, but eventually someone came around and said, all of this is fake, none of this is true, and it was just a huge scandal.
You remember some of the line of questioning that was put towards the kids?
The kids were given suggestive questions.
They asked them, did they touch you in certain places, blah, blah, blah. The kids said, yeah. And then, the defense got up and asked them, were there, sharks involved? Did they bring you to a shark tank? And the kids were like, yeah, they did. So the kids weren't capable of answering questions correctly.
Honestly.
Banksy!
They were just too little. I mean,
right.
They were, I want to bust every one of these fuckers as quickly as possible, but I don't want to bust innocent people who run child care agencies. It was
it's hard enough as it is.
So there's a case in the UK. I can't remember the names of the details of the case, but the chap was done for I can't remember if it was a murder or a very serious crime. I think it was an arson, and it turns out that he's ended up spending 4 years in prison. But they found out that someone picked up a cup or a can, took it to the location with a cigarette butt of his, and basically just, and from now on in the UK, no one can be convicted on DNA alone, because that's basically what they had on him. DNA off a can and a fag butt.
Yeah, DNA is luck, true, but it is still, in some cases, can be.
But it's true.
Well, you could transport.
True.
You could
Yeah.
transport DNA.
Right.
Yeah,
You can also shoot it pretty good ways.
I could back in the old days, but
Yeah, I don't. I have to watch a lot of porn now.
Good evening, gentlemen. I came in at the right time.
Right on.
Yeah. Speaking of a lot of porn, it's Banksy.
Good choice of words. You did come in at the right time.
Let me just add one quick thing. And another example of this is shaken baby syndrome prosecutions.
Sure.
And there have been them, and nowadays they're all in doubt that there really is no such a thing as. There's no way to know that somebody has been killed by shaking them. The shaken baby syndrome.
Now you're leaving the door open for anyone who wants to come along and shake the hell out of a baby to do it.
Yeah, I'm afraid that's true.
On the jury.
Now everyone who's thinking I could shake that baby up real good, and nobody's gonna think twice about it.
Shake it up. Shake it up. Yeah, shake it up. Boom. Well, I'm not saying there's no other forensic evidence. I'm just saying that the shaken baby syndrome has been debunked.
Well, I think nowadays, any parent who has like babysitters and stuff or nannies, they have cameras all over the shop now. They've got cameras in the baby's crib, but they've got teddy bear cameras. They've got.
Well, first of all, Banksy, how you doing?
I'm good, gentlemen. Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Glad to
Last.
hear.
Thank you, Smoke. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not on camera. I'm washing my hair. So
You're beautiful,
I'm having a
but
bad hair day.
we can stand not having you on camera.
But
Are you clothed?
One of those days, Banksy, is it?
yeah, it's bad hair day, and the joke is I'm bald. But the thing is, I wanted to actually get in on the Neil deGrasse thing, and the only thing I want to say in regards to that is, you see, the problem when Neil deGrasse makes scientifically inaccurate claims, being a person who promotes science, facts, and atheism at a very high level, and so that is why people come down on Neil deGrasse. If it was some Joe off the road, just giving his opinion about transgenders, nobody would care. But Neil deGrasse. Well, Neil deGrasse has built his entire career and persona on being on the rational side of things, being on the scientific side of things. He promotes, atheism. I follow, I was part of that whole era of the Four Horsemen, and Dennett, Harris, Dawkins and Hitchens. I was all in at that time, and Neil deGrasse was one of my idols of that, because he gave a great speech about the history of Islam. But anyway,
A big
the point
one for
is,
the creationist community. Sorry.
yeah. The point is, if you are, you see, the problem is Neil deGrasse Tyson is a liberal. Most atheists tend to be. And so he has to defend this situation from a liberal perspective. When you guys were saying this is a difficult thing to solve, the problem to solve, from a conservative, it's not difficult at all. The problem is solved from a conservative perspective. Men are men, women are women. Men can never be women, and thus you will never, no matter what.
But he didn't say that.
Talking about sports.
Yeah. But that's what I mean. The fact is,
agree with that.
men and
You're
women
right.
are biologically and chromosomally different, and in no circumstance, no matter how much a man alters their physiology to pretend to be a woman, they are a woman pretender. From a conservative perspective, there is no resolving this in the way of trying to accommodate the trans. It is simply, you are not of that sex, you will not participate and enter those spaces. That's it. The conservatives have a very strong line on that.
everybody here is conservative in this particular sense. I have no disagreement with that. I don't want to make it come like I came off as saying otherwise. That's not what I was saying at all about Neil deGrasse Tyson. I was saying I separate the fact of his liberalism from when he's talking about interstellar and planetary stuff. Like I can listen to that stuff. And Joe Rogan questioning about it and listening and having his mind blown, and it's just dumb shit that you listen to while you're passing time at work. That's fine. Like, and Joe Rogan, in my memory, didn't really cover a lot of this trans stuff with him, but yeah, in sports, boys play against boys, girls against girls, and that's how they were born, and that's how they play.
But not in Worcester,
whole
Michigan.
day, unless it's like mixed tennis, where it's an expected mixing of genders. That's fine, but otherwise, there was a case here in Massachusetts where I think it was field hockey, where a boy, did a slap shot and smashed a girl's nose, like shattered it. She had to have the gauze stuffed up to that thing for like fucking 4 months, which, if you don't know, that is a painful, life-changing injury to have a broken nose like that. And that was because of the strength that he had to wield his field hockey stick. If you've ever seen girls in high school play field hockey, there's a lot of nuance. They're kind of passing the ball to each other. They're flipping it into the goal. And this kid comes out there, he's a boy, and he slap shots him and cracks the face in half, dude. So I'm with you on that page, bro.
That wasn't really what I was trying to get to. Is that the liberal ethos? If you look at Jonathan Haidt's work on the liberal and versus conservative sort of ethics and what they prioritize. Liberals prioritize fairness and equality over everything else, whilst the conservative have fairness and equality, but not over everything else. Also, tradition and culture and their religious sort of tendencies come into it. So they have other aspects that they fire on, not just exclusively or prioritize fairness and equality. And so from a Neil deGrasse perspective of a liberal, which he certainly is, he has to prioritize fairness and equality. And in that paradigm, he cannot honestly say that there isn't a situation in which there has to be, or there is no resolution to the trans issue. There has to be a resolution from his perspective, in that we have to include these people. We can't exclude them. From a conservative perspective, it's easy. We exclude you. If you're trans and you don't want to play with boys, you're not playing sports. That's it. You're out. You're out of this field. Whilst from a liberal, you're not out. We have to accommodate you somehow, because fairness and equality is the highest priorities. So how do we accommodate? He goes down the road of third categories. So he says we should have a third category for the trans, because he cannot say we will exclude these people. If you cannot be on one or the other, you are not included at all. He just cannot say that.
Banksy, what's it going to be, a one-on-one? Because there's fucking nobody out there to fill a trans league.
Of course, there is.
Everybody gets a trophy then.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really viable in reality, third category, because there is no, there's hardly any, how many trans cyclists are you going to compete against? How many trans football team are you going to compete against? It's ridiculous. So you're not going to be able to do it.
There's a simple answer. Liberals don't care about women because they want to let male athletes play against them.
Well, the thing is, it's not that they don't care. It's that they cannot exclude the trans people. They cannot bring themselves into a philosophical position to say, no, you're not allowed to be in these sports anymore. If you don't want to compete with the people of your sex, then you are excluded from sports. They just can't bring themselves to say that. They have to include them because their priorities are fairness and inclusion. And so, based on those, you can't.
Let's take, for example, a woman who's been, as far as I know, almost lifelong lesbian, champion tennis player who had a trans coach, who's now a champion of female sports, excluding
Navratilova.
any trans people, Martina Navratilova. She is simply saying, and she's got a trans coach. I'm sure she has trans friends. How about she's saying, how about we just keep female sports for biological women? It's not a it's not a right wing. She's not right.
But the thing is, Steve, that is a perfectly rational statement. But you have to recognize, by saying that, you are saying to the trans community, you cannot compete in our sports, which is, if you identify as a woman, you can't compete in our sports, and if you don't want to compete with the men, you cannot play sports. You cannot compete in sports. You're excluded.
Let me qualify this one thing. Also, by saying anything like that, like she's saying, or Sharon Davis, or any high-profile person says this, they're also going to get the wrath of the parents of the children that that they've thought it was a great idea to do this, because these parents are now in the realization that if it is wrong what they've done, they've caused lifelong damage to their children, where they're going to become a patient of the doctors full time, all the way through their life. So that's why this subject is so hostile, because Banksy and me have been to drag show events, outside protesting, and it's the parents, that are the ones that are like super crazy. Especially the ones.
Yeah, I mean, when you go to the Pride events in London or probably other places around the world, it is a disturbing view that these people bring their children, young, we're talking 5, 6-year-olds, to an event where a man is wearing assless chaps and eating cream off another man's nipples. And I'm like, dude, yeah, I've been to burlesque, I've been to drag shows, I've been to gay clubs. I used to work for a gay magazine. I love the gays. I've hung out with gays a lot of years, but I'm not going to bring a 5-year-old child to where gays, the gay community are doing wild crap. This is disturbing. This is like taking your child to a pornography show. You don't let your children. There is a reason we have age limits on these things. We have age limits on magazines and videos and these, because children are not able to deal with these sort of situations.
Yes,
their brain isn't evolved
with these situations.
Yeah, this is insane. Where they've got a guy wearing a gimp mask, assless chaps, grinding on another man, and there's a 4-year-old like 2 feet away.
That stuff's outrageous. Yeah, and I know there is a small percentage or number of this wife, but there's enough, especially since Leah Thomas, national champion in swimming. That
female
is what.
Yeah, but the sad
pushed
thing is
it over the edge, man.
Yeah, it did break the camel, because no one stood up at the time really for her, and she didn't feel confident to speak out completely at the time. She shortly did, and then that snowball went running down the hill, and it's never really stopped. And she's turned out to be a great advocate for female sports. And
who are you talking about?
The swimmer. The swimmer. No. Oh no,
Riley Gaines.
Yeah,
Riley talking about Riley Gaines.
Yeah, Riley.
Yeah. Leah Thomas was the trans one. Riley Gaines lost to that man.
I just got the names confused, but yeah, she didn't feel confident enough to speak up at the time. Sadly, did she? And can you imagine what she was feeling? Like she said, she was in the change rooms, and she said a 6'4" man, because that's what that Leah Thomas is, with his meat and 2 veg out in the change rooms. She said, like, I felt disgusted.
I always have to laugh at that description.
I just want to.
I'm not mature enough for this shit.
Well, no, not the meat and 2 veg.
Yeah, that.
She said like the tackle or something, or penis. She said penis or tackle. I think she said penis.
Look, I just want to comment to Miss Smoke, ma'am. Yes, I've seen it with my own 2 eyes in London's Pride, where people are wearing gimp masks
everywhere. Just Google
and fairy outfits with their children, with other people's children right there,
put down
with parents
kids.
bringing their kids
Just
to
put
the
down
whole thing.
kids. Just put down kids.
Yeah,
Pride
it's
parade.
it's
And see what
everywhere.
comes up on
This
the
is
images.
yeah, this is not. Look again. I love Pride. I think it's a fabulous time. It's
Don't you like the
everybody's
hard
having.
pride one? You bit weird.
Look, dude, I like the gay community. I'm not going to deny it. I think they're fabulous. They have great times. They have parties. But for adults, it's an adult environment. Everything the gay community does is highly sexualized and highly adult level. You don't bring kids to these events. You just don't.
I agree. A bunch of gay people having a party with drinks and a few laughs, and it's fun. We're adults, but that's should be for adults.
I think we've all seen the one in the club where it says in neon lights, it won't. What was it? It won't suck itself.
I just want to make a point real quick that what relates to everything that people have been talking about here, the different, the sports, the drags, all the story hour crap. I think the damage of transitioning to a child for the rest of their life, let alone their family and for the rest of their lives, in my opinion, is such a real issue that isn't really being talked about right now. That if the popularity of transitioning continues to grow and more people do it, there's going to be a lot more fallout stories of the damage of that transitioning. I think that the outrage that comes with women's sports and them competing in it's something to get them like angry and stuff. But I think at the end of the day, what happens to that child and what the rest of the life is going to happen to that child, I think is more important than Olympics or anything like that.
Yep.
Fair point.
And like
this goes to an old subject. Sorry. Well, if you have a subject you want to continue, I was just going to say this goes to an old subject of something that I think is going to be banned. I wish Last Dance was here. Him and Aphid must be. Oh, you're back, Aphid. Okay.
I'm here, just right here, dude.
You were blending in with the background. I think you were stretching, and I couldn't see you. All the checkered shirt, and it's like you're like the Predator. Blended in, and then you're back.
Green camo.
What's the question?
Like this thing they do for kids, like this surgery, gender affirming, they call it.
Yeah, genital mutilation.
Oh man, it ain't right? You hit the nail on the head with that way of saying it. It's fucking crazy, isn't it?
Even the most liberal people on here are agreeing with the general, just the sensible thinking here. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
we're all in agreement.
I guess you must think that that must be me because I think I'm the only one.
No, I mean, I think everybody here is of a certain age category and certainly Gen X sort of level. And so we've come from the old times, and we can discern that children should not be, should be protected against these things. These are adult-based, especially the LGBT community. To me, is an adult-based community. It should not involve children. You want to be gay, sure. Once you're 18. Go ahead and do all the things you want to do. Go crazy. Go nuts.
Well, you can be gay before you're 18.
No, you can be. I mean, you can identify, but I think as a minor, first of all, this is a sexual proclivity, so it means that you're involved in sexual activities. Thus, it automatically means that whatever country you live in, you have to be of the consenting age to be able to participate in any of the LGBT activities because it's sexually based. LGBT isn't a religion. It's not a skin tone. It's a sexual preference. Thus meaning you have to be sexually active.
Banksy, there is some sort of religion to it. I can't say that it's just a life choice. There's a following to it. It's not.
Well, yeah, I think that's come about. It's become kind of like this woke religion. But I think, traditionally, being LGBT.
It's all the rest. It's
That should
all
be
the
two
rest.
different things, man.
Sorry, that was.
I'm not saying I agree with it, but I understand the situation. The situation is once you get to 18, you're already gone through puberty, so there's no, you're gonna, you're gonna have a fully developed man trying to be a woman instead of trying to use medication or whatever to keep that from happening in the first place. So I understand it. I just don't, unfortunately that's nature's fault, not our fault,
You see, the biggest mistake when it comes to the trans issue, I mean, the LGBT is a different thing because gays and lesbians, there's going to be gay men, gay women throughout history. It's always been. This is human nature. It's in the animal kingdom. It's not even just in the human sort of species. But nevertheless, that's a separate thing to the trans thing. I think the trans thing, in all honesty, I asked this question years ago. If you could have a pill which would automatically make every trans person feel comfortable in their male or female body, in their natural body, would it be immoral to distribute such pill, to actually give people the pill so that they're no longer uncomfortable in their born body? In all honesty, if you actually ask the trans community, they'll say no, it's immoral. You can't give them the pill. They have to go through transition instead of psychologically dealing with their effectively what it is a psychological disorder. I mean, that's what it really
is. What is the
is.
argument, though? You are for or against? I'm confused at what your argument is.
Well, my argument is that there is a cultish surrounding this trans ideology. It isn't just about fixing a person's actual problem, because if that was the real core, the real root of this, people would go down the psychological route. They would actually help people to overcome this psychological disorder and find a cure essentially for this psychological disorder. If it's a biochemical problem, if it's a developmental problem, they would find a cure for it, but they're not looking for cures for it because they say this is not a problem.
And this is a speculation, of course, but how many children do you think are making the decision for themselves to take these things?
Oh, damn. I would say minuscule, 0.1% of actual adolescents.
I don't think
other
so.
people are hijacking that child's life with their own ideology.
I think so.
I think
that's
there's
the
a
majority.
lot of these kids' parents that are like, oh, geez. Because I know some of them.
They're so invested. They're so invested.
I mean, I'm not saying there isn't parents that aren't like, oh, it's so cool, that I have this trans kid, because that is a thing, and I know that it is. But I also know it's a thing where they're like, oh, what am I gonna do? I'm in this situation now. My kid is, seeing, whether it's a fad thing that they fit in, and they, like when I was a kid, I was into skateboarding. A lot of the kids that were into skateboarding got into skateboarding because they didn't fit in anywhere else, and they could fit in with skateboarders. And I think the same thing kind of goes on with that. And I don't think that 0.001% of these kids are just going off of, I think that they are coming up with this idea, whether it's correct or not, but
it gets a little
I don't
bit
think
darker.
it's even close to.
Kids get more attention as well. Kids are all about attention.
It gets a little bit darker when the parents can have their kids taken from them also if they're not going to allow their children to do these things.
Yeah.
I remember articles and stinks about that as well. I'm sure you guys saw it.
Yeah. There's a guy in Canada fighting for his, I think, daughter to stop her from being given puberty blockers, and the government literally stopped it. Yeah, there's all sorts of really bad cases.
They got divorced. The mother took the child to California, had surgery. That is now his son's now a daughter, a girl, and there was nothing he could have done about it. He couldn't stop it or nothing. He tried everything. It was big news, but no.
Yeah, the thing is, Afid, the reason I say there is a 0.0001% of the population that genuinely benefits from this is because I know someone personally. There's a young girl called Sophia Lewis. She came to Speaker's Corner several times, and we became friends. And I barely can't. I mean, I don't really keep in touch with her right now, but we used to be. I consider her a friend. Now, when she was 13, she was diagnosed. Well, I say she. It was a boy. He was diagnosed with gender dysmorphia and went through all the procedures, went through all the medical things, and then she was then given puberty blockers and eventually had the full transition. I'm talking top and bottom, everything. Now, she categorically says that if I didn't do this, I would have committed suicide. Now, by the way, she's one of a twin. She has a twin brother, well, two boys. The other brother is fine. He's perfectly happy in his born sort of self, whilst Sophia wasn't. Sophia could not stand this situation, and so when she transitioned, she's perfectly happy, and she is, she did it at a time when her male masculine form haven't had, she didn't go through puberty, so she's exceedingly feminine. And I'll be honest, if you guys see her, you would never tell in a million years. I don't know if you've seen Sophia's pictures from back in the day. I've seen 10 times more masculine women than Sophia.
Oh yeah.
So she is one of the very few, as I said, the 0.1% of the population that has benefited from this. The rest, unfortunately, are transgenders and people who've been coerced into all of this. So this is the problem. There are genuine cases, but they are very few. And unfortunately, and unfortunately in this modern era, we are pushing possibly gay and lesbian children into transgender sort of medical treatments, which they will regret quite badly. We're going to get a slew of lawsuits in the future.
So I've heard this too. Now, Billboard Chris, I've put a link in the back chat. He's the Canadian guy that walks around with a billboard saying that children can't. Something with puberty blockers, can't remember. But anyway,
consent.
Puberty blockers. It's a really good clip. I'd love you to play it, Steve. If you preview it, have a look. It's funny as fuck. Now, he says. Now, is it 80% of the children sort of identify as trans end up being gay or lesbian? Either 60 or 80, but
yeah. I think Douglas Murray said something about this as well, where most of these kids are going to just be gay or lesbian kids.
Yeah, so they just end up growing, and then they work it out over that awkward sort of, teen to 20-ish age group. You work it out. So
yeah, you do.
Megan Fox has some pretty variable kids there.
I think Megan Fox has like 3 trans kids, or is that Charlize Theron?
I didn't say that.
Sure.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, so the odds. I think that was Douglas Murray.
It's insane.
He said the odds. So he was Douglas, wasn't it? He said it's something like 2 trillion.
It's insane, guy. Yeah.
It's absolutely. How the hell can you have 3 trans kids in one family? That of course, this is coercion. This is insanity by the parent. This is child abuse. For me, this is categorically child abuse. It's insane.
It's. I don't know if I could categorize it as that. If the kid lives in a good home, it's just more like. I don't know what the word would be. It's almost like there's some sort of a misinformation that's being delivered there. Like, is she pushing it on them? What is happening?
Do you know what a monarch butterfly is when it comes to MK Ultra?
Oh no, I only know what it is when it comes to insects.
Okay. Me too. Well,
yeah.
She literally has tattoos on her body that are very cryptic towards the same concept I'm talking about. But anyway, if she is an individual that from her own childhood has been brainwashed into a certain lifestyle, then now that she's having kids, it's a fall through to me. It's just the sins of the father handed down from generation to generation type concept. As you see,
that sort of thing has been broken up all along the years by many generations and many families.
What do you mean?
Is she a devil worshipper then? Is that what you suggested? Because isn't
What
that,
I'm suggesting is that I
isn't the
believe
human
from
goat
my
the
witnessing of her
trans?
life, she looks like she's been handled her lifetime, and she's had kids, and those kids are all in that category. It's not a surprising thing to me if she's a handled Manchurian type candidate, if she's a brainwashed person.
I don't know about that. She was handled pretty well by Machine Gun Kelly, all the way upside down in every other motherfucking position. I'll tell you that much.
There's another unique individual for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she ain't bad looking, so he had a good time.
It's not about beauty though.
Yeah, Sean
It is.
Strickland's,
We're
Sean
men.
Strickland's a bit of a twat, but I like the way he treated that little fucking twat. He told him to go and fuck himself, didn't he? What's his name again?
Probably did, though.
He's a shitbag too, who really
I
doesn't deserve
agree.
fame.
I
Doesn't
literally
deserve
said it.
fame at all. He's done nothing. But yet the idiocracy of our existence now has made people like him famous. He's a fucking loser. But whatever. He's famous and worth millions. I don't care.
He wins.
Exactly.
They're both losers, though, aren't they? They're both
man.
losers. Sean Strickland's a loser as well. I don't really like the guy.
What does it gain a man to gain the whole
Sean
world?
Strickland, the fighter?
Yeah.
Well, he was a lot less of a loser before he just got his butt kicked. But
well, I like the guy, but he talks a lot of shit. Like, really, do you know what I mean?
I mean, it brought him down to earth. He just got beat. I like him. I mean, he speaks his mind. He's insulting, but he's a fighter, and he stays within the realms of the thing we have here.
He reminds me of Trump, right? But not really hugely likable.
But he has to watch his mouth though, because he works for the UFC. So Dana will fire him in 2 seconds if he has to.
What Dana said, he's not going to control his political views or anything, because I think that was raised on a thing before, but I think it's like behavior rather than views. I think that's how he said it.
True. But there was a fighter just a couple of weeks ago who said something about HH88, from Germany,
yeah,
late 1930s, right. And he's fucking gone. Dana was like, no deal on that one.
What? Say it again carefully.
He said about Adolf.
Right, in the 30s.
Yeah, in the 40s, in the third blank, and he
all right.
said it all wasn't that bad. This guy was a good fighter with a big time future, and Dana White was like, "No, we can't keep you, man." And
well,
that's
there we
how
are.
Sean Strickland doesn't go that far. Sean Strickland.
Yeah, I think everyone found their limits. You can't talk about Hitler, as you say on TikTok.
Yeah, I mean, that rule has been around forever. Don't reference him. You can go with a million other people, or.
But I think you can say most things on UFC, because I think you can. You literally can, and Dana said it. But there's a limit. There's the limit there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, a lot of veterans and stuff are down with the UFC, and a lot of our service members died, and yours too, fighting that fucker, and they bombed the shit out of the UK. So it's a tough subject. You got to know you. I don't know why someone would fucking talk about him like that.
You know that clip in the back chat, but watch it yourself first. Honestly, you'll laugh your tits off, and then hopefully you'll want to watch. You'll want to put it out.
Which one?
There's
also the Billboard Chris one on Twitter,
all the way at the bottom. There's also two topics.
Bullied by 3 Muslim girls and trans.
Yeah, so basically he's just got his sign out. Antifa go up to him and start cursing him out. And then these 3 Muslim girls turn up and they go, "What's going on here then?" And all of a sudden they go, "No, he's having to go with trans people." And these Muslim girls were going, "You can fuck off." So they ended up being these girls were backing Billboard Chris up, and they were all masked Antifa like there, and they literally got bullied by 3 girls.
I'm gonna opt out of more trans talk if possible.
Oh, come on. We have
I want to
barely
talk about
scratched the
Social
surface.
Security.
Me too.
I'm bowing down from this conversation. This never gonna. It will not
You
reflect
get
well on
myself
me.
into trouble.
Earlier today, Last Dance shared a post. I believe that's how it happened about the Social Security, and COBOL is how it runs with. So, if someone here is aware of the statement that was made about how people are 150 years old or something in Social Security and money's being paid out through fraud and how that all that's working, has anyone been paying attention to that and what is actually happening?
Obviously, I have.
Okay, so I mean, you're probably the best one to explain what's happening, and then I'm curious if there is actually a solution to it, because I think I would like to see if our system is run on a very old system, if it's possible for us to rework it without a big fail in the system.
Well, this is really not confirmed. It's speculation, but it's good speculation. Elon Musk claimed that there are 150-year-old people being given Social Security, which by obviously he means that, this is fraud. And someone who understands old systems said that this is probably a system, and he's been told that there's still a lot of there's an old computer programming language back. It was even old when I was into programming in the 70s, called COBOL. It's one of the very early programming languages.
Yeah, I use that. Yeah, I use Pascal and COBOL. That's what.
Oh, Pascal! I fell in love with Pascal, but yeah. So he said this is what happens when dates are the date format that most COBOL programs use, because it doesn't have any built-in date processing, is based on a certain standard, and if there's a 0 there for the date, that is interpreted as 1875, which is the start of the epoch for this standard. And so basically it just means that people who don't have, for some reason, there's no date in the system for their birth date, which can happen for any number of reasons, that's interpreted as them being 150 years old. Not that they're actually 150 years old, just that there's just not,
there's a
no
blank
information
for the birth date, so
it's a blank, right?
But why is that allowed? How can that be allowed?
Maybe what if they don't know the birth date of the person for some reason?
Yeah, but there are people who come from other countries who don't have documentations with them. I know a bunch of like Indian, Pakistani people who came over back in the day and they never had any docs with them. So nobody knew their official birth date.
Or maybe it was maybe it was a data entry mistake, It's all done sort of by hand.
If the person in Social Security is being paid out based on their age, whoever is in that bracket would be getting paid out way more than others, correct?
No, I don't think you get more money as you get older.
Okay.
You don't get more money, but you might qualify for Social Security before you're eligible because of the date issue.
Possibly. So, I mean, like I said, this, Musk's claim wasn't really presented with documentation. The person who's interpreting this is someone who hasn't seen the data, but he's surmising that's where this 150-year-old number comes from, and I found his surmise reasonably, convincing.
The thing is, the way I saw Elon Musk present it is like, look, there's a guy who's claiming Social Security says it's 150. We have to investigate to find out what's going on, which is perfectly reasonable. It's not like, oh, we cut his Social Security yesterday because we found out that he couldn't possibly be 150 years old. They're just like, we have to investigate, make some calls, excuse me, is this person still alive? If not, why is who's getting these checks? Because that's actually fraud. You're actually doing social security fraud if that's the case. But if not, if this is just a dating issue, then yeah, let's get it fixed. Let's correct it. By the way, I say this as a person. I had no birth date on my passport for 20 years because they screwed it up the first time they issued my passport, and they just put the year of my birth and not the actual month and day. So I had no full birthday on my passport for 20 years because it's two passports worth. They issued every 10 years until I got it fixed on the third time round. And it took ages. I had to go to the Home Office. I had to present documentations to show my actual full date of birth, and I had to go through a whole bunch of things in order to get this damn thing fixed. So it happens. It does happen.
Is it worth updating the running software if it's still running on COBOL code? Is it worth updating the code, or would it not really even matter because it's a missing data?
Well, it's legacy.
Yeah, old data. We don't know. I don't know any more about this phenomenon. You didn't. I would say maybe this isn't really a big problem. The 150-year-old people getting Social Security. Every case, has to be investigated, but I don't know. As usual, I'm skeptical, as I'm always am about every claim and counterclaim.
I guess my main response to this is if we have people that are missing data, that it would make sense to try and fill that data if it made a difference in some way, shape, or form that made the country more secure, or we weren't bleeding out finances. I don't want another organization to go and do a bunch of extra work if we're just going to lose money and it doesn't gain us anything either. I don't want to fix it for no reason.
The problem that I've seen in at least the systems I worked on, and I worked on like major banks, Lloyd's and Lloyd's of London kind of bank systems. Some of these companies have massively out of date systems. Massive. I mean, Lloyd's up until like 2012 had I think it was Windows NT servers. Like, I don't know if you guys know what Windows sort of generation of different Windows servers. At 2012, you should not be running on Windows NT. No. It's horrifically old. It's ridiculous, some of the systems that these people run on, and these are major corporations, major banks, and so I can only imagine that there's a legacy problem when it comes to this. When it comes to the government systems, and they are stuck on certain legacy databases or legacy systems which they just can't.
It says they hacked you with a calculator.
But I mean, do you think obviously that Elon obviously his team mainly would be the right people to try and sort that out, or get the right people in again, allocate the right people in?
The problem is, well, sometimes you have to, if you've gone so far and held on to this old system for so long that you're now in an environment in which you can't just upgrade, you can't just move, you have to wholesale build new systems and then wholesale input the data in this new system now, and that's going to cost a fortune. And knowing governments,
use AI to crawl and transfer data.
I mean,
like I said, wouldn't Elon or his team either have the answers or know to allocate other people to get in there? Because it's quite niche, isn't it? Obviously, and
these are different. These are sort of separate issues. One is the issue of fraud, and the other is the issue of outdated systems that are inefficient and therefore wasting government money.
I mean, all new births can be put on a new system, right? And then run the old system out into the ground as people die off.
Well, I don't know. First of all, you have to have a new system. Someone has to design it, procure it. What's that?
ChatGPT can easily write the code for that. We're good to go.
You are mistaken.
Not really. No. ChatGPT isn't. We're not Cyberdyne systems here. Okay.
Oh, that's what Stevie told me. I thought I was right.
This is still humanity. We're not dealing with the realm of the Terminator yet. Unfortunately, Skynet hasn't quite gone online.
But maybe in 2 to 3 years, the craziness of AI, they will be capable of just going through it and try. I know it sounds crazy at this stage, but the way it's going, you don't know what's going to happen in 2-3 years.
Look, there has to be, and all corporations and governments eventually do upgrade and change, but it's a very costly project. It's a very costly project. It's not a something, because the thing is, you got to realize you have to account for the things that you haven't, the known unknowns, and then the unknown unknowns, as one famous Donald Rumsfeld once said. The fact is that you don't even know what other systems could be affected once I take the system down.
Exactly. No one's brought up the mines yet. I heard there were 7 mines. The one had 700 people working in there a day. I was just like, what the fuck's going on here? It's all paper and envelopes themselves. It's to do with retiring.
Look, I'm sure American bureaucracy is vastly overbloated, the same as British, the same as pretty much every Western country. But to wholesale shut something down is an incredibly large undertaking, especially computer systems, especially old computer systems, because you just don't know what you're going to disconnect, what's going to stop working. And then you're putting out fires for months and years.
I think Elon put a tweet out to say they're literally using paper and envelope in these mines.
That's for the retirement of government workers, I believe.
Yeah.
Yes, when it comes to outdated systems, that one's the cherry on top, probably.
Well, that's...
They said there's a problem with the elevators, and because I suppose like an autistic spurged out. Can you imagine if you went down the elevator? He's going, how many people? How much weight can we get in here? How many people can we get in here? And he just like worked it out. But I don't know. Or one of his autistic team worked it out. But yeah, the lifts seem to be a big problem. There's not enough lifts, and they're slow, and it's all paper. And it's like, what the fuck? Can you just imagine it? Innit? Just like big tunnels and caves with fucking...
I'm a vegan.
Hopefully they just tackle the things that are easiest first. Tackle the easiest things first. Hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I agree that you have to wholesale probably, gut the entire bureaucracy in the American system. But unfortunately, there's too many people relying on things, and most of the time, if it works, they don't bother fixing it. They don't change it. I remember there was a company I worked with, like when I was a freelance tech guy. Their print server went down, and we didn't know where the server was. We couldn't find it in the office, anywhere in the office. Finally, one guy traced a wire into a wall, just like a dry wall. And we were like, where does this wire go? We then had to dig. We literally had to carve out the drywall. There was a door behind that drywall, and there was a room behind that wall where this Linux print server sat. So we could reboot it. They hadn't restarted that server in so long. They put a drywall in front of it and forgot all about it. Yes. They forgot that this thing was even in there. This is how things are. You guys got to realize there are shit that's happening that has happened.
Linux is.
Yeah, actually, that's testament to Linux. But what I'm saying is, this is how some things are, and this is a private company, by the way. Can you imagine the crap that's been ongoing for decades and decades, and no one touches it? Look, it's not broken, so we're not going to fix it. We're just going to keep on going with this system.
Just to echo something, putting that shit inside a wall is very dangerous.
No. They didn't put it in the wall. It was a room, and there was a door in front of it. But for some unknown reason, when they put some drywalls and did things, the decorators, they just covered this entire door and room and forgot all about it.
Still, that's dangerous because now this thing is out of sight. You know, like even low voltage can.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's just a potential fire hazard.
Exactly.
It's their print server. They needed it to print shit.
Exactly, man.
They forgot about their print server. So
Thank
no, I
God.
mean,
Thank God it was had a wire instead of being wireless, or you never would have.
yes, yes, yeah. That's what I mean. It was insane. It was absolute. But that's just to me that just illustrates how people just forget about things as long as they're working. They don't want to change things that are currently working, and whatever system they found and is working, no matter how ancient, no matter how old or how crap, they'll just keep going with it.
Real quick, cup of tea. What's the smell profile going to be like? Lavender and maybe peonies.
It's
What-
bananas, bro.
I'll wait for his answer. I'm sure it'll be
I'm
beautiful.
talking shit. Calm down.
Little bit of skunk in there too.
Bananas, skunk. Oh, the smell of victory. Of
You
course.
could call it MAGA musk. The smell of victory.
Bingo.
Well, here's what I'll say. I like the idea of outsiders taking a look. People whose minds they don't have groupthink because they haven't been part of the federal government.
Yeah.
And they don't say, "Oh, you can never change that because it'll cost $1 billion and we don't even know how to start." So I think that's a very positive thing.
Are you talking about Elon Musk?
Musk
Yes.
and Doge and his
Yeah.
and this team of big balls and whatever the other guys' names are.
Harry balls.
Hairy balls, yeah. So I think that's promising. If, however, it's just all about, outrageous things they find that they post on X, and the only goal here is to own the libs,
Yeah.
then it's not good. It's just a waste of everybody's time and energy.
I hope not.
Well, I tell you one thing. It'd be really amazing if it could cut down on campaign financing, because I think that's where a lot of it's hidden, and a lot of shit money is going towards stuff like that could be discovered by this. And
What are you, crazy? That's how Trump got in, you fucking maniac. Come on.
That's just like telemarketing and junk mail that we get. We only continue to get it is because there's enough people that do it that make it worth it. So if corporations aren't going to be able to get their shit by certain ways, then that will cease to exist, just like everything else will. So if that were to happen, that would be an amazing outcome.
All I know is I hope we get plastic straws back, because fuck them turtles.
Yeah.
No, don't fuck the turtles, Banksy.
But I agree with Last Dance. I'm just hoping, and I think Aphid is as well, just like hoping that just the oddballs, the people who are not part of the government generally and all that, actually do see the light or some light in there where they can clear up some shit and do some sort of progress in saving money and modernizing clearly antiquated like systems. It'd be really good if, for example, they do make some stepping stones. And I think because they're odd and they're not part of the government, they might actually do it.
I think that's possible with Elon, but not the rest of them. I like these other people that have been put into place. I think they're just because they just got in there because they're ball lickers. I don't think Elon is that way. I think I think that's why the relationship will eventually probably sour, is because he's got just as much of a big ego and power hungry trip that Trump
what if
does.
He starts to lick balls though?
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think he.
I mean, for example, Harry Balls had he opened up a business at 16. He's got the main company. He's obviously a bit of a fucking lad.
I think both of those guys are complete egomaniacs, and they would never listen to somebody else if they think that they're smarter. Where I think these other people, they'll listen to whatever Trump tells them.
Afid, do you honestly think people like Tulsi Gabbard or RFK, are they really ass kissers? Or are these guys?
I think they only got there because they put themselves into the situation where they got on his good side, and that's how they
Good
got
balls.
put into the.
So you don't think that they're ideologically aligned? that Tulsi and RFK realized that the Democrats were simply not going to actually do anything to benefit the country. What I'm saying is,
No,
you don't
I don't
believe
think
this is an ideological thing. This is just ass
Well, I don't
kissing
know
and,
enough
and
about-
self promotion.
I don't know enough about Tulsi Gabbard, but I do not. I think that he RFK got put into place because of what he did for Trump, and he probably knows that.
I don't. I think you're completely wrong there. I don't think RFK is there to lick Trump's balls.
I don't think he's there to lick Trump's balls. I don't think he's there to lick Trump's balls. But if he didn't lick Trump's balls, he would have never been put there in the first place.
No,
he didn't get put there. He didn't get put there because of his ideas,
I think you got it
and
wrong.
that he's gonna just revamp the whole system, and because he's so brilliant and smart to be put in that place. No, he got put in that place.
I agree that that's not why
because
Trump
2
put him
months
in.
before the election, he jumped ship and
So
promoted.
what's your reasoning, Last Dance?
I guess I'm not going to phrase it the way Aphid Lip is phrasing it. I think RFK has his agenda and Trump has his,
Right.
and they negotiated
together.
and they reached this agreement
That's
where
right.
RFK, in exchange for getting a position like he got, would agree to support Trump and drop out of the race. I don't know that that's licking anybody's balls.
And can you imagine why and how he managed or wished, because he had no option, was to go over to the Republicans, because he was blacklisted by the Democrats.
Blackballed.
He was
Yeah, he got blackballed by the Democrats.
Kiss in the ring, maybe, is a better way to put it than licking.
No, he could have run as an independent and may very well have, might have taken away enough votes to cause Trump to lose. So Trump he had a lot of leverage, and he used it. And in a smaller way, Angela McArdle, who was the Libertarian Party chair, pledged to her support to Trump in a way, in exchange for getting a pardon for Ross Ulbricht. And
there you go.
And Trump came through. So I don't know who won that battle.
I think it's just the alignment of interests. It just happens that RFK's interests and Trump's interests align at this stage, and so they can work together at this point. That's how I see it with Tulsi and RFK and a lot of the former Democrats who became
they were both blackballed, weren't they? They were both blackballed. Tulsi, after speaking out, had in the old what are they called? The agent, plane agent.
She had the FBI. FBI was investigating her.
They were tailing her on a plane, mate. She went on a plane.
Did you guys talk about the Eric Adams situation?
Yeah. Real quick, they tracked her on a domestic flight.
She was enrolled in something called the Something Skies watch list.
Safe Skies?
Angels.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's like Sky Angels or something like that.
Some sort of skies. And they say that was just based on an algorithm that looks at travel. I found that a little bit hard to believe.
It was 2 days after she spoke out on something to do with Biden.
That was classic weaponization of a government agency.
Yeah, I found it hard to believe that this. First of all, that's terrible that people should be put on a watch list without any human being examining it. So I didn't really believe it, but that's what they said.
And also, let's not forget a small point about that. I believe she was a lieutenant colonel in the National Guard.
Yeah. I mean, she still serves, doesn't she? I've seen her shooting a gun, and she can shoot a gun.
Yeah.
I mean, she's a girl, but I wouldn't. She's definitely competent. I mean,
that is so 1950s based. She's a girl, but she can still shoot a gun.
No, seriously. I see her running around, leaping over shit. She's definitely capable. And I mean, I mean, if I was 20 years of age, it would take me mostly a year, 2 years to get anything like that.
You should be a humor writer, Smoke Wife.
I'm not trying to be nasty at all, but she can definitely fire a gun and run around. I've seen it, and good luck to her.
Yeah, but I mean, for a time there, she was a Democrat. If you remember, she ran for president as Democrat. She was a senator who was a Democrat in Hawaii.
Remember, she spoke out against Kamala though in the election thing.
That was more recently, but yeah, at a time she was
That
a little
destroyed her.
more. She was a little more about controlling firearms. She was a little more about taking away the right to bear firearms than she is now. But she's an opportunist, and like Last Stand said, most politicians are opportunists. So for her to change her,
That's why they all suck.
But she spoke out against Camilla, didn't she? She spoke out against Camilla, and then she was
she did when it
blackballed.
suited her. That
was later that she was.
No, that was in 2015. So she was basically speaking against the narrative back then, wasn't she? And she got basically, I think, blackballed from that point on.
I don't know.
Well, I want to say one other thing to kind of where I disagree with my esteemed colleague Aphid Lip.
Esteemed.
I
buttered me up before you kicked me in the balls.
Butter him up.
I think all these people, Gabbard, RFK, everybody at that level, they all are type A personalities. They may kiss ass, but they would just as quickly stab it when the time was right. So they're not really loyalists in that, deep in their heart. None of them are. So they all have their own plans, and it's not to retire after this administration is over.
Clearly. Old Orange Man is definitely done after this one.
Yep.
What do you think of Vance?
I think he's remarkably well spoken.
Yeah.
Comparatively, are we going with comparatively?
Okay, that's a good point. Compared to what I'm expecting and used to.
Woo!
But most likely, this is the downside. He's the vice president, and like Aphid Lip thinks, I think that's a good chance. Aphid Lip's right. People will eventually tire of the Trump show, and by the time 2028
rolls, just as fast as I thought it was going to happen.
By the time 2028 rolls around, things will be different, and it may be. And if they are, JD is, he's going to be tarred with his association as vice president from Trump.
But when's the honeymoon over if he's been doing such extreme shit for a month?
I don't know when the honeymoon's over, but it's going to be over. We'll see.
Who the Democrats got?
No, that's a good point, but
you could say that about any, since Trump, you could say that about either party.
Well, no,
you could.
Green Party, what do they got?
Okay, so what are the Democrats got? Basically, the Democrats have got like screeching lunatics like Maxine Waters.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying though. Who does the Republicans have if you take Trump out of the situation?
Well,
is it the Florida guy? Because he did shit.
I think
nobody wanted him.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think I think it is the Florida guy. I can't remember his name. Ron DeSantis. And I think JD Vance is now sort of the number one guy now. He's jumped in.
Vivek might step forward.
No.
But yeah, he's a possibility. But
I sure hope not.
Yeah, I think if you look at some of the, we'll see. We'll have to see if Trump is able to deliver. I think all these, X posts, unless he delivers, those, you can't bullshit your way for 4 years and not really get any of your promises done.
What I was surprised about is the way legacy media made Vance out to be some sort of fucking weirdo, some loony. And from what I've heard so far, I've seen his interview with Joe Rogan as well, and he come across really good. I watched the first hour, and it was really good.
Yeah, I think. But here's what I think is the toughest show for JD is going to be that he has to defend Trump all the time, even though he's going to disagree with him in private pretty often. So, I
well,
just don't.
and he's not really the second. He's not really the second guy, right now.
That's true. That's true. Although I don't, he's not.
I mean,
competing.
until this past week, where he said some controversial stuff. Since Trump took office, it's kind of been like JD Who.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah,
we'll see.
He's supposed to stay quiet a lot of the time, isn't he?
You got to admit, this is a strange and unprecedented administration with Musk doing what he's doing. It's very it's never happened before in my life.
No stranger than Dr. Fauci.
No, not
Fauci
even
was in there for 35 years or 40 years.
Yes, but no one really. I know about the AIDS crisis, but my point is he was unelected, and basically he appears and was right in the frame during the AIDS epidemic, and then during Kung Flu, he was everywhere and he was in your face, but no one screamed and shouted saying he's not elected. He's not elected. He's just a staff member, isn't he? Just like Elon is.
Can I read you guys?
Yeah, go ahead.
It would be a change of topic, so go ahead.
Well, you want to talk? Just answer Mr. Kilsey's question. You have seen him in Discord.
Yeah, Random Goon. I'd have to check the date on it, but a few days ago he typed a bit here and there in the Discord, so he's still alive. I just think he hasn't been feeling very great, so he hasn't been.
We see him. We see him in our Discord.
Yeah, he's alive.
He's in good spirits. I'll say that.
Got the same sense of humor, as far as I could tell. So.
Right.
Cool.
I don't know if he's sick or he's just sick and tired of streaming for a little while.
Yeah, that's kind of
what. Fair enough, man.
Because he doesn't talk about being sick anymore, so I don't know if he's still sick
maybe
or not.
Maybe he just wants a vacation from streaming. Ooh, I can understand that.
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine shredding every week on a guitar for that many hours. It's
he hasn't done the game thing either.
Bunch of jackass boomers requesting Beatles songs. I mean, that would make anybody want to quit.
Assholes.
I will say there isn't a much more enjoyable personality that I know than Random Goon. He is
Can you explain to me?
We all agree with that.
Can you explain to me what he does? He plays the guitar for you, like a YouTube on request or something.
Well, it's with Twitch, but yeah, you could say it's a live stream.
Got you.
Except it's kind of based around playing the guitar and taking requests.
It's a video game. It's a video game that's called Rocksmith.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of that based?
No.
It's based. Well, I'm sure you probably have at least heard of like Guitar Hero.
Yeah.
It's the same principle, but it's with a real guitar. So somehow the microphone picks it up and knows which note
he's plugged in.
He's
plugged into
playing.
his unit.
Yeah. So when the notes come across the screen to some song he's never heard before, and he follows them live, with his guitar.
There's also, it's kind of like a guitar version of karaoke. The music is playing in the background. It's not just the guitar. It's the original song too.
Oh, yeah.
But he's playing the guitar with it.
You had the guitar.
So basically, like the lead guitar is silent, and you pick a song and you put the code in, and it comes
you're the
up.
lead guitar.
It's pretty impressive though, because it's songs.
Yeah.
Most of them are songs he's never.
Yeah.
He's looking at, and it's not like rock guitar or Guitar Hero where there's like 4 buttons you can push.
So does he make a living on like doing requests?
I don't think so, but there's been nights where we've been there and he's made, I'd have to, I'm talking on my ass here, but I'm pretty sure one guy will give him the equivalent of $200 or $300.
Yeah, I've seen his whatever that train's called that you get enough money and whatever. Pipe train. I think I've seen it get up to level 3 at one night. So
he's gotten to level 5.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like there's like a thing that comes up on screen when somebody, they donate a subscription or whatever, and it's let's say it's $5, and somebody will do like 50 of them, so it's like $250 or something.
It's that one guy. He's
Coriander, right?
Coriander, yep. When he gets very generous. I think it helps that when he's having a good time, if you know what I mean.
I wish I could be that generous. Damn. Everybody gets a subscription. Everybody.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
Like, fuck, man. Good job.
But he's such a charismatic and fun, and he's super nice, you know.
And he
checks like all the boxes, you know.
He does that on Friday, late Fridays. On other days, seemingly on random days, he'll stream playing video games with other participants. And so that's the other thing he does.
2 different followings for sure.
Yeah, they cross over a bit, but yeah.
Maybe we'll see him back. I don't know. There's a lot of people out. Not a lot of people. I don't have a large circle, but for the circle I show with on the internet, I've seen a couple now that are starting to make a presence on Twitch or YouTube. I'm curious how it works to try and fight your way through the ranks, because it's like, in my opinion, I'd feel like a drop in the bucket to compete against just the sheer volume of other options out there. So to anybody that's trying to start up and earn money through, the internet, I wish you well. It's definitely
you're not a first mover, as they say. You're now coming in late. But I think I think if you're like exceptionally good at something,
you have to have something to offer. You can't just be whatever.
No more talk.
One of the most profitable things to do is these good-looking women will stream, themselves like taking a bath. It's not, there's certain, you can't make this porno, but they'll do everything up to that point.
Are you suggesting that's what I do, or I'm confused?
No, I'm not suggesting this for you. You could try, but you might even succeed, but you will hate yourself so much.
Yeah, you might not like the people that are viewing you.
Exactly.
That would be the problem.
Like the level of success.
It's not going to be a bunch of hot chicks like you're mentioning.
You would so hate the chat when you were doing that.
Yeah, fair enough. I digress.
But yeah, you might appeal to certain viewers.
Yeah.
Half of them.
You might like a bear, maybe.
Yeah, great. I'd love if your beard tickled me, baby.
Yeah, man.
They make a lot of money.
I mean, that's good for them. I'm glad they have that advantage.
Right.
What do I have? Fucking not that.
Yeah, you got
to play to your strengths, RW.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm not bathing.
Maybe put those beard of yours in some sort of a weave or some sort of like a plait your beard, and then put little those Indian I don't know, meditation sticks at the end of each, and then just let them on fire, and use some crocodile clips on your nipples, and put some of those sticks on there, and then set them on fire.
What kind of festivals were you going to when you were younger?
Sorry, are we talking about? What are we talking about?
What are we talking about? Yeah,
go on.
Those parades you went to, man, those must have been pretty lit. Thanks, Bottle Cap. I'll try and up my game there. I'm gonna read you guys a quote real quick, and I'm sure you're gonna love it. This quote, you can guess who said this quote. I think Canada would be much better off being a 51st state because we lose $200 billion a year with Canada. And I'm not going to let that happen. It's too much. Why are we paying $200 billion a year essentially in subsidy to Canada? Now, if they're a 51st state, I don't mind doing it. That's the quote. I'm just curious if you guys have any thoughts on that quote.
I'm back. What did I miss?
200 billion.
I mean, that's just Trump being a dumbass.
So you knew it was Trump?
Oh, it's just a wild guess.
Okay.
What was the 51st state going to be?
Your first word when you said
Canada.
I knew it was Trump.
So the 200 billion I tried to look into and I couldn't find.
I guess he's saying that's the balance of trade deficit.
I don't know.
I find that hard to believe, but maybe it's true. I don't know.
Canada's a great country, and they should be left alone.
To be fair, being the second biggest country in the world, isn't that correct? They have 60,000 in the army. I checked this the other day.
No, they're the second biggest by land mass,
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
not by
So
population.
no, I didn't say that. I didn't think I said that.
Okay.
I said it was the second biggest country in the world. So they got 67,000 in the army, which is actually less than the UK. And the UK, Canada is 41 times the size of the UK. I
Yeah, but
understand. I understand the population bit.
Yeah, you can't
But-
like put trees in the army. You got to put people.
They got trees though, bro.
That's right. If only they could make an army out of them.
But more, what I'm really trying to point out is that basically the Americans look at Canada and basically have got up a lot of resources up north to make sure that there's no issues coming from up north.
Yeah.
In the first place, and Canada knows this, so it sort of works for them a little bit.
I know. I agree. Canada basically gets free defense from us, and they contribute a pittance, essentially. But okay. On the other hand, maybe they wouldn't have such a, I don't know. It annoys me too.
They take up the slack on the maple syrup.
Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, there's some things that I get pissed at them about. But if I were president, I wouldn't go out there and spout jackassery like Trump does, just pissing everybody off, getting nothing accomplished.
For example, they gave up their handgun right to buy handguns pretty quickly.
It's okay trolling the ones on Canada, maybe, but basically it's a troll. It's not serious.
One of the best Canadians in the world joins us here on occasion.
But it works once, doesn't it?
Scumbag. No, scum.
Yeah. Anti-corp, scum.
Anti-corp.
Scum TV.
I think it works. When you play that sort of joke or that prank and that troll, first time, yeah. Second time, third time, it gets boring and stupid. And I think people just like curb it, man. Just curb it.
On an economic scale, if Canada's GDP is 2.14 trillion, that means 200 billion would be 1/10 of their GDP. If we pulled that 1/10 of their GDP, what does that do on an economic scale? Is that a folded card?
Wait, you said 2.1 trillion. Is there
their GDP is 2.14 trillion, and and Trump's comment is that we 200 billion subsidy. So if we're affecting their economy that much and we pull 1/10 of that from them,
I mean, it's a disaster.
1/10 would be 10%.
Right.
Yeah. 20 billion.
What? No.
Oh.
No, 1/10.
Our 200 billion.
I failed the shit out of that one.
200 billion would be 20% or 10%.
10%. That's what he's saying. Yeah, you're saying if we stop trade altogether,
would it cause a recession?
If we stop the subsidy, yeah.
Yeah,
would it cause a recession?
It would cause a recession. What good does that do us?
Nothing.
No, I know
that.
Or would be a death blow.
Bitch, is that what you want to say, Smokesteve?
Just how devastating.
There are friends.
Canada.
I love Canada. They're like
I have
Americans.
So cutthroat would be you pull 10%, you hold, and then you take them into your country because they're broke.
Yeah, but no, I mean that the whole world isn't a cutthroat place. It should be, friendly diplomacy for mutual benefit.
Exactly.
I don't think the whole world is destroy, tear apart, get them for our benefit. Fucking,
I don't know,
how
man.
about we're friends with Canada?
I think that a lot of people would do it if they could get away with it.
That's
whatever
insanity.
they can get
That's
away
how
with.
you end up in ultimate nuclear, annihilation. The whole fucking thing is done, dude. No way.
It's not like the Canadians sneak across the border and rob 1,000 banks, taking $200 billion from us. We buy stuff from Canada because they sell it at a good price. It's something we want. It's just the market.
They sell us firewood and maple syrup and beaver pelts. What else did he sell us?
It's,
Coonskin hats, right? Coonskin hats.
Comedians.
Yeah,
and
we
the
do. We do.
musicians.
are
We
you
do get a lot of
suggesting Canada?
comedians.
Are you suggesting Canada's a Mickey Mouse country like Luxembourg or something like
What
that?
else? I don't know.
No, like the UK.
Ooh, no, they sell us bangers,
It's getting like that.
mashed, boiled eels.
Oh, that
Uh,
sounds
I
delicious.
don't know.
The Americans see Canada as America 3.0 only behind the UK.
Wait, Molson, Latrobe. Yeah. I don't know what. I mean, they must have some good shit up there. I'm sure they do.
Through your mindset of diplomacy and everything nice, it's great. I love it. I think that I know that there's people that think that the world will turn into large unions. So like America and Canada and Mexico will become Union One.
Mexico.
Well, whatever's in that bubble in that radius.
You
What
want
about
someone,
Australia?
I'm not sure what region that would be.
It doesn't have to be regional. It has to be like mutually beneficial.
I mean, definitely, them and China are benefiting from each other.
well, I'm not afraid. You know me. I'm a fan of globalization. You're the thing you hate so much. What I don't want to see is these unions where it's just basically a global trade war, which is what Trump is almost seems to be getting ready to start, where everybody regards any kind of balance of trade issue as almost like an attack on your country that has to be answered.
How can a libertarian be pro globalism?
Because he wants weird international vegetables.
Because
that's what he wants.
It's all about supply and demand, and why should it just be? Well, I don't understand. It's entirely. Why should those be constrained by borders?
Well,
but
the question.
Why not? But why not? But why not? Sorry, mate. Sorry. Go on.
In my mindset, a libertarian would not be content with one world government because there's no
That's
dissension.
not what I'm proposing, even close.
Well, what is globalism then?
Globalism is no trade barriers. Global market. If someone is someone who wants to sell me something in China, I can buy it and get it here, and nobody will stop them.
I guess I've never used globalism as a trade term. I've always used it
Global
as
economy. That's what I think of it as.
Okay. So if it's basically the cheaper it is, you'll go to wherever the cheaper it is. The no thought to like your home nation and what damage that could do over like a big picture. So
it's all about markets. If things are cheaper here,
right,
then consumers get it for less, and there's more money for other things.
I mean, for example, if a bottle of water was, £1 and I could get the British version for £1.50, I would mostly go for the British version. That's just the way I am.
Yeah, well, water should never be that expensive.
Then
I'm just giving you an example.
You have 50 cents less in your life. Your life is
that'll work into like $200 a year. I live with that.
Yeah, I'm not dismissing your
I like
point
if
of
other
view.
people. I like when other people feel that way, so that way I don't have to feel that way.
Right.
Vicarious.
Yes. If we all did it, make a big difference.
We'd all have less money.
You should all buy American. I remember back in the 80s in the UK, it was all about buying UK, buying Britain, and they put stickers on everything, and it was a big push, and it should never have stopped. It should have always been kept going, and I think all countries should back their own manufacturing, especially any of their products.
Well,
What do you
the
guys-
whole
what do
thing's
you
gone
guys see on the
crazy
show?
because right now in the U.S. you could go to a gas station and pay $3 for a gallon, and then
I'm jealous.
$1.50 for a liter of water. So right now you're paying way more for spring water than gasoline here in
Just
this
drink the
country.
gasoline.
Yeah, then you got AdBlue. Think about AdBlue. AdBlue is fucking so much more expensive than fucking fuel, isn't it?
What is AdBlue?
You don't get it over you don't get it, do you?
Well, we get 10% ethanol.
It's an additive to fuel.
Yeah.
Is it ethanol?
I don't know. It's for diesels.
Oh.
Might just be dye. I thought diesel is what color is diesel here?
Clear.
It's yellowish clear.
Clear, yeah.
It looks
Well,
just
then
like
the
gas.
farm stuff is a different color.
Yeah, it's
So you-
red. Yeah, it's not
You
like
have
red
red.
stuff.
Yeah, that's different. That's
Yeah.
off-road.
Let me find out what AdBlue is because it's really expensive in the UK.
You're
People
not
use
talking
it all
about
the
diff,
time.
right?
Let me
Is
find
it
out
is it low sulfur diesel? We have that here.
Let me find out what it is.
Okay.
I'm just gonna Google it.
I'm not
Did you
familiar.
guys
at least
talk about
I-
Eric Adams? I don't think anybody answered me.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, we
go
did.
ahead.
It was a huge conversation.
Oh,
We could talk about it again.
It was
but
awesome.
We really had a long conversation.
Summary.
I thought you were-
Summary.
no, I wasn't.
We basically all agreed that it was kosher.
How does
It's
that make you
Jewish?
feel, Apid, since it's through other
It's
people?
okay to eat it if you're a Jew.
Exactly.
We ate it.
I'm
We
on
ate it
board.
right up.
I guess we all agree.
What are your
What do
thoughts
you
on
think
Eric
about
Adams,
the whole
man?
situation?
Yeah, what do you think?
I mean, I think it's disturbing,
Absolutely.
and I
You
wish.
think
Does everybody agree with that? Was was based on you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I certainly am disturbed by it.
Yeah, but you're not your typical,
Human being.
conservative that agrees with everything Trump does and tries to find a way that, like I even saw these people defending. I mean, I don't know. I'm guessing you guys talked about the Gaza thing last week when I wasn't here.
Which one?
I don't think we did actually.
Oh, really? About
Where Trump,
Just-
Turned
removing all
Gaza
the
into a-
Palestinians and making Gaza.
Oh, we did.
the-
Remember, I said it was the stupidest thing I've ever heard a president say in the
I mean-
history of the United States.
Yeah, I mean, it does
Turn
seem
it
like
into
that.
a big Trump resort. That's what he wants to do.
Literally the stupidest thing.
I mean, that seems like a no-brainer to think that way, right? I mean, but
I
I
mean,
see
yeah,
a
I mean,
lot of these
unless you wanna-
conservatives that think that that's a great idea, and we're just jumping on the "I hate Trump" bandwagon
Wait, what's a good idea? What's the good idea?
to remove all the Palestinians.
Remove all the
and-
Palestinians from Gaza
Oh,
and turn it into some kind of a resort.
Yeah, resort.
Which would clearly be protected by 60 or 80,000 active military members from the U.S. I don't see how else it will work.
I mean,
Well, it seems like it would
Oh,
really.
it'll work.
It seems like it would really infuriate the Muslims across the world.
you think?
So what? Muslims are infuriated all the time.
Yeah, that's true.
The
That's
religion
their
of
natural-
perpetual offense.
That's their natural state of
Oh,
existence.
so let's just antagonize them for no.
is that why
No,
they
no,
hate
no,
people?
no.
whatsoever.
No, but think about it historically. Do you think that the Crusaders would have thought, oh, if we go back and take Spain from these Moors that have ruled it for 800 years, that will just antagonize the Muslims? We should not do that. No, they weren't thinking that way. They went and took Spain and made it a Christian nation again. They went and took Eastern Europe and made them Christians again because they
True.
weren't sitting around worried about what the Muslims would feel about it.
True, Hafez, but like I'm gonna just see like one truckload of Army or Marine get blown to smithereens and be like,
yeah,
fuck these guys, fuck this, I want them out.
what's the benefit?
I don't
What's
want
the benefit?
my boys over there, man.
risk
that ain't
risk
right.
versus reward. I mean, come on. What is the benefit of it?
I could just.
Well,
I
Hafez,
know-
you're talking days of old, bro. Like
Oh,
Seven,
And now we're gonna
800 years
pressure.
ago,
Now he's
man.
gonna pressure Jordan into taking the
no,
Palestinians.
you see, the problem is, you
cash.
guys think that days of old are like set in stone and back then, and they'll never return. I actually am under the belief that the days of old are literally sitting under the very crust of what we live on, which is the sugar-coated topping on top. The days of old are always there. That sword and sorcery and the crusades and the inquisitions are just but a hair's breadth away. It just requires a certain coming of circumstances. I mean, they said, there was a famous quote: the First World War was fought with guns and horses. The second one was with tanks and automatic weapons. The third one will be with nuclear weapons, but the fourth one will be with sticks and stones, because that's what's going to happen if we really go all out. The fact is that for us to go back in time,
Well, we
and back
avoided
in
the nuclear war. So are you saying
No.
we're on to the sticks and stones? Or
No.
we're on to the nuclear war?
We're still on that verge of that potential nuclear war thing. But what I'm saying is that for us to go back in ways things are much simpler than build. To build something is easier. To look at the Twin Towers. How long it took to build them? How long it took to take them down? And how difficult was it for the people who wanted to take them down that took them down? So it is always easier to build. Harder to build than to destroy. So to destroy is, I think, it's always there. It's always in the background. And so to think that we can't take Gaza or we can't do this and do these things, these are like mentalities of a comfortable person who thinks that the world is now set, the borders are all set, everybody knows which country belongs to who, and that's how it's always going to be. These borders are what most other people from other parts of the world call colonial borders. These are the borders the British drew. These are not the borders that the people of the region accept. This is why you find Osama bin Laden in Pakistan, because the Pakistanis and the Afghanis of that region, the Pashtuns certainly, are not that much apart from each other. You think that this invisible border that the British drew somehow makes the Pashtuns of Afghanistan different people to the northern Pakistanis. They're not. They're the same people. You guys just drew a line, said, okay, now you're from today onwards, you're going to be called a Pakistani, and from that day onwards, you're going to be called an Afghani. But they don't think that way. They don't believe that they're different people. That's why they interact with each other. They work with each other.
I'm confused though. How is Gaza going to be rebuilt? Don't they have to at least keep people out of the reconstruction zone while they're doing it before they can even let them in?
They're not welcome back.
Well, this is the problem. This is where I think the problem lies, is if you pull them out and then never give them right to return, is going to be problematic. But if you say, okay, you're coming out of here for a while, then you have a right to return, we will accommodate you, we will do what Israel did for the Jews, which still does to this very day. We will give you a land or home, and we will give you some money to actually be able to resettle. This is what the Israelis offered Jews. They do now even. You can go to Israel and prove that you're a Jew. You get accommodated. You get housing. You get money, settlement, sort of time to settle down.
They're not going to do that for the Palestinians. They're gonna hook, line, and sinker them, and then throw them to the side.
If the offer was on the table that we will build Gaza, make it a great place, but you guys are going to come and you guys are going to work and you're going to build, we're going to give you the housing, we're going to give you the properties, but you are going to work in this environment, in this Riviera, in this new Vegas, and you're going to prosper.
Sounds like slavery.
But the fact is that the problem is, this kind of recommendation is ludicrous because you don't understand the mind of the Gazan. You don't understand the mind of an Arab Palestinian. They are hell-bent on destroying Israel. And it isn't just a land thing. It isn't something that started in 1948. It is an Islamic doctrine. There are plenty of passages in the Quran and the Hadiths that say the Muslims have to kill the Jews. Do not trust them. Do not take them as friends and supporters. They are the enemy of the Muslims. and they have been for 1400 years.
Why
The
aren't they
Muslims.
saying this on the political level then? How come why are they all pretending like there's a solution?
No, they can't. They can't because they're the weak. If I'm weaker than you, am I going to just say, I'm going to continue to want to, I'm just going to continue with the rhetoric of I'm going to kill you? Eventually, I have to say, no, I have to be diplomatic. I have to be sly about this. I have to tell you that, oh, no, this is just a land thing. It's nothing to do with we don't want to get rid of you. But the minute I have the upper hand, I'm going to cut your throat because you are my mortal enemy
I'm
from
asking why
1400 years.
Why is Israel on the political stage not
Look,
simply stating that? If that is the truth,
Israel
why are they
can't.
not simply stating that and saying we're not interested in a solution, we're just going to take this shit?
No, because they can't. Because unfortunately, Israel should have done this in 1948 when the Muslims attacked Israel. Israel should have annexed the entire area that they won from the Arabs, which was the Egyptians, the Syrians, etc. And they should have just made one singular state of Israel. But they didn't. The mistake Israel made was, as I said before, they brought European sensibilities about democracy and equality and fairness to the Middle East. That kind of crap doesn't wash with the Middle East. In the Middle East, you either fully dominate your enemy and fully take over, or they will continue to nip at your heels until eventually they collapse you and they take over. The Arabs of Israel, Arabs of Palestine, quote unquote, do not want to live with the Jews. The Jews can live under Sharia, they can live as dhimmis of Islam, but they cannot rule over Muslims. That is not acceptable because Islam sees itself as a morally, ethically superior ideology to these people. They are better than them.
What is the outcome then?
The outcome is you either play this dance for another 70 years of back and forth with the Palestinians, or at one point or another you section off a section of either the West Bank. Gaza is not, I'll be honest, Gaza is not viable. Gaza cannot belong to the Palestinians because you can't have a single country with two halves and another country in the middle of it. There's just logistically it's not going to work out.
Different question. Last time that Israel and Gaza had war, what was the level of destruction compared to what it is now?
Actually, the last time, that was a long time ago. It wasn't even, because you got to remember, Gaza was occupied by Israel up until 2005 is when they pulled out. So Israel Jews lived in Gaza. They had houses, they had greenhouses, all sorts of infrastructure. Israel forced them all out and said, we will give you Gaza to the Palestinians for peace, which they never got. So this is what I mean. Israel keeps making these idiotic mistakes.
In Gaza is a first time.
This level, I think it is. I think this is the first time.
There have been incursions and bombings, but they have been, I don't know, short-lived and just designed to pinprick and be painful to Gaza. This is the first full-scale front-to-back invasion.
They leveled it. It's just rubble.
A lot of especially in the north.
I'm just curious what the end game is, because if it's known, even though people don't talk about it, that there is no solution, it makes more sense to me that they're literally just going to take it and do what they're going to do with it, and all of this politics is theater.
It is mostly. This is, the way I see this is like a cyclical issue where Israel goes in, devastates the Palestinians, lets them to rebuild. It takes them about 10 years to build their infrastructure to attack Israel, and then they'll do another attack on Israel, another October 8 in 10 years' time, and then Israel goes and devastates them again, and then lets them build up for another 10 years, and it's just cyclical. It just keeps going round and round. It's this dance that they keep playing for, and there'll be no resolution. It'll just be that Israel has to accept essentially that the Palestinians or the Gazan Palestinians are going to kill a portion of Israelis every 10 years. It's insane, but that may be the actual thing that they have to deal with.
It's too big of a rebuild. It's too much money. It's too much time to just do this all over again.
It's like the Matrix. You know how the Matrix accommodated for the anomaly. that it built an infrastructure knowing that this anomaly will occur every so many generations, but it then built a system around it, and it wiped off all humanity every so many generations and then started the cycle again. It's almost like that in Gaza, where you have to accept that every so many generations you're going to have an attack on Israel. Some Israelis will die. Israel will then use that as an excuse to devastate the Gazans, to destroy all the military infrastructure, and then wait another 10 years for them to build it up again.
Is it your view that America should have nothing to do with what's happening in Israel right now?
America can do whatever they like, but given the involvement America has, you guys think America isn't involved in Gaza? It 100% is, just on the mere fact that they support Israel militarily and financially the way they do. As long as America militarily and financially supports Israel, America is involved. Europe is involved. Britain is involved. We're all in on it, unless you totally wash your hands off Israel, which they're never going to do.
You're driving, Dance.
I see that.
Yeah, I think I'm out of here too.
Yeah, well,
it's good to see you.
You stayed longer than you. Oh, he left quick.
Nope.
So
all right,
yeah,
you guys shutting this down, or no? All right, I thought you guys.
We're still going.
But yeah, it's there's so many things to factor in with this Gaza Israel or Palestine Israel situation. The religious part is the part that I don't think they'll ever get over because it's just too entrenched.
I mean, the religious
land
part
thing
is the political part. I just think it's funny that no one wants to talk about that.
Well, nobody wants to touch it. Nobody wants to touch the religious part. The fact that there is a strong religious element in this, that these guys are not just fighting over land. This is not a land dispute. It's far more than that.
There was an ultimatum given by Donald Trump that said, if you don't release the hostages by today at noon, Saturday at noon, that they're not going to like it. And the only thing that I heard happen after that didn't happen is that America fully backs whatever Israel decides to do.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, the fact is that Israel, if they really are serious about getting rid of Hamas, they can't just simply wait for them to give them the hostages and then they hands off again. As I said, it'll just take them another 5 to 10 years to do another October 7th. So if Israel truly wants to get rid of this scourge in Gaza, they can't really stop even after they get all the hostages. They have to continually be a presence in Gaza, a military presence until... But the fact is that what people mistakenly think is that Hamas is a separate entity to the Palestinians of Gaza. They're not. They are the Gazans. Every man, woman, and child in Gaza is a Hamas supporter, is Hamas. And so if you're willing to get rid of 1 million people, then you might get rid of Gaza and leave maybe a couple of hundred or a couple of thousands of them to simply, under severe subjugation,
You're just
to make sure that
they're going to be attacked from. That's all.
Yeah. But the fact is that people think, the Hamas fighters somehow come out of Mars or somewhere. They don't emerge out of the bushes. They are the people of Gaza. And unless you're willing to kill everyone in Gaza, which is exactly what they want anyway, because they're winning the propaganda war, it's all genocide. So unless you're willing to do that, then you're not really going to get rid of Hamas. You're just going to suppress their military capability for a while. That's the best you can ask for. And maybe this is why Trump is saying that they should move out of Gaza permanently to some extent, because they know that these people are fanatics, and as long as they have a presence in Gaza, there'll always be a Hamas. There'll always be a military attack and a wing of Hamas to attack Israel. So you have to just wholesale just pluck them out of that area.
Bright future ahead, man.
Sorry?
Bright future ahead.
Well, it's all just a plethora of bad choices. This is just a buffet of shit choices. There are no good choices at the end of this. No one really will win out of this. It's all losers. Just how much you're willing to lose. It's horrific.
I've pulled all my ideas. I don't know if anyone else has concepts that they were thinking of. Steve, Got a list left, Aphid?
Smokesteve, is he out?
He's
Oh,
out.
he's out.
Oh, he's out. My bad.
Oh,
No,
he's there.
not out.
He's
He's
there.
there.
He's there.
I
He's
hung a
out.
lot longer than I thought I would tonight.
Well,
I'm
what? You
listening.
popped off and then you came back.
Well, because Smokesteve came back. I told him I was. He said he was going to leave. I said, well, last chance I'll be here by himself then, because I'm leaving if you leave.
Well, I'm
And he left.
listening. This is pretty intriguing stuff.
I feel like we're flogging a dead horse, me and Banksy. I agree with what he's saying, but like, you can't really explain that topic much more than that.
No, my whole point was it's just rich that, Trump ran on this is not our war and, we need to get out of these places. And then, a weekend, 2 weeks into his administration, he's wanting to get us right in the smack dab in the middle of a hot asshole.
The thing is, Trump always knew.
Hot asshole?
That's
No.
right.
Hard asshole. The thing is, Trump knows he can solve Ukraine much easier than he can solve the
Oh no,
Palestinian
he
Israel
told
stuff.
all of us he could solve that in one day.
Yeah. I mean, dude,
It's solved.
come on. If by now you don't realize that Trump is somewhat of a shit
No,
talker,
I realize that, but the problem is half of the population of this country I live in doesn't.
no. But the thing is, Afid,
Aphid.
I think the country, Aphid, sorry, I think the country does think that he is a shit talker. They know that he's a shit talker, but they know that he is the better option than the Kamala shit talker that is even worse.
No, they think that there's so much of the population of this country thinks he is the best option we've ever had in the history of any person that's ever been running.
Well, that particular group
I'll
is
leave it to
just
the rest of these Americans to say if I'm wrong there, but no, that is the truth of the situation.
if you, I could give it to you that there are probably true believers, but they are unfortunately. Look, there is always an element of cultishness with every personality type.
There's never been a situation like this with a leader of this country that my lifetime.
Oh, come on, Obama. Are you honestly telling me there wasn't cultish behavior around Obama?
Not the
They
same.
thought he was the next coming of Christ, for crying out loud, when he was being elected.
I agree with Aphid. This is next level of cult.
Like never been before.
I don't know if I could say that, but it's unusual to say the least. That's all.
Look, the fact is, the man's out in 4 years, and if he can achieve 5 to 10%, in my opinion, 5% of what he's aiming to achieve, it'll be an amazing job. He won't solve the Middle East, and he may be able to have some resolution with Ukraine. That's it.
For the boys on the panel, and even the Brits, do you feel more or less secure under Trump's presidency than you did under Biden? Like, literally, America is at risk of some type of attack. Do you think it's better, worse, or the same?
I think it's better under Trump.
More secure.
More secure, just because the bizarre Russian rabies problem that the Democrats developed won't be a problem for the next 4 years.
Or now. But what if he cuts agencies that are entwined with defense?
I hope he does cut agencies that are entwined with defense.
Ouch.
Money, there's no money. We're skint.
Aphid?
I don't know. I never really thought of this question, so I'm just put on the spot thinking about it. But just with this Gaza situation alone, I would think that probably I think Trump is putting a bigger target on our head with comments like what he's talking about with Gaza.
For the boys over in Gaza or for the mainland?
No, for the main. I mean, having another situation like 9/11 where, I don't know. I'm just thinking about this in 10 seconds.
Free ball it.
But, putting another, putting a bigger target on our head with somebody that would do something like 9/11 over here again.
What do you mean? Because he wants to turn Gaza into a large-scale American resort
Yeah.
funded by
I
the
didn't hear.
American
I didn't hear much
government?
talk like that. I didn't hear much talk like that over
Sounds odd.
It's going to be funded by
when
the
Biden,
Arab, Steve.
when Sleepy was plus Sleepy was Biden was more normal, where it was
What?
just yeah, it
We
was he
can't
was
call
a,
sleepy just arbitrary because
he was
I
definitely a
wouldn't be
more
sure if you were talking about
if you
last
had
night
if you had the average of
or me.
leaders we've had in the industrial age, Biden was definitely closer to that line of normalcy than Trump is.
Normalcy being what?
Demented?
An imaginary line of how we've handled our adversaries and our friends.
Ball licking,
I think it's
dude.
more closer to
Yeah.
what we've been accustomed to.
Yeah,
what
and
we've-
I think well, I don't know. I see your point of view. That's what I'll say.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's talking about Canada and Mexico. They are
How do you get your head up there, Dance?
big trade partners of ours, and
What?
attacking them, yada yada yada.
I guess I mean Welshie and Banksy. Do you guys feel more or less secure over there because of America in any way, shape, or form?
We're screwed, dude. Next 4 years, you have no idea how terrible it's going to be in Britain. Britain is a joke nation at the moment with Labour. Whether America can help us secure, no, we have there's none of that. Our borders are wide open. There are boats running in, coming onto shores with people. We have no idea who they are all day, every day.
But you're not screwed from a war front. You're screwed from an economy invasion.
But we were never really in danger from a war front. I mean, it's not like this ridiculous. People talk about Russia could attack us all in like 5 minutes. No, they're not going to attack. They're never going to attack. The nukes that these nations have changed the landscape and the game. So unless we're willing to nuke each other into oblivion, no, we were never in any danger that way. We're not in any less danger from terrorists. There's still plenty of trucks of peace running around,
I don't
trying to
know.
be peaceful. I've got my
Banksy.
narwhal tusk ready to go.
Banksy, how do you know that every one of these people that's being let in isn't vetted or is vetted to be not from the countries that you just mentioned?
How do you
Be
mean?
peaceful. You don't know.
The people from the boats, they're not vetted by anyone. How are they vetted?
That's what I mean. So, like, you don't know that these people couldn't be coming in to create mass chaos.
Oh, no. Oh, you're right. Of course, we don't know, but that's the whole point. We don't know anything. We don't know anything about
Right,
these people.
I get you, man.
You know what I mean? But at least if we have some kind of border control, we know that this guy so and so is coming from X country. Maybe we can do background checks. Maybe this guy was eating his enemy's heart 5 days ago before he came here. Maybe he's suffering from insane PTSD and he's going to stab everyone in the streets. The minute he gets in, we don't know anything.
Well, you know that one or two of them are going to do that. That's what you do know.
Well, yeah, that's for
scary,
sure.
isn't it?
If they're coming from Syria, they've been in war for sure. If they're coming from Afghanistan, they've been in war for sure. Probably tortured in Iran, in Iraq, God knows, in Somalia, Sudan. These
Bosnia.
guys, Bosnia, exactly. So these people may very well. There's a good percentage
Be right
that
back.
they would have had war.
I will be back.
No worries. But there is a good percentage that would have experienced some sort of war trauma, which would have acted out. I mean, there was a report a few weeks back. I think she might know better. There was a old woman who gave refuge, or who let one of these refugees live with her. One of these typical Karen-like liberal types. The guy stabbed her and killed her in her own home.
Yeah.
It's like, you let a nut job in your house. You had no idea what this guy's mental capabilities are, what he's been through. And bam, he just stabbed and killed you. There was another mini. You must have heard about the mini guy in a mini, Mini Cooper, who ran a bunch of people down. An Afghani guy. I guess not in Germany. In Germany, just a few days ago, just 2 days ago, ran people over. Apparently, he was rejected his asylum case. He was what do you call it? He was just staying there illegally, and they have this thing called a kindness rule or something, where even if you've been rejected in your asylum case, they just let you live in Germany. They just let you hang out. It's like, what the hell? And the guy went nuts and ran people over with a mini.
Banksy, I have a quote for you. It's in the chat. He who saves his country does not violate any law. Do you have any thoughts on that as a truth?
He who saves his country doesn't violate any law.
This was supposedly said by Napoleon, I guess, but
that's ridiculous.
It was definitely
most revolutionaries who saved their country violated a lot of laws. You think George Washington didn't violate a couple of laws?
I'm concerned with that quote personally because to me what I read is the ends justify the means.
Pretty much.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. I don't know why he feels like he should say that, but I think hopefully most of us aren't going to agree with that.
That's a Jesuit oath. I just want to throw that out there.
Which one? The law, the Napoleon
ends justifying the means. It's a part of their oath. I don't like it because if good people are going to get messed up so that we can get something accomplished, and that because it's seen as the common good, I'm concerned for that. I do not want to see our democratic or republic process be sidebarred because someone's definitely sure that it's a good idea.
Look, these things are extremely difficult things. I mean, if you were there when George Washington said, no, let's kick out the King of England and let's build our own country for ourselves, could you honestly say that was a decision that wasn't going to cause death and destruction? Of course it was. It was going to upend the entire system that they knew. Thousands of people are going to die in the ensuing war. But was it a good thing? Was it ultimately a good thing to do? I think you guys would agree right now it is.
It's hard for me. Like when America was formed, I like the concept of it. But if in the end of the day it's just a rebranding, and this has to do with Bible prophecy stuff, so I won't get into it. But it doesn't. I don't know. I don't know what to say on it. I just what does America need to do that's worth people dying for? What we shouldn't have. No one should have to die in any of our for any of our reworking for progress. I don't understand that. I would hope
I don't know. I don't know what Trump is trying to say exactly. And this could be his reaction to the lawsuits coming.
That's what I take it as.
It's best not to read too much into that idiotic tweet. It wouldn't be the first idiotic tweet that he sent that didn't really mean much, but
the man sent out a tweet that says Kofevi. I mean, let's be honest. He set the bar real low.
I'm not taking Kofevi too seriously. I agree. I will not take that one so seriously.
Guys,
I saw that was a license plate I saw last year. I don't know if the guy was being ironic or really was a Trump supporter, but pretty hilarious. Cofefe, right? I think that was the spelling.
Covfefe.
Yeah.
I can't even remember spelling of real words, man. How the hell are you remembering that one?
It's burned in my brain, the image of it.
I actually have a hat. I actually have a cap that says Kofefi. I have all the best words.
What was it?
Guys, I'm gonna. My girlfriend, who's not feeling well, wants me to come up and take care of her.
Good luck with her
good,
last dance. Hopefully, she doesn't have what I had.
Yeah. Thank you.
And hopefully, you don't get it. Seriously, man.
Last
2
dance.
weeks.
Keep your distance.
No, I'm not doing that.
Wear a mask.
Put a mask on.
No, I'm not doing that either.
Put a mask on her.
Wow, you're like just gonna wander into the darkness of germs.
Yeah, I am. I am.
Crazy bastard.
I really enjoyed this pub. Thanks for sticking around, Aphid Lip. I know you're struggling to.
No, I'm not feeling too bad. And then what is it like? 11
midnight.
o'clock. It's
11
like
o'clock,
this
yeah.
is. Although this, I have to say, at the end of the pub, this is. I just cracked open my third beer, which has got to be a record for me on this.
What
pub.
is that, a Guinness?
No, it's just
top.
a shock top.
It's his koozie.
Yeah, it's my koozie. But seriously, I usually I'm like ready to pass out at this time, and it's my third beer. So
Yeah.
and it's probably 3 beers is like the most beers I've had in 2 weeks. but I'm glad that I got to enjoy myself.
It's all
for a
part of your
change.
recovery, Aphid.
That's right. Oh, don't get me started.
Well, I enjoyed the pub
There
then,
you go.
especially great
All
having
right,
Banksy here as always, and
Love you,
Steve,
man.
You have a great week,
You
and
too, buddy.
see you in a week.
Aphid,
I'm out as
I
well,
will
guys.
I
It's
will
been a pleasure.
forever.
See you.
Oh, see you, Hafez. I will forever get your beer wrong. It's tradition.
It's all right. It's all right, man. It's all right.
It looks
You
like
don't-
a Guinness.
It's my wife's beer. I
You
had
don't-
one Blue Moon. That was the other one of the 2 beers I had.
The lighting
Same
makes it
company, right?
almost black. What's that,
It's a
R-dubs?
I
It's
thought
a
it was the same company.
case.
Those beers.
it's a koozie.
Yeah, it's a Yeti sort of. It's
Mhm.
a Fetty.
Yeah, but I didn't. You know me. I didn't get the Yeti one. I got the Walmart one. But it's metal and it keeps them. It really does keep them cold.
Did it come with the fake can in it that you can hide stuff in?
No.
The Yeti comes
It's
with
in
that.
it's
can.
this is in the like a camping section. You can get these, but it's
Hell
like
yeah, man.
$7, and it seriously keeps stuff colder than.
Better than 40.
That's right.
Well, yeah, I think the Yeti one used to be 30 for the single can. Did it go up to 40?
I'm guessing. I got it back in the day when my brother-in-law had it, but I just don't. When I drink beer, I don't. It doesn't have time to get warm.
Bingo.
On. So I just got sick of.
Yeah,
putting
but
in
I
the
like
thing.
it. I like it ice cold, like from start to finish, even if it's only like 10, 15 minutes.
I don't
know what I'm
really
saying?
care.
You beer much longer than I do, man. You definitely have a relationship with your beer, and I respect your Yeti for that. I really do.
Personally, I don't care about how really cold the beer is.
Really,
you
I
drink
can't
warm
stand
beer?
like a warm beer.
Yeah, I'll
you
drink
drink warm
tepid beer. Tepid.
Yeah. Yep.
50 degrees or so.
I know Aphid's
No.
never going to get your beer wrong. It's impossible.
Like
Bud
Chardonnay, I'm sure you guys are big Chardonnay drinkers. You like a nice oaky Chardonnay.
It depends on the
Chardonnay is
color of the
about-
box it's in.
It's supposed to be served around 52 to 54 degrees. A chill, but not a cold like a beer. So
Is Chardonnay white?
I don't
it's
think
white,
so.
yeah.
Is it? Damn, I don't know wine for
Because
shit.
the red ones you drink at room temperature, don't you?
Bingo.
Yeah.
I always do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right
no.
about that. You're a cultured man of culture.
Do you sip it or just get it down for the drunk? Like I'm more of an alcoholic. I don't like the taste of wine unless it's Moscato or something.
Well, wine. fucks you
Moscato's
up
way
quick.
too sweet. It's disgusting. No offense.
I didn't even know you drank RW. Do you drink when you're on the pub?
I can't drink anymore because if I do, I did too much damage. I hit it hard, man. I drank a lot. Now I just chill. I miss it, but at the same time, my wife doesn't really miss it because I turned to a little bit of an asshole. So,
Ooh, a mean
Yeah.
drunk.
just arrogant drunk, not physically violent or anything. Just like not narcissistic, I guess is the right word.
Yep. Better than the rest.
Gummies though, gummies are still fun.
You do.
Gummies are good. There you go.
You
Glad
chew on
can
some
get a good
gummies?
gummy.
Gummies may or may not have happened tonight.
Ah, I see that. I don't like the gummies because it's hard for me to gauge where I'm at with them.
For me, I know that I may or may not know that 2.5 milligrams is my limit.
Gummy time.
Your
Or
fucking
Smokesteve.
lunchbox.
There we go. I think I'll have
Do
a
you guys
jam.
still eat? Do you guys still eat junk food like candy bars and Skittles and Reese's and stuff like that?
No.
Yeah, I can't. It's just it hurts my teeth, and I don't like the taste of it anymore. They're coming out with all those different Reese's Pieces cups and everything, and I'm just like, yeah, I can't do it.
Way too
I
much
do.
sugar.
I only do in like Halloween and Christmas.
Like a specific
I don't
kind,
really
or you'll
buy.
do anything.
No, I like chocolate. Well, I mean, I like anything really,
Candy
but
corns.
I don't really buy them other times of the year. You know what I'm saying?
That's fair.
I like
When someone
dark.
hands you a bag of candy, you're not gonna be like,
Yeah, I'm not shy, you know. But I'm not gonna go out. I'm not gonna go out and buy, a candy bar or something. I just don't even think about it. I'll buy a Slim Jim or beef jerky.
the ones that are
Did
like
we
a
lose
baseball
them?
bat or the original
Yeah.
size.
Any beef jerky.
Yeah,
I
we
like
lost
the flat jerky kind. I like the long sticks.
Cowtails.
I'll eat some jerky.
You know,
What's a
the best
cowtail?
thing is cowtail is like this dumb sugar-filled like caramel chocolate nougat thing that's like long like a cowtail. But the best is dark chocolate.
I agree with you, but we're in the minority. Most people don't like the dark chocolate.
Well,
Yeah,
what,
losers.
Like I'll take a Mounds over an Almond Joy any day.
what about a Reason?
Yeah, I like Reason. They're kind of chewy though. I feel like
Yeah,
I'm gonna lose a filling or something when
Yeah,
I'm
or
chewing
make
on
one.
of those.
I'm talking small batch like Tony's. Have you ever had Tony's?
I'm not familiar with Tony's
Dark
Pizza,
chocolate?
maybe.
Yeah, Tony's. It's a great brand.
I've
It's
never
just
had
straight
Tony's chocolate.
straight dark chocolate.
I
Nothing
think
in it?
there's sea salt and some fucking nut. Of course. they
Sometimes
can't
you're
just-
fucking a nut, sometimes you're not, or something like that.
I'm
Exactly.
down with any kind of dark chocolate. I'd prefer dark chocolate.
I love
Why are
it.
you saying you're the minority? Are people against dark chocolate?
No, but most people prefer, if they have a dark chocolate or, if they have a Hershey's versus a special, they're going to choose the Hershey's.
Ugh.
Well, then you are saying most people are against it.
Well, I don't know if they're against it. I just think that most people prefer milk chocolate over dark chocolate.
Right. Same
What
thing.
about
I
what
mean,
about white
semantics.
chocolate?
White
Fully
white
against-
chocolate with the cookie crumble things in them is
You're a
pretty good.
Hershey's fan, man. Now I'm
They're
I'm
not
getting a
even
lot of
chocolate,
Hershey's vibes.
dude. White chocolate is white. It ain't chocolate.
Yeah,
There's no actual
like
chocolate in it.
It was the original inclusivity thing.
You realize that there's no actual chocolate in white chocolate.
Is that right? I don't know.
It's just milk
Yes.
and
I don't
and
read. I
solids.
don't read ingredients.
That's probably a
It's
good
everything
thing for
but
assholes.
the chocolate is what it comes down to.
Yeah,
I mean, it tastes like it would be a chocolate. It tastes like it'd be a white chocolate.
It tastes
I
like
don't-
nothing.
It's
tastes
just milk and
creamy.
sugar. Yeah.
Cookies and cream. That's what I'm talking about. Cookies
It's
and cream.
delicious.
Yeah.
I love it. I mean, I don't have a problem with it. If I'm high and someone gives me a big ass piece of white chocolate, I'm fucking gnawing down on that thing like
Or
Yeah, you are.
coyote eating a fucking moose antler. But
like
for the most part, it's gross.
peppermint bark. That's like white
Oh
chocolate.
hell yeah,
with, like,
dude.
with like peppermint in it. That's good.
Oh yeah.
Gross.
My aunt gives us every Christmas. She gives us a box of tree bark or whatever they call it, and she makes her own mixes of it, dude. I'll eat the whole box if it's not taken away from me. It's dangerous.
I don't like that peppermint flavored crap,
Really?
personally, for me.
Wow.
No offense to your aunt. I'm sure she's a
No,
lovely
dude,
woman.
it's all about the hard caramel or whatever it's called, the brittle. That layer
Yeah.
of brittle, you can mix anything with that shit. You probably literally mix shit with that and get it down.
Huh.
I don't recommend it.
There's not
Wouldn't
much
know.
candy I'll turn down. I'm not a big peanut guy. Scratches.
Really?
It scratches coming out. You know what I'm saying?
You need to chew longer,
Oh,
bro. What the
man.
fuck?
Peanut is my highest level next to
Like
chocolate.
like a payday, like a payday. That's like. There's no way I would bite into it. I'm not gonna choose a Snickers. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man, I love me a payday.
No.
Or a
What about an
Snickers.
ice cream Snickers?
I think like if you get a brownie and they sprinkle peanuts on top of it or ice cream, it just ruins it.
Oh man.
What
You don't
about
chew your food.
walnuts?
Sounds like you're not chewing your food.
No, I mean it's not just because of it
How do you
scratches
get
my
the Slim Jims
asshole.
down?
I just don't prefer it. You know, I'd much
What
rather
about
have
walnuts in a brownie?
any kind of nuts. I mean, almonds.
Huh.
I'll. And then for some reason, I like a peanut M&M. Like I'd rather have a peanut M&M than a regular M&M.
Oh yeah.
The peanut butter and jelly ones they just released are terrible. They're
Are
so
they?
bad.
I heard
that's gross.
I heard those new Oreo cookies. It's the Post Malone. I heard those are really good. I haven't
What?
tried them yet.
Post Malone made a cookie? No.
Oreo. It's Oreo.
Fuck
It's
America.
you know how they make the vanilla Oreos?
Like
Have you had
that.
those before? The vanilla
Like the
Oreos?
white
No, I don't know
cookie?
what
The
you're
white
talking
ones.
about.
Yeah, the white Oreos.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
they're
it's
white?
a chocolate. It's chocolate on one side. It's vanilla on the other side, and in between it, it's like salted caramel, and some other kind of flavor, like a swirl, is the thing.
I think I'd rather have a Coca-Cola Oreo, which I'll never have
Ooh,
either.
that doesn't sound good.
They have them. It's a thing.
Personally,
America,
in
I
my
think, is just
opinion,
like trying their
you
hardest to kill
just
people.
you just named the guy who would have been a far better Super Bowl show than shitty Kendrick Lamar.
My son's a big Kendrick Lamar, but like the old school Kendrick Lamar, like 10
No, he
years ago.
sucked. I'll tell
Yeah,
you.
I told him.
You
I
just
said,
named
dude,
the guy
nobody
who
likes
should have
that.
been done. Post Malone. He could have done a little country. He could have done a little rap. He could have brought Morgan Wallen out. Maybe he even could have brought Shabuzi out for a
For
little
the Super Bowl?
collab.
Are you saying for the Super Bowl
Yeah,
halftime?
yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
What's up
Posty
with
would have been
what's up with
way
the
better.
country? All the black singers doing country now. It's like a thing.
Low-hanging
Well,
fruit?
Shabuzi made like $10 million off of that bar song that he made. And
Yeah,
it's
he
catchy.
did. I bet he
It's
made more than
catchy.
that.
Way more. But
Yeah.
I mean, that shit is catchy, bro.
He's got
I
he's
mean,
got
the beats aren't
he's got a
complicated.
little bit of a swag when he sings it too.
It's all right. I mean, he's fine.
So
Besides-
what'd you think about that comment in the Discord about the top 30 rock and roll bands? Like, who would be your top 5?
For me personally, or
Well,
for
I know
culture?
yeah. Like, what do you think? Because that is a different list. Like, because
Two
I was
different
thinking about that, and my personal list is a lot different than what I think the top 5 should be. But I
Hard
thought the
rock?
top 5, no, just rock and roll, top 5 all time rock and roll bands. Like, what do you think if you had to, you know, not your own personal, because like I think Smokesteve, if he would probably put Grateful Dead in his personal top 5, but I don't think he really thinks that Grateful Dead should be in the top 5. Am I wrong?
Yeah, not only the Grateful Dead, but also Slayer and Megadeth would be in my
Yeah.
own personal top 5.
No
But
bias
you
whatsoever.
agree that you don't think that if there's a list, they should be in the top 5, right?
Begrudgingly, yes.
Yeah.
What about
I
Led
agree.
Zeppelin?
That's what I'm saying. There's a difference between your personal top 5 and what you think the top 5 should be.
Is
Yes,
Led Zeppelin-
is in the top 5 RW.
Yeah, I think so too. But
I
who
don't know
else?
who else, 'cause I
What do you
don't
think
know.
what do you think the top 5 should be?
In no particular order, Led
Yeah.
Zeppelin,
Okay.
Beatles,
Yep.
the Rolling Stones.
Yep.
Now is where we get into the
Yeah, I
less
agree, because it is
easy part.
kind. Yeah. The top 3 I had was Beatles number 1, Rolling Stones number 2, and Led Zeppelin number 3. And I said after that, I think it's kind of up in there. You
A
know,
little bit
'cause I think
subjective.
I think Pink Floyd should probably be in that mix,
I can see that.
Agree. Okay. Agree. Number 4.
and I think the Who should probably be in that mix,
I
I don't know
disagree.
about that one.
and
I'm
I
gonna
think
tell you
Eagles
number
Eagles
5
should
right
probably
now.
be.
I'm going to tell you number 5 right now. It's the Eagles.
Yeah.
I was wondering if it was going to be the Eagles or why isn't Foreigner or something like that considered?
Oh, top 5? Really? Foreigner?
Yeah,
No
I mean,
fucking way.
Like
Okay.
they're lucky to get in the top 30.
really?
I mean,
Carry On.
dude,
Carry On My Wayward Son is a legendary song, but one or two songs doesn't get them there.
that's right.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to think of a different band name.
It's definitely the bands we mentioned. I'm not.
Yeah, I don't think there's
particularly
any question. I
Queen.
don't think there's any question.
Queen.
Now, see, I think you said Queen shouldn't even be in the top 10, and I don't know.
I hate
I was
Queen.
thinking Journey.
Yeah,
and that's
but that's
number
your
98.
your personal opinion. But their longevity, how many songs they've had, their influence. I mean, you gotta. Queen might be in the top 10.
I can't do it.
The Who is number 4. So on classicrockhistory.com, The Who is number 4. So the three bands you said together are
Yeah,
are there.
I think my list is solid.
And
I
number
don't like
5
Steve-
is
Smoke
Van
Steve don't
Halen.
think who should be there.
Who no?
Van
no.
Halen, followed by the Allman Brothers and Pink Floyd.
I don't think Van Halen belongs in the top 5.
Of course, they're above the Who.
I don't know. Are they?
Yeah, fucking
Man, they
Pete
had
Townsend
Sammy
can't play
Hagar.
for
They had
shit.
Sammy Hagar, dude.
Hagar the Horrible. I
Like
mean,
if
he
you
wasn't
took
that
if
bad.
they ended with David Lee Roth, then I might be able to. I still wouldn't give it to him, but they would be higher than taking Sammy Hagar and then.
Hagar wasn't that bad.
Grateful Dead is 15.
You hate Hagar? Hagar?
I
hater?
hate that he became Van Halen. Yeah.
The
He's a
Eagles are
cool
33.
dude. He owns a bar in Cabo San Lucas,
It doesn't
man.
have anything to do with.
I mean, if you were there, he'd be like, "Yo, come have a shot with me, bro. He's the nicest
I mean, I'd
guy.
love that.
He's a
Yeah, but I mean,
friendly
I'd love to do that with
guy.
Hart too. But I'm not going to put him in the top 5 because they're going to give me a free beer. You know.
Hart, smart. Fuck Hart. I
Fleetwood
mean,
Mac, you know, Fleetwood Mac. I mean that album Rumors, which I think is highly overrated, is looked at as one
a
of the top
great
10 albums
album.
of. I just think it's overrated. I don't think it's the top 10 albums.
Who's better, the Descendants?
I mean, personally, yeah,
I know you.
but you know
But
what I'm
I'm
saying.
the same way. I'd
It's
be
a-
like,
it was
Slayer,
an
Rain and
interesting-
Blood is better than
when
all
I
of these.
first
But yeah.
when I first saw that list, I was shocked. Well, I was shocked that Skinner wasn't even in the top 30. I just think that was the first thing I thought. But it was an interesting topic and I thought it was interesting that there's two lists. There's your personal list and who you think should be in the top list.
I mean, I think we're all pretty close on the general list. Let's go personal. You first. Top 5.
Well, I think the Pixies definitely would be, personally, you know,
Okay,
way
number
up there.
1.
But I even though I don't, but it's different too because I personally don't like Nirvana anymore. But I think you got to put them high up on the list because of
No, this is your personal.
what I
Feeling,
personally
right?
like. Yeah, but then
Yes.
like I'm not a big rock and roll guy, so most of my bands
Any
that I'd
fucking
be,
band. I don't care who. I
Oh,
don't
if
care
it's-
if it's
well,
fucking
then,
anybody.
yeah, it would be.
bro.
It'd definitely be Beastie Boys, Descendants, and
Nice.
Pixies would be the top 3. There'd be
Top
no
3,
question
okay.
about it. And then I'd probably put Ty Segall next. You know, and most people
Okay.
probably don't even know who that is.
I
No
I
idea.
feel like I've heard the name, but I definitely don't know the music.
All right, now we're at number 4. One
Waves for number 5.
more. The Waves. Wow,
The
yeah, you
Waves.
are obscure.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna say, in no particular order, I'm gonna say Led Zeppelin, Black Sabbath, Slayer, Megadeth, and the Grateful Dead.
Now, are these your like when both of you guys have made this list? Is this like most influential in your lifetime as you've grown
No,
up?
just
or like your
bands we
favorite?
like the most that we would
Yeah.
like if we had to choose like what to play right now, you know. And I might put Pink Floyd like next, you know, if I went to number 6.
I just don't
because
play them.
I
I love
love
them, but
Dark Side of the Moon. I mean, there's
I
if
know.
I had to choose a vinyl album that I wanted to turn the lights off and listen to right now, that might be the number 1 album I would want to pop on.
I agree, but I've heard it too many
yeah,
fucking times,
yeah.
bro. So, like, when I listen to the bands I mentioned, I can actually listen and listen and listen, you know?
Right,
So
right. I hear you.
Those
Which
are my
has
5.
to come into like your decision, so it's
Yeah.
understandable.
That's all, like,
What
the
about
fact
you,
that guys
RW?
picked that list
What's your
so
top
easily.
5?
Yeah, I've been sitting here racking my brain. You guys
Like
are
you
so
can't think
easily
of
able to
like
list.
you can't think of
Give me
one
one.
No,
band
there's
to
bands that
mention.
are super influential for me from my lifetime, like Tool,
Tool.
Seal,
One.
Jars of Clay.
Did you say Seal?
Seal? Yeah.
Like the black guy
Bring
with the
it
pitted
on,
face?
bring it on. Don't wait until tomorrow. You know,
The
Seal.
dude who's married to Heidi Klum?
Yeah.
Is he?
Lucky bastard.
Had that
No
terrible
shit.
Super Bowl commercial just recently.
Oh, I thought that was actually my favorite Super Bowl commercial. I thought that was awesome. I couldn't I just was like, as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh my god, this is by far the best song.
Wow, really?
The best one. Yeah, I thought it was brilliant.
I like the
Wow.
one with the little girl that planted the potato.
I didn't see all of them because I didn't
Okay.
I didn't watch it that much. I wasn't.
I
feeling
hated
it.
them all. They suck.
With
was-
a vengeance. I don't know. about
I
the
had
last
these
two.
plans. Because usually I make like all these finger foods and stuff, and that was like pretty much the first night of me feeling like absolute dog shit. So
That sucks, man.
and that movie or the game, I'm sorry, the game I thought was just horrible.
That was a rough game, dude.
And I'm kind of pulling, because I don't have a team anymore. We had the Rams, best show on turf. We had them for years. They were awesome. And so now we've kind of adopted Kansas City because they're on the other side of the state. But they sucked. I really thought that they were going to, totally go take it down, but they sucked.
The
That
homie
game-
was fucking horrible, bro.
Yeah.
The halftime show was, in my opinion, very bad.
Yeah, it was horrible. It
relatable.
seemed
It
like
was
it, didn't
horrible.
it? I mean,
wasn't
even when
relatable.
there's some like totally lame group that I'm totally not into, at least they put on a good show. This one seemed like it
It
was
was
just
cheesy, bro.
fell so flat on its face. And my son is like the biggest, not the biggest, but he does like Kendrick. He doesn't like his new stuff, but
What did he say?
he said it sucked because it was all his new music, and it was all.
He's like, yeah, come around the corner with
No, no. No, but there was supposedly like meaning to it, but you gotta like know and be in the know.
That
to
was
know.
dumb, dude.
And I thought that the Samuel L. Jackson shtick was just like so
Black
stupid.
Uncle Sam.
that
it
was
was
the
just
only
so-
thing I knew. I was like, ooh, Samuel Jackson. What the hell is this now? Okay.
I'm
And then
tired
it
of
was
this
like,
motherfucking
hey,
song.
we
on
back
this
to back to
motherfucking
bang,
stage.
bang, bang.
Oh man, it was
sucks,
bad.
dude.
It was really bad. Yeah, I would have given to see anybody else. Like, remember the nipple?
Yeah, Jack
Yeah,
Jackson
Janet
Justin
Jackson,
Timberlake with Janet
yeah,
Jackson.
dude.
with
Got
the
to see
sun
a little,
symbol nipple ring.
little nipple in there. I mean, that was
That
Yeah,
wasn't a
back
little
then-
Black
That
Eyed
was a
Peas
big
did it the one
fatty.
year. I remember
That
my
wasn't bad.
son was
Back then,
like,
with the nipple, the resolution on the TV was so bad.
yeah,
I
it was.
remember rewinding it, and there were people there in the room, and I was like, "Here we go." I paused it, and we were like,
It's
"Is that
like
a
the
nipple
nipple.
or not?" Because the fucking TV was like a 40, maybe 40-inch, like with the giant
It's
back.
like-
It was like, I think it's a nipple. It looks like her top is down, but there was no distinguish. Like
It
the
was
nipple
automatically
was half
blurred.
Of the nipple was like half of a megapixel, so it wasn't really a proper nipple. So
like,
nobody knew what we were seeing. Was it a nipple?
We had to have more imagination.
that's the
back then,
funniest
so,
shit,
dude.
man.
We couldn't see it. No
Now
nipple.
it's all in 4K.
Yeah, if that shit happened now, we'd all have it on like our.
I
have
know, man. It's
three-dimensional
on a
titty.
flat screen. Like it'd be like
Yeah.
this big on everybody's TV.
Zoom in on that shit. Come on, man.
I couldn't believe what I had seen when I at that point in the halftime show, you kind of get like super high or drunk, and you're like, "All right, let's go third quarter." And then he did that thing, and he held his hand up and pulled it down. I was like, "Holy shit, is that her boob?" And we couldn't believe it. And we were
Oh,
wondering.
it was an accident, dude. It was totally just a
No
malfunction.
way. He pulled that
Yeah.
fucking top down on
That's
the
why she
single
had a
boob.
sun symbol jewelry on her nipple. Yeah.
No, I mean, more power to her. She just held the pose and like looked a little shocked, but really, I mean, it's a breast. It delivers milk to juvenile human beings that are hers. So it's not really a sex thing. I've never thought of them as that.
Really,
Personally.
Do you know how many people fap to that titty?
I'm a big fan of the female breast.
Yeah, I
Yeah, the
understand.
breast
I
is
understand.
it's one thing, but it's just
Smoke, Steve, if
it's
the
a,
titty popped out in public, you'd be paying attention. I don't even want to hear it. You would.
I mean, I guess
I'm
because
not.
it's
I don't. No
I
way.
think because it's hidden from us. You know, it seems so much better than it probably actually is. But
What are you talking? Now you're like, what are you doing?
well, because like dudes, we see dudes' nipples and breasts all the time.
They don't have that jiggle,
That's right.
man. They're not. They don't
But
have that bounce.
But
Thankfully.
I mean, even well, no, I can't say that, and I don't want to be mean to flat-chested women, but it is a lot better if there's a little.
You know what I say about flat-chested women? Screw them. You know what I'm saying?
All I'm saying is it's not a sexual organ.
Huh? It's
It
an
is
erogenous.
not.
It is an
It
erogenous
is.
zone.
Yeah, but it's not a sexual organ.
It's one of God's greatest gifts. Is what
I'm
it
just
is.
saying, it's a simple fact. Erogenous is one thing. There's a lot of other places on the body, but it's not a organ.
I mean, it's
you
the
know.
it's the second best. It's
I
the
mean, that
second
means that a
best place.
vagina isn't a sexual organ either.
Now that is.
It's not. The uterus is.
No, now you're thinking fucking whack jobby, dude. No, a vagina is.
Attack the titty first, so I'm just trying to hold my ground.
Oh, yeah, you're all cracked out, kid. Boobs, no. Vagina, yes.
Yeah, but what about like most people refer to themselves as either a boob or a butt guy?
Legs.
Neither of
Oh,
those
that's-
is a vagina. Is a sexual organ.
Legs are
It's
a
only
sexual
one.
organ.
So
If
If I don't
one
have
that
legs, how am I
matches
supposed
with
to
the
go to the
guy.
woman and have sex?
What's that?
If I don't, legs are a sexual organ because if I don't have
Legs.
if I don't have
What the
legs, I
fuck?
cannot make it to the woman to have sex with her.
Legs?
Yeah, it's an extension of the uterus.
You're fucking out of your mind, bro.
Yeah, I
Legs
don't know
aren't
what
a fucking
I'm not
sexual
on the same
organ.
page.
I don't think it's possible. It's a
I,
different book.
Legs.
I'd rather she had nice boobs than any legs.
But she needs to have enough ass that her pants don't
Like
fall off.
she
right?
can have no legs, but if she's got a nice rack,
like literally no legs.
Don't
Yeah,
get
literally.
me wrong. Like,
literally no legs. Like they're not there.
when you
But-
see a nice set of gams on a broad, that's sweet. I'm not like denying that they're muscular or sweet, great legs. It's fine, but
I have no problem
that's
with it.
just an appreciation of the human form. That is not a sexual organ. I mean,
I agree.
well,
I'm fucking with you. Come on, dude.
Mr. Leg over here. Now he agrees.
You
Black
can milk
Sabbath, good
anything
choice.
with as nipples.
Yeah, okay. Good quote.
I have nipples, Eastwood Farms. Can you milk me?
Right? Yeah. A little bit of meet the parents on that
Yeah,
quote.
like, I've been waiting for you to ask me that question.
Great movie. Great movie.
Have
Did
you
you
guys
guys
been
lose
interested
any
in any
respect for Robert De Niro after his ultra partisan political swing?
I don't know if I ever had respect for him, but that was definitely not a good look for the man.
I definitely did. I thought he was a great actor.
I still his like I think that his wokeness is almost gagging now, but it like if I watch Goodfellas or something like that, does it affect how I think of his performance? Not one way at all.
I don't know.
When he
like-
went after Trump and he's like, fuck Trump, like he's some fucking gangster.
Yeah, it's just nauseating. But it's like that
He's
with
not
anybody.
a
Like,
gangster. He's a great
James
actor.
James Woods is like the complete opposite of that, and it doesn't. I'm not gonna like. Oh, I don't want to watch that movie because James Woods is in it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's
What about Will Smith?
I don't watch Will
no,
Smith stuff
no,
ever.
it's none of their nobody's off screen antics is going to change my opinion of their on screen performance.
For me, the Will Smith one did change it.
No, like iRobot. I just watched, and then I flipped the channel and Men in Black was on, and I watched that, and my son's like, you know, he because my son will look for any excuse to like skirt the line of cussing, you know, so he uses the line of, you know, or I can't remember how he put it, but don't let my wife's name in your fucking mouth or something like that. I don't know how he
keep my
said it.
Well,
wife's
here's the
name
thing.
out of
I stand with Chris Rock. So, like, I'm anti Will Smith, and I'll never watch.
Yeah, but like,
movie.
you're not gonna watch one of Will Smith's movies because of that incident.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Boycott that motherfucker.
Man, I just can't see myself ever being like that with. I don't care what they do or what.
He's a piece of shit, and I'd tell it to his face.
I think he is.
You know what? He could slap me. I'd be happy to fucking take it. I'd fucking bust his ass, dude. He's a fucking bitch. He's a bitch. He slapped a guy who's a fucking foot shorter than him and maybe like 75 pounds lighter.
How tall are you?
That shit was fucked up, dude. Talk about bully behavior. And everyone's like willing to ignore it. No, because fucking Chris Rock was telling a joke. He's a comedian.
There's nothing.
You know
I'm
what?
disagreeing
If you were
with
pissed
you.
off at his fucking joke as the husband of him,
He wasn't. He thought it was funny. If you watch the clip, he was laughing about it. It wasn't until he looked at his wife and she was like, you know,
he was in a G.I. Joe mindset faced when she looked over at him and he's like, "Uh-oh, got to defend this one."
That's right. That's right. That's exactly what happened.
Is that how he looked over at her when she was fucking some of their
exactly
their son's friends in their own house?
Right.
He's a fucking bitch, dude.
You went to the cuck chair.
Yeah, he's a fucking cuck.
But that's not gonna keep me from enjoying, you know, the movies he's made over the years.
Good for
because
you,
he's made some pretty good movies. Like Men in Black is a pretty good movie. I'm not saying iRobot's the best movie that's ever been made, but if it comes on TV, you know, it is somewhat enjoyable to watch.
No, we're not talking. This is an illusion.
I hate him. I'll always hate him.
Is there any movies that you guys are even looking at or TV shows that are coming up that you're like, oh yeah, I want to watch that?
Well, I do like Wes Anderson. I think that, you know, his movies are really enjoyable to watch, and he's got one that's coming up.
Do you know the title of it?
No, Bill Murray's in it. But Bill Murray's in almost every one. And the Coen brothers, anything that they make, I'll watch.
Does Wes Anderson do like the Royal Tenenbaums?
Which is one of my top 10 favorite movies of all time.
He's got a good style.
Yeah, and they're just, you don't even have to, you could turn the volume down and enjoy his movies because they're so, you know, the way he films them and stuff, they're so enjoyable.
So you'll actually go through
about the show
cinematography?
What?
You'll actually go through the movie just for the way he does his cinematography? Like you don't even care?
Yeah, Wes Anderson for sure. I can't think of any other. Well, I mean, David Lynch was a little bit like that. Like, well, you have to have the sound on though. David Lynch, I don't know, it was the feeling that you get watching a David Lynch movie is, it's weird. I don't know how to explain it. I mean, so I like movies that stick with you, or, you know, David Lynch had a way. Cronenberg has a way of doing, you know, I don't know.
Steve, do you have anything on your list?
I've heard that show Paradise is pretty good.
I've even heard of
I
it.
aspire to watch it, but to tell you the truth, I don't watch much, so I probably won't.
You're not a big like, you don't watch a lot of movies.
This is a show. It's a pay for show, like on Paramount Net. Well, I don't know what it's on, but It's on one of those streaming things, and I've heard people say it's really fucking good. Paradise.
Is it like crime or action or?
It's end of the world,
Oh, hell yeah.
and there's a place where they try to save a portion of the population in a certain area that they call paradise, and the rest of the world is left to remain in existence.
Do you know what the apocalypse was caused from?
I don't know. I've only heard some people on the radio talking about it, and they say
Okay. I
it's
love
hot.
post-apocalyptic stuff, man. Not so big on zombies, but you know, still fits.
Well, who do you like, RW? What's your top 3 movies of all time?
Top 3 movies of all time. Me and my dad really bonded over the original Star Wars trilogy.
Yeah,
So I do really like those. And then from there, I've watched so many freaking movies and TV that I don't know. I
Lord
really
of the
got
Rings. Lord of the Rings.
No.
That's kind of really. That's kind of similar to Star Wars.
That's my faves.
Really?
never
Lord
got
of the
into
Rings.
it.
Which one's your favorite?
All I can't distinguish. They're so good.
Did the
Are you
Hobbit
serious? Or are you just fucking?
continue that or no?
Oh, I'm dead serious. I've read the books like multiple times.
I like the first one the best. And I seem
the
to be.
Fellowship of the Ring.
Yeah, I seem to be like a lot of people think Return of the King was the best, which I think was the worst.
Well, I liked them all because they pretty much shadowed the books, though.
Yeah, they did. If you read the book, especially after seeing, I mean, it's almost word for word.
I loved them, but they did miss some parts in the books because the books can never be as long as the movies. But well, the movies miss some parts from the books. Is what I mean.
I know what you
Right.
mean.
But and so is life. You can't get everything. So great set of movies.
Yeah.
What about the Wheel
I
of
agree.
Time? Did you ever read any of those books?
Never heard of it.
Okay, there's a TV, like if you have Amazon Prime, they have a TV show that they're making off the books. They're similarly close to the books, but the storyline is very intriguing.
Author?
And Robert Jordan, I believe.
Huh.
But yeah,
Heard of it.
that's the next TV show that's releasing that's the only thing I'm actually paying attention to. I've tried to watch all these different things. Like they've remade Sherlock Holmes, it was terrible. They remade MacGyver, it was terrible. I'm just trying to find anything I can watch that I can just have on the background, and actually I can't even appreciate these shows in the background while I'm working. Like they're just that bad.
Are you guys gonna watch the 50th anniversary of SNL tomorrow?
No.
I probably will see highlights of it afterwards on YouTube.
I might with wife.
I'm excited. I'm kind of.
It's
The
Sunday,
Chappelle one was
right?
kind of a flop,
Yeah,
though,
it's
so-
tomorrow. I'm taking off Monday though because it's a holiday.
Good man. You're one day off per year.
I am, man. I'm so looking forward to it.
What is the holiday? I'm not paying attention.
I don't know. My
okay.
son's off. It's like President's Day or Martin Luther King.
President's, yeah.
I'm not sure which one it is. But
That's not
I
very
was like,
patriotic of us.
fuck it, because I've been sick. I've been really sick, and I had to work like 12-hour days every day, and I was like, I kind of caught up, so I'm gonna take off Monday, and I think we're gonna go to like the art museum or something.
Do you think you have the flu?
Oh, I know I had the flu.
Did you get tested?
No, my son went, and there's so much flu going around, they didn't have any tests, so they were just like, "Yep, you got it. We don't need to give it to you."
Wow.
Because he was out of school. It was like, it was almost 2 weeks, but it was, most of 1 week and the whole other week. So it was like 7 or 8 days.
Do you
And
guys
then-
have a science museum down there?
Yeah. But we just went to that recently, and they're all free, so it's cool.
Really?
They're all at this place called Forest Park, which is, kind of like New York's. What is it? What's the big park there?
Long Island, Manhattan.
Central?
Yeah, Central Park.
Central. Yeah.
It's like that, but St. Louis, and everything's free. So we got a history museum, science
wonder.
center, and the art museum, and they're all
No
free.
kidding. Here in
Do they have good
Massachusetts,
The
interactive?
zoo and the zoo. Our zoo is incredible. It's like it's always in the top like 3 zoos in the
Let me
nation.
look up what the entrance
Isn't it cold
fee
as
here.
shit there though?
What?
What's the temperature right now?
Yeah, it's right now. It was 30. It's probably like 31, 32. And then Monday, the day we're going, the high is going to be like 18. I don't even know if it's that high, to be honest with you.
Wow, those drafts are not going to be happy, dude.
Well, and we're not going to the zoo. We're going to go to something inside, like probably the art museum, and then we might go to the history museum.
I really liked the interactive aspect of the science and space museum in DC when I was young. There are a lot of things you can play with.
$30 for what?
$31. 31 per ticket to get into the one here in Massachusetts.
The zoo?
No, the science museum.
Oh, that sucks, dude. That's expensive.
93 for a family.
Cheaper than Disney.
Yeah, but like that's just
prohibitive.
That seems outrageous. Like a middle, lower middle class family, because that's what I always think. Lower middle class family. That's like a lot of fucking bread, man. That's
they don't
$100 basically.
Yeah, you're not gonna do that. You're not gonna. You might not do it. And it should be for everybody.
Right.
But I think it's a private entity here. I think it's a private entity here.
Yeah.
Does that mean that you can park easily in a safe place?
Oh, hell no, bro.
Here you can. At ours, our Forest Park is pretty safe. The parking.
Ours is right along the Charles. This shit's premium parking. Fucking Mass General.
So you got to pay another probably $20+ on top of those ticket prices.
20, like 50.
Fuck, dude, that ain't right. That sucks.
I mean, that's if you want to pay it, or you could like take the train, and then you're riding with all the buggers, muggers, and thieves down on the.
Dude, you don't want to.
Dude.
You don't want to take public transportation here in St. Louis at all.
Where do you want to take public transportation? I
don't know. I took it in New York. We didn't feel unsafe, and
because of how many people
I've taken it into Chicago, and I didn't feel that
biscuits
bad.
Up. I mean, here they have this thing called the commuter rail, which has Wi-Fi, and it's way more fucking money, like $7 each way, and big seats. And then they have the regular trains, which are like $2 each way, tiny seats, and crackheads everywhere. So it's take the commuter rail if there's any possibility of getting where you need to go.
Yeah, like I've taken, like I said, I've taken public transportation in New York and Chicago, and it didn't. Neither place I ever felt like I was unsafe.
I mean, in New York, I think when's the last time you were there?
This past spring.
Really?
I went
That's
from
surprising.
We stayed in Long Island, and we traveled to Brooklyn, and I didn't feel unsafe at all.
I mean, that's great news. There's definitely a lot of bad news coming out of the subways in New York City over the last 4 years, last 2 years, more so. But if more people take the public transport culturally there, it's different than a place that mostly drives, and it's just a riffraff that takes the subway.
Yeah, that's
you
like
guys up
St.
for a
Louis.
little biscuit vapes action?
Yeah, bring them on.
I'm fine with that.
It's your
I'll
show.
be right
dude.
back.
Morning.
In the limelight. I'll be right back.
What's up, Biscuit?
Morning, Biss. How you doing, buddy?
How are you guys?
Good. What time is it there? Like
It's
5:30,
5:38.
Oh, that's about what time I usually get up. What's new, Biscuit?
Nothing much. Just I don't know if you'll be able to see it. I've been busy.
Your fish tank.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we've seen it a couple times.
Not this one. This one's new.
Oh, this is brand new.
Yeah.
So you got two now?
I have. Yep. I don't know if you can see that one as well.
What do you got in the new one?
That's empty at the moment. I've just escaped it.
Because you got cichlids and some other stuff too.
Cichlids, guppy. Guppies.
I didn't think that you could put anything with a cichlid, but you said that there's
They're
some cichlids.
they're called a ram cichlid, which is a generally peaceful fish.
Yeah, I never thought there was a peaceful cichlid.
Yeah.
You able to keep
Well,
that water clean so far?
Technically, angelfish are cichlids.
Really?
Huh.
Yep.
And what are you gonna put in the new fish tank?
Guppies.
Yeah, I remember when I had a tank and I was probably like 10, 11 years old, and I got the guppies. I got the fancy guppies, you know.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
my I had a buddy over because he gives me shit to this day about it. He was like, "Now I don't want you to be watching those guppies, mate."
They're the ones that give live bearing babies, right?
They are, yeah. That's why I'm getting them. I'm gonna start with about 6 or 7, and they might end up with 100 in there or something.
Yeah, they're really cool. I use them to get rid of mosquitoes in Australia and Hawaii.
What do you
if
do
have
after you get 100?
Sell them.
Flush them.
Take them to wherever you took that mouse.
Hey,
Yeah.
dude, I think you could get some brim on those babies. Why not throw one on the hook and head out to the local river, Biscuit?
We don't have brim in our water.
Well, whatever. Don't get fucking semantic. Whatever fucking fish you have, dude.
Steer one of your pets.
I don't
and
care
use it
what
for
the
bait.
fucking fish is. Catch a fish. What else you have? Fucking catfish or
I will be getting catfish as well. It'll be what they call it, a hillstream loach, I think it's called.
these guys
they're
have all
importing
these
it?
whack job names for their fish. You just can't call them what they are.
They're a type of catfish, but they look more like a stingray.
Wow, trippy.
Huh.
They got like they like got a flat body.
Like a flounder.
Yeah.
Sounds cool.
So it's fancy guppies, though? Is that what you're getting?
I'm getting fancy guppies, yeah, all different colours.
Yeah. I had yellow and I feel like orange, maybe.
Some with flame tails and all sorts.
Yep. And then I had neons.
I've got 5 neon tetras.
Yep. I got some of those up at my shop. Neon, and then
huh?
I think I got a couple.
Some, Nathan?
Yeah, I got a tank. I've always had tanks, and I had a saltwater tank, and then I brought it here in my basement. And
Ain't nobody got time for that. That sounds like hard work.
It wasn't that bad, to be honest with you.
Do you have an RO system in your house already there?
What's that mean?
Reverse osmosis system for clean water.
Yeah, well, I had the main filter, and then I have separate with media in it that was below the tank.
That's more of a standard thing in America, though, isn't it? To have a filter system in your water.
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know what you're asking.
Your mains water for your tap.
Oh no, I always used. I would get the bucket, the big things of pure double osmosis filtered water. In there. And so I had clownfish. I tried to do the anemones, and they didn't. They never really would do. They never would really do good.
I'm struggling with grasses.
I had a yellow tang.
I'm struggling with grasses and anubiuses.
Yeah. But then I got tired of. Well, I brought it down here in my basement because, well, it was the problem was it was against my wall, and the drywall it had really fucked up. Like
I was using this for my plants.
Oh yeah.
DIY CO2 system.
And then I brought it down here in my basement, and the first winter I had after I brought it in my basement, they slowly all died off within like 2 weeks. And what I didn't realize is that when I had this set up in my upstairs, it was based off of the temperature being at a steady, room temperature. And when I got down here in my basement, it would get, down, 50 degrees. And the only one heater I had in there wasn't enough to keep the water warm. And I didn't realize until they were pretty much all dead that what was going on, why they were dying. And then I was like, I really am kind of tired of doing the saltwater thing. So I want to go back to But I had a freshwater tank up at my shop, and then I ended up, because the tank I had for my saltwater tank was a much nicer tank, so I converted it into my my fresh. Well, it's a guppy type tank
Yeah,
up
yeah.
at the shop. So I have it up at the shop now, and I have like, I don't even know what fish. I probably have a couple fancy guppies and like a silver flat looking thing, and then like 2 or 3 neons and one or two other types of fish.
That's cool. I mean, I've got temperature indicators stuck on glass, so I can see
I
it
do
any
too, but
moment.
you
Yeah,
don't pay attention to it every day.
I'm obsessively
Well, yeah, you are.
obsessed at the minute, at least.
Yeah,
But,
exactly. That's what I was gonna say. Right now, you are, but when you
I
have
mean,
that
I was
thing going,
obsessive with the fishing for a while, but that only lasted
right?
about a year. So
Yeah,
I assume this fish tank thing will only last about a year as well.
exactly. So when you've
It's
had that thing
expensive though,
6,
right?
7 years, you're not going to be watching that temperature gauge
No,
every
definitely
single
not.
day.
One individual neon Tesla, I remember back in the early 2000s, was at least $3, $4, or $5 a piece. So it was expensive even back then. Isn't it expensive
Well,
now?
I got 5 for £10, which is about
Yeah,
probably $13.
Okay, you got a better deal.
yeah, but I mean, still, I mean, even if you pay $3, $4 a fish, you can get a dozen fish for, $50 or something like that.
Yeah. I bought a beta fish for 12
You could
quid, but that
when
died.
when I had the saltwater fish, dude, those fish, each one would cost like $30 at least, and they can go up to like 100 or more.
The rams were my most expensive. I paid 35 per pair.
We tried the
Right.
saltwater system in my family once. It was expensive, and there was a system failure, and everything was lost. So we were like, "We're
Yeah.
done. We can't do this. That's too expensive."
Right.
Well, boys,
Let's call it.
getting tie. But listen, I want you guys to keep your conversation going. Can
Oops.
Man,
anyone
I've been-
come up with another place for you all to chill?
No,
I
I've
mean,
been ready.
just
I've been
don't
ready
know
to
it.
leave for so long, dude.
Get out of here.
I stuck
Get out of here.
around because I always enjoy the more personal instead of the political.
So
So
I'm glad I caught you all before you all go to bed, and
Yeah, buddy.
I'll let you
Great
get
to
up.
always see you. All
All
right.
right, yeah,
then.
good to see you, Biscuit.
Yeah,
And
you too, guys.
Steve RW, you guys too.
No worries.
Take
All
care,
right,
everybody.
fellas.
Good night,
All right.
guys.
Real. Good night, my friend.
It's good chilling, bro.
All right, man. Good to see
See
you
ya.
too. And peace. Well, sorry about the abrupt end to Smokesteve's International Pub, but Smokesteve is tired. And I really do appreciate everybody who's been here tonight. Last Dance, Aphid Lip, RW, Based Welshman, Biscuit Vapes, everybody else who contributed and chatted. Let's run through the chat. Greg Topple. Oh, Greggy, you've been great. Love you, buddy. Cup of tea. Thank you, man. You're the best. Eastwind Farms, always here for the win. Smokesteve wife. Hi, baby. Love you. Last Dance. Legend. Mr. Kelsey won. Always good to see you, brother. Fox. Fox was here for a good period of time. Fox, you're the best. Anybody real quick? Let's go up. Eastwind Farms. Eastwind Farms. Let's go. Eastwind Farms. I'm not going to go any higher in the chat. Anyone else who I missed, I apologize. You were great. Love you all. Occasionally this whole show goes in multiple directions. I don't put much into controlling it. Kind of a freewheeler, free spirit, if you will. So I sort of let it go the way that it goes. I try my best to direct it where I think you guys will like it, but I don't try that hard. So apologies if it went a way that you didn't really love. That's life, but I hope you all come back. Spread the love. Love you all. Be well. Good night.